Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Descendants of Fire Lord Zuko from Avatar movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Book 1. The Origin. Air, Water, Land, Fire. Only the Avatar masters all four elements. Long ago, before the existence of the current world, modern nations, and the rise of Quirks, humans lived in peace and relative harmony with spirits. The humans of that time lived in the shells of beings called turtle lions, a chimeric hybrid of a lion and a turtle, the largest animal known at the time. In the past, the turtle lions guarded humans in cities within their shells, as the spirits had crossed from their world into the physical world and taken over almost entirely. There were dozens of turtle lions, each raising a human city on their shells, where humans worshipped them as their guardians. Because resources in the cities were scarce, the turtle lions would often grant the ability to control an element to the inhabitants who came out of their shells to forage for food and perform other tasks. This power was granted to them for a short period of time so they could defend themselves from the dangers outside, and upon their return, the human would return control to the turtle lion. Over time, many humans saw in this a power to confront the spirits, who, without understanding them, caused the emergence of an evil spirit with the ability to control the other spirits, who succumbed to its control, offering minimal resistance due to the difference in power. This evil spirit was Vaatu, the spirit of chaos and darkness in the world. Humans could never stop it even if they manipulated the elements thanks to the turtle lions, so Rava, the spirit of peace and light, was in charge of fighting Vaatu. Both fighting each other from their origin, being connected. If one defeats the other, the fallen would rise from within the victor, beginning the cycle again. If Rava were to kill Vaatu and usher in a new era of peace, there would be darkness in Rava, and this darkness would increase until a new Vaatu was born, beginning the cycle again. The same thing would happen if Vaatu killed Rava, but in this case the light in Vaatu would increase and Rava would be born again. It was during one of their fights that Rava was badly injured, thanks to Vaatu's tricking of a young human exile from his native lion turtle, the fire spirit. The moment Rava and Vaatu separated, she began to shrink, as the dark spirit was on the loose, and the light began to fade. Rava approached the boy, a young man named Juan, explaining the situation, that by helping Vaatu, Juan had allowed chaos to return to the world. She scolded the young man for interfering in spirit affairs, placing the blame for the world's impending destruction squarely on him. Before leaving to find Vaatu in order to prevent the world's annihilation, she sternly warned Juan not to interfere again. Rava tracked Vaatu back to the city of the Lion Turtle of Air, where she came to Juan's aid by striking Vaatu down and casting aside the spirits he had turned into evil beings. After the Chaos Spirit took his leave again, Rava shrank back, scolding him again for his interference. As Juan vowed to rectify his mistake in letting Vaatu escape, Rava accompanied him to face the Lion Turtle where he waited to receive the power of air. However, the Lion Turtle decided that since no human had ever controlled more than one element at a time, Rava should save Juan's other powers until he had mastered the skill. Although Rava was reluctant to work together with Juan, it was the only hope he had of stopping Vaatu from plunging the world into darkness. As such, the duo embarked on a quest to restore balance to the world. As they traveled to the other turtle lions, water lions, and earth lions, Rava told Juan of her ongoing struggle with Vaatu, the imbalance between humanity and the spirits, and the significance of what was to come, the harmonic convergence, a phenomenon that occurs every 10,000 years where the spirits of light and order and the spirits of darkness and chaos battle to decide the fate of the world, with less than a year left. During that year, the two trained together, becoming more proficient as a team. Juan experienced a surge of energy whenever Rava passed through him, combining their energies. A few days before the harmonic convergence, they arrived at the open forest where the settlers were busy burning the forest with their fire bending. Rava was immediately attacked by them for being a spirit. Rava angrily berated the settlers for their aggressive stance against all spirits, as their actions only served to deepen the rift between man and spirits, helping Vaatu grow stronger. They attempted to resolve the situation peacefully, however, when Vaatu arrived, using the spirits' anger to turn them into dark spirits, causing the conflict to escalate. Rava assisted Juan in separating the two sides, Despite realizing that they were not strong enough on their own, she heeded Wan's request to merge their energies. Together, they managed to temporarily stop the fighting, though Rava's presence in Wan's body was putting him in mortal danger. Rava warned the young man about this, though her concerns were brushed aside, as their combined power was the only reason the fighting had ceased. However, Rava was forced to abandon his body. When he fainted, Rava saved Wan from falling to the ground and being trampled by the spirits and humans. Rava carried Wan safely to a nearby cliff, though she was powerless to stop the battle, which resulted in the total annihilation of the colonists. Vastly weakened by her hatred and widespread anger, Rava shrank further and no longer had the power to fly or move on her own. She was discovered by Wan, who did not hesitate to pick her up and continue their journey to the Southern Spirit Portal. As they approached the portal on the day of the harmonic convergence, Rava apologized for her initial prejudiced view of Wan, as she had been unaware that humans had the capacity to display such nobility and courage. After entering the spirit world, Rava was challenged by Vaatu, though Wan intervened, stating that if the dark spirit wanted to reach her counterpart, she would have to pass through him first. As such, Rava witnessed Wan attempt to defeat Vaatu. However, the youth proved not powerful enough, and Rava merged her energy with his own once again at her insistence. Together, they were more than a match for Vaatu, though the strain that Rava's presence was putting on Wan's body was to their disadvantage, and Vaatu arranged to pin them down near the Southern Spirit Portal. At the exact moment of the harmonic convergence, Wan used the energy to permanently merge her essence with Rava's, creating something new. As one being, she used their combined power to trap Vaatu in an elemental cage and imprison him within the hollow of A. Although the dark spirit was neutralized, humanity was still surrounded by darkness. He became Rava and his life's mission was to restore balance to all humanity. Many years later, Wan was an old man lying dying on a war-torn battlefield. Rava reassured him that it would not all be in vain, as they would remain together forever and would never give up. As Wan breathed his last, Rava's spirit of light emerged, thus giving rise to the Avatar's existence. The Avatar is the human embodiment of light and peace through connection to Rava. The only physical being with the ability to bend all four elements, it is considered the Avatar's duty to master all four and use that power to maintain balance among the elements, as well as between humanity and the spirits. Upon death, the Avatar spirit causes the Avatar to be reincarnated into the next nation, dictated by the cyclical order: fire, air, water, and earth. Mirroring the order in which the first Avatar, Wan, learned the elements, this is also the traditional order in which any incarnation must master the elements, beginning with the art of bending in the Avatar's home nation. The cycle of reincarnation can only be broken if the Avatar dies while in the Avatar state, Rava is removed from the Avatar and is severely injured, or the Avatar spirit is compromised by a spirit infection. With Vaatu's defeat, the human and spirit worlds separated, with the Avatar himself serving as the bridge between the two. This caused the spirits to return to their own world, and the lion turtles stopped protecting humans in their shells, as that time had passed. Strangely, they decided not to require humans who still retained the ability to bend any of the four elements to return that power to the lion turtles. However, with Avatar Wan's decision to decree that the spirits return to the spirit world to prevent further conflicts between them and humans, the primary reason for allowing humans to have the ability to bend any of the four elements no longer existed. Thus began the era of the element benders. Over time, humans founded the four nations: the Fire Nation, the Water Tribes, the Earth Kingdom, and the Air Temples. Through it all, the Avatar continued to appear, and conflicts were halted or thwarted by him. Men and women whose names went down in history as heroes include avatars like Kyoshi, Roku, Aang, and Korra, with whom a harmonic convergence was once again realized, and Vaatu was once again defeated. Kyoshi was an avatar born in the Earth Kingdom. Roku, in her next life, was born in the Fire Kingdom. Aang in his next life, an air nomad, being consequently Korra, a waterbender. Every avatar that was in history was a participant in a great event. Avatar Aang, for example, was the victor over Fire Lord Ozai, along with his allies, two brothers from the Southern Water Tribe, a princess of the Earth Kingdom and the eldest banished son and who would become the new Fire Lord Zuko. With this event, which in the historical record until before being forgotten, was called the 100-Year War, where the Fire Nation established an expansionist base. The result was the creation of the United Republic of Nations as a result of the lands that the Fire Nation had conquered. The Avatar Korra would appear after Aang's death, because with the death of an Avatar, just as the cycle of seasons, the Avatar cycle began again. Analak, Aman, Vatu, Kuvara were some of the enemies who stood out the most during her life. But as with her predecessors, with the end of her life, the Avatar cycle began again, this time with a young man from the Earth Kingdom, born in a town where the subart of sand bending predominated, a rare subart originating from Earth, as well as metal and lava. Genji had his adventures and his villains, as did his predecessors. However, the technological boom and the advancement of humanity, along with the decrease in element benders, made him and Rava make a decision. The world was moving forward despite everything, and there were no longer enemies to put the balance at risk. And since the spirit world reopened with the harmonic convergence that occurred with Avatar Korra, and sealed again by it, was at peace, Rava and Genji decided that the Avatar should sleep and wait for the world to need him again. After the world saw Genji die, the Avatar's spirit wandered the world, awaiting the arrival of the next Avatar. Over time, nations fell, the land suffered consequences in the process, and the world became what we know today. The nations of modernity appeared on the map. The element benders hid from the world as if they were myths, leaving only a message for their successors, to await the return of the Avatar when the world needs him again. Time passed, and an event changed the world. Quirks appeared after a girl was born in China who shone, beginning a new era, the era of heroes and villains. The benders passed off their abilities as Quirks, to prevent anyone from finding fragments of the history that was forgotten over time, jealously guarding their arts until the arrival of the Avatar. Only the Poles, a few villages in the former territories of the Earth Kingdom, and the air nomads survived for more than 25,000 years after the era of Avatar Genji, and it was at that moment that in the last Descendants of Firebenders, Descendants of Fire Lord Zuko, that the spirit of the Avatar was reborn, a green-haired boy, emerald eyes with freckles on his cheeks, his name Midoriya Izuku. And just as in his past lives, the Avatar cycle began again, in a world where he was needed. This time, the new Vatu and Rava of the modern world would stop their fight from the beginning of the era of Quirks. One for all, Rava, and all for one, Vatu, will end their fight, and only the Avatar will be able to finish it. Book 1, Childhood. Japan, Muzurifu Hospital. A green-haired woman could be seen giving birth to a boy, green-haired with freckles on her cheeks. At her side was her husband, who suffered like never before the pain of a woman breaking his hand bones, while she pushed to give birth. The couple were Inko Midoriya and Hisashi Midoriya, who were giving birth to their only son. Inko, Hisashi, if you get me pregnant again, I'll castro you. Hisashi could only feel the bones in his hand breaking, slowly and painfully, under his wife's grip, while he internally cursed his blessed luck. In the waiting room, Tashinori Yagi, alias Almight, was waiting for his best friend, while waiting for his godson/goddaughter, due to the years of friendship with Hisashi, who had helped in the construction of his hero suit, along with David's shield. He only regretted that Nana, his teacher and aunt figure for Inko, was not there at the birth of who would be his great-nephew, due to his death against All for One. Villain number 1, symbol of chaos. Nurse, push Inko-san, push. Inko, Hisashi, my hand. Suddenly the room was filled with silence, which for about 5 seconds was interrupted by crying. Nurse, congratulations Mrs. Midoriya, it's a boy. The baby was a little green-haired boy with freckles on his cheeks. Hisashi, look at him, he looks just like you, Inko-chan. Inko, yes Hisashi, but with your face and hairstyle. Nurse, what name will they give him? Both parents, Izuku would say at the same time. Inko, Izuku Midoriya. After that Tashinori would enter. Tashinori, hello little one, I'm your Uncle Toshi, ha 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 ha. Izuku would cry from the little scare while Inko received the baby to calm him down. Sir, you're hopeless, the current candidate for symbol of peace's companion would say in a funny way. Tashinori, don't cry. I'm sorry, he would say, trying to calm him down, but the little one cried louder, being calmed by his mother. Inko, sure, don't cry anymore, Mom is here. Anyone would be moved by the scene of a mother and her son, but a wise monk once said, "Where there is sadness there is joy," and it's the same the other way around. Beautiful flowers bloom but eventually die. Everything in this world is changing, always in motion, never the same. Everything changes, the lives of human beings are the same. A week after the green-haired boy was born, the family was leaving the hospital to begin life as a family in a cozy home, with a hot meal and visits from close friends. Sadly, a group of villains, gang members, found the family. They were fleeing from Heroes after completing a robbery and wanted to try their luck again. Hisashi asked not to harm them since they were without many things and everything they had they gave it, but when they asked for the baby, both parents refused something logical, noble, since no family would give up their newborn sadly. Before the response, the leader of the gang, before the screams of his henchmen and Inko to stop, beat Hisashi to death with a crowbar. When the gang member regained consciousness, he ordered them to leave the place, which his henchmen except one obeyed. The remaining one, eaten away by guilt, decided to surrender to Inko's surprise. The boy, despite everything, had a code that made him do it, even being willing to endure the penalty for the man's death. But Inko, despite the pain, spoke well of him when the police arrived, causing his sentence to be lesser. For nothing more than minor theft. If there's one thing that characterizes Inko, it's being a good person, not capable of holding a grudge and possessing a big heart. Hisashi's funeral was sad, more so because of a small newborn baby who would grow up without his father, but Inko would take care of him. Her mother's heart, despite several people suggesting that she leave him in better hands, prevented it. She owed it to Hisashi, because they fought hard to have him. Time skip for years. We can see a green-haired 4-year-old boy, very excited. He had freckles on his face and green curls that made him look like a sponge or a broccoli. Izuku Midoriya, a 4-year-old boy, son of Inko Midoriya and Hisashi Midoriya, R.I.P., is a little creature that many consider a godsend. He is polite and calm, but when it comes to Heroes, unlike other children, it's as if he suffers from attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, given his enthusiasm. He is currently in kindergarten near Uraraka High School, and when he's at home, he spends his time watching his godfather's debut video as if it were his favorite movie. So much so that even when he's in his room, it's full of figurines and posters of him. Right now, the little boy is in his room, watching his favorite video on his computer. Video. Ha 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 ha, there's nothing to fear. Do you know why? Because I'm here. Izuku, genial! It's so incredible. Izuku would shout with great excitement while playing with a figure of that man and another one. Uncle Might is the best. When I have my gift, I will be a great hero like him. Izuku would shout again with a smile of happiness and admiration on his face. While this was happening in the kitchen of the house, there was a green-haired woman smiling. Inko, hey Toshi, if you saw him more often, it would definitely be worse than giving him a lot of sugar, she would say, smiling, given that when Toshinori visited them, Izuku moved as if he had been injected with a dose of sugar. Izuku, it's time to go to school. Izuku, I'm coming, he would say, taking his backpack and leaving his room. Time jumped. Izuku was on recess from his kindergarten with his great friend Katsuki Bakugo. But Izuku calls him Kaken and 2 other boys, one with wings on his back and the other with fingers that could stretch. They talked and talked about how great the Heroes were. They talked about what Izuku and Bakugo's quirks would be because they hadn't awakened it yet. After the break they went to their class, and in the middle of class Bakugo got very angry, and while Bakugo was angry, small explosions began to come out of his hands. Everyone saw what happened and congratulated Bakugo for his incredible quirk. Over time Izuku did not awaken his quirk. It had been 5 months since Bakugo had gotten his quirk and he did not do it, so he decided to tell his mother. Midoriya house. Izuku, mama mama. Izuku would shout to his mother who was washing the dishes. Inko, tell me Izuku, what's wrong? Said Izuku's mother. Inko very calmly and tenderly. Izuku, it's that my friends have already awakened their quirks and I still haven't. I'm almost 5 years old, and it still hasn't awakened, Izuku would say very sadly and with small tears falling from his eyes. Inko, don't worry son, we'll go to the doctor, he would say, looking for a note. Oh, we have an appointment now, hurry up. Inko said remembering that they had an appointment. Izuku, really? Yes. Izuku would shout excitedly to know what his quirk was. Unbeknownst to both of them, They would get ready as best they could and head off to the hospital, unaware that something bigger was coming. Sir Night Eye Agency, Mirai Sasaki, is known for being the pro-hero Sir Night Eye, former henchman of All Might until an event that separated them, although if there is something that still unites them it is the little green-haired boy. Both may be fighting, but Izuku is the one who keeps them, since after Hisashi's death, both are like family, although of the two the closest is All Might. He is a tall, thin but muscular man, with sharp and quite elongated features. His shiny hair is straightened and cut to the left, dark green with 3 yellow highlights towards the front, 2 on the right and 1 on the left. His eyebrows are yellow, matching the edges of the triangular glasses. His quirk, foresight, allows him to see another person's future from a third person's perspective. One would say that, combined with his intellect, its genius level, given his past as All Might's brain, the master strategist behind many of his exploits. Lately, his quirk, which must touch a person to work, has been acting strangely, as at night, he's been having strange visions. One of many, a line of people with glowing white eyes, all talking at once. The hour of awakening is approaching. Those were the words the entire group of people were saying in unison, forcing him to wake up in bewilderment. Deciding to put that vision aside, he went back to sleep, this time watching a battle between 2 large, strangely shaped creatures, who soon became All for One and All Might. Both creatures formed a yin and yang with All for One and All Might on their respective sides, while a shadow person appeared in the middle, as if it were a bridge. Whenever he woke up, that dream did not stop tormenting him, so he decided to look for answers, even finding in 4 old scrolls with a symbol each, a word that was repeated avatar. These symbols represented 4 elements that Sir knew how to identify through his experience: earth, water, air and fire. Music for hospital. The Midoriya family would go to the doctor since they would have the appointment. First they would take Izuku's x-rays and then they would go to the doctor's office to find out the answers. The doctor was Shigaraki, an old man, hairless and with a large mustache, who wore, in addition to his doctor's clothes, a pair of very large glasses. In the office was Izuku with his All Might figure in hand and Inko sitting in front of the doctor's desk while he looked at his computer. Garaki, well, I'll get to the point, ma'am. Your son doesn't have a quirk, the doctor said with a serious expression. Inko, but how is that possible? His father and I have a quirk. We are from the 4th generation, said Inko, excited and impressed that her son did not have a quirk. That would not take away her affection for him, but would awaken her curiosity about her family legacy. Garaki, according to the X-ray, your son does not have the foot deformity that characterizes people who do have a quirk. Sorry, kid, you won't be able to be a hero, said the doctor, so that Izuku dropped his All Might figure, and he was petrified by what the doctor said, with his gaze lost. Something inside Izuku had broken, something very special, his dream. Midoriya house. Izuku, given his emotional shock, had to be carried by Inko. He was broken. It hurt to see him like that. Without much courage, but with tears in his eyes, he turned on his computer and stared until he turned around with teary eyes. Izuku, even in the face of danger, Uncle Toshi always smiles, he would say with a broken voice even without a gift. Mom, do you think you can be a hero? Inko was pained to see her son's condition, but she didn't have the heart to tell him what others were saying, and there was still a possibility. Her family's inheritance. Inko, come my child, she would say, stretching out her hands. Come. Izuku just walked over with tears in his eyes and listened to what his mother would tell him. Inko, long ago, before the existence of quirks and the current division of countries, the world was ruled by 4 nations, the Fire Nation, the Water Tribes, Air Nomads and the Earth Kingdom. Among them, there were people who carried powers that with time and the emergence of quirks, were forgotten. Izuku, what powers, Mom? Inko, the mastery of an element. At one time those who could control an element were called masters and those who couldn't were called non-masters. But there was never a difference, since there was no discrimination between them. Izuku, really? Inko, yes, son. Among the masters, there was a being who could control the 4 elements. It was the Avatar, the one responsible for ensuring peace among human beings and maintaining balance in our world and the spirit world. Izuku, spirit world? He would say with doubt. Inko, yes, the spirit world is a parallel plane of reality that coexists with the human world, and is home to spirits, immortal supernatural entities that often embody different aspects of life and nature. Izuku, I see. And that avatar was like Uncle Might? Inko, yes, son. But that's another story. When the world began to shift toward modernity, the number of benders began to decline, which became more aggressive with the rise of quirks. Izuku, does that mean there are no more teachers? Inko, there are still some, few, but they still remain in areas of China, Middle Eastern countries, and Southeast Asia near the Korean peninsula. There are still a few villages of earthbenders, who, added to the water tribes at the poles, are still those who have the largest populations of masters. In Nepal and areas of southern China and India, in Buddhist temples, there are some airbenders left, I would say, without wanting to say the last thing. Izuku, and firebenders? Inko, a long time ago, the firebender families had a crisis, since the governments wanted to encompass the masters as quirk users and erase their ancient customs. In response, several families of earthbenders and firebenders rose up to maintain their lives and their traditions, since the airbenders are peaceful, and despite the fact that many knew how to use airbending defensively and offensively, they did not want to fight, given their detachment from the material and the water tribes that began to isolate themselves. This led the governments to take very sinister and bloodthirsty actions, eliminating many families completely, regardless of their origins or if they were even children. They killed them all. Izuku, that's horrible, he would say, scandalized. Inko, the families who tried to calm the situation and seek a peaceful solution succeeded, but by then it was too late, and the damage had already been done. Our family was one of the few that survived, and today it's the only one left, as over time, no more firebenders were born, but their scrolls remained in our possession. Izuku, Mom, where does our family begin? Inko, our family begins with the former Fire Lord Zuko, she would say, showing a photo of him and his partner. He lived in an era of war, being one of the Avatar's closest allies at that time. Izuku, Suga, I would say, until I think about it carefully. Mom, do you think I could be a firebender? Inko, well, she would say, sighing, we have nothing to lose by trying, right? After those words, Inko would go to the attic and return with a scroll. Their advantage was that they only detailed the postures and movements. Inko was unsure, given that the Japanese government was one of the leaders of the Purge of Teachers, an event the press never took note of or revealed. So her fear was what they would do to her son if they found out about his existence, and he became a teacher. Izuku, given his ability and intelligence, greater than anyone his age, began to read the movements and imitate them after opening the scroll. After a while, Izuku would begin to move to test, imitating the postures, leaving Inko surprised, since his progress, despite being in less than 3 hours, was fascinating. Izuku was a master. A firebender. Izuku, look, Mom, I was able to do the dancing dragon dance, he would say very happily. Can I be a hero now? Inko was stunned. After generations of no firebenders, and Izuku, her son, her only son, was a master, the last firebender. Coming out of her stupor, Inko reflected for a moment and spoke. Inko, I know you can be a hero, son, but this must be a secret. Izuku, but why? Inko, the world is cruel to what it wants to bury but can't. This must be your secret, and when the time is right, you must reveal it. Izuku, okay. Inko, we'll tell everyone that you're quirkless. I don't want to lose you to the paranoia of those who govern us. Izuku, okay, I'll do it, Mommy. Inko, what a great son I have. So both would decide to have dinner. Katsudan. Izuku was something powerful in his own way. He did not possess a quirk, but he was a fire master. Only that the world is usually cruel and ruthless, because the people who create the status quo of their nations do not tolerate someone breaking it. Inko was the only survivor of Zuko's line of descent, because the Commission for the Public Safety of Heroes of Japan ordered the purge of peaceful families, all to have only quirk users in their lands. Said vision does not change overnight or in years, and the bureaucrats, if they must make a pact with the devil to win and stay in power, they will do it. In the following days, Izuku returned to school, and as he and his mother agreed, he said he was quirkless. He thought that it wouldn't make much of a difference, and they would see him as a normal human being. But normal, in a superhuman society, is to have a power. Katsuki, Bakugo, and the others began to bother Izuku for not having a quirk. This caused the little green-haired boy to have no friends, beyond the adult friends of the family. In addition to a small fire ferret, one of the few animal species that since the era of the Four Nations still live, an animal that Izuku called Mako. Fire ferrets were an arboreal species found in what was formerly known as the Earth Kingdom, what is now Asia. They were a widespread species capable of being domesticated and kept as pets and companions. They are similar to today's red pandas, with long, soft reddish fur over most of their bodies and blackish fur on their short legs, a light-colored face with tear stains, and a robust head. Their heads are medium-sized and rounded, with erect ears and a black nose. Their long, bushy tails have alternating red rings, and the tip of their tails is black. They are said to have been largely extinct in Japan, or at least until Izuku found Mako. But leaving the ferret, Izuku began to acquire great analytical and strategic abilities, on the verge of finding flaws, improvements, and weaknesses in the use of his quirks, due to his hobby, since most of his time was spent writing down the quirks and abilities of the heroes. This is just a beginning. Life can be hard, but it often tests us in mysterious ways. But the road ahead will always be the greatest enigma, until it is reached. Book 1 Fire. Midoriya Residence. An 8-year-old green-haired boy can be seen practicing his fire-bending moves. Depending on how you approach it, time is often a great ally if you make good use of it, and Izuku was a great time saver. Ever since the green-haired boy learned of his abilities, he's trained to strengthen himself, not only in his mastery, but also in understanding them, learning what he needs to do, and not getting carried away by emotions that are contrary to what's needed in the world. A great help was that the family preserved a lot of information from the Avatar era, including the journals of a Grandmaster, written in Zuko's own hand. His own teachings came from someone named Uncle Iroh, one of the most skilled firebenders during the 100-Year War, a wise man who didn't condone the war, nor the use of fire at the time. Just as there were aids to controlling fire and preparing to use it, there were also tips, phrases full of wisdom, as well as the rules for playing Pai Sho, an ancient board game now replaced by chess and shogi, not to mention all of Iroh's own tea recipes to which Izuku began to become somewhat addicted. Izuku knew everything about fire, not only its origins, but also its history and spiritual symbolism. This took him to a level that at a young age would be considered a prodigy of that art, because unlike quirk users with pyrokinesis or with fire control abilities like Endeavor, Izuku did not use fire as a weapon, as a tool, but as an extension of himself. This was demonstrated in almost a fight he had with Bakugo, given that after 2 years and having started elementary school, Mitsuki and Inko, oblivious to the relationship their children had, got together to have a meal together, a mistake that almost caused Bakugo to end up in the hospital, but that served to allow both mothers to learn many things. Izuku was calm, taking some air and drinking tea to control his breathing, because according to the writings of Iroh and Zuko, true fire-bending power does not come from physical size or strength, but rather from the control of breathing itself. Poor breathing causes less oxygen to enter the lungs, which in fire-bending terms, means dangerously poor control of it. This also came to mind when mentioning the Avatar, something that intrigued Izuku, a being capable of handling the 4 elements, stories that Izuku read, starting with the Fire Nation Avatar Roku, but that helped him understand many things about breathing, since the avatars originating from the air nomads turned out to be better firebenders than the firebenders themselves. This led Izuku to start using breathing exercises to control it. Bakugo, as always pedantic, would approach Izuku to bother him as he always does, but he never counted on Izuku defending himself. Bakugo unleashed an explosion at the green-haired boy, but he reacted by performing a movement of his mastery, something unique to a 6-year-old, splitting the explosion in half. Bakugo may sweat nitroglycerin, but when detonated, the explosion is still fire. The explosion did not sound soft at all, alerting the mothers, heading to the area and listening to everything. Bakugo, surprised and pissed off, began to reproach him for the fact that he lied that he did not have a quirk, but Izuku, always calm, avoiding getting carried away by his emotions, replied that he was not going to talk about it, which enraged the Muslim, who began to attack him with explosions that were deflected by the green-haired man, who used that as training, until tired of hearing Bakugo release a flame at him that the ash-haired man dodged by pure luck, but receiving damage in one arm. This led to both children stopping seeing each other as friends and breaking their ties completely, with the exception of Mitsuki and the green-haired boy, because Izuku knew that Mitsuki was not the culprit, so he maintained his relationship as a nephew with her. From that day on, Bakugo increased his harassment, waiting for the green-haired boy to show what he called a quirk, but it never happened. That was because Izuku tried to see it as training, to have self-control. Izuku knew that although anger and other intense emotions can amplify the power of firebending, it can lead to dangerous explosions or wildfires and can cause nearby flames to burn out of control. Fire is a burden to carry. Its nature is to consume, and left unchecked it will destroy everything around it. Therefore one must learn self-control so as not to risk the destruction of those around us and oneself. It must be understood that water brings healing and life, but fire brings pain and death. But that does not make it bad if one manages to control it. Izuku was well versed in several fire philosophies. Among them, the one contemplated in his books and scrolls was that of the fire-enlightened Zhong, a firebender from the 100-Year War era, known as the Deserter. In these writings it was said, a fish that lives its entire life in a river does not know the river's destiny, only that it follows its course. Even when it does not see the end, it cannot conceive the ocean. All elemental controls have their disciplines, but to master them one must master the discipline itself. Water is cold and calming, the earth is firm and stable. However, fire is alive, it breathes, it grows. Without control, a rock does not throw itself, but fire spreads and destroys everything in its path, if someone does not have the will to control it. This led Izuku to sign up to practice 2 martial arts disciplines, which, like the elements, have their reasons for being, their philosophies. The first martial art was Tai Chi, whose foundation is understanding the person as a whole and improving balance and communication between the body's different systems. The next martial art he decided to learn was Kung Fu, something that, strange as it may seem, helped him enormously improve his fire bending as he learned it. Izuku understands that strength isn't everything. Body alignment is paramount, as is breathing. Tai Chi movements are fluid, like the movements of a calm river, but they can also be as powerful as waterfalls. Regarding Kung Fu, Izuku learned it based on the movements of fire, a Shaolin current in northern China. In the city, there was an old man who was interested in teaching him, and who taught him a lot, being one of the few who knew about the past, since he was a descendant of an ancient ally of Avatar Korra. He was a descendant of Mako, only Izuku never knew it. The techniques Izuku learned are very dynamic and intense, and prioritize the movement of the hands and feet. They are long-range techniques that can easily be complemented with weapons, something that Inko gave him, some swords that had belonged to her ancestor, Zuko himself. When Izuku received them he was happy. It was as if Christmas had arrived. But just as they were relics, they were still weapons, therefore, he had to bear complete responsibility for them. All of this helped Izuku, even his godfather, Almight, or well in his civilian form, Toshinori Yagi, who used to visit them although not very often, was there for them. He was one of the few who knew about Izuku's condition, one of those who protected him the most, and also, believing he knew how to use the sword, who used to correct him. Blows and shouts of, "That's not how you hold a sword!" followed by a cry of pain, were never missing, but beyond that, Izuku was close to his godfather, because he was the one who, along with the writings in Zuko and Iroha's diaries, helped him understand many things. Thanks to All Might, Izuku knows that the sun is the greatest source of fire, but it is unbalanced in nature. This led Izuku to understand that he must feel his own heat. Fire is the element of power, consisting of irresistible force tempered by the unbreakable will to accomplish tasks and desires. Firebenders use their body heat as a source for their bending. This facet of fire bending is a particular contrast to other bending arts, as they can only manipulate external sources of their element. Thanks to All Might, Izuku understood that fire bending is more than just controlling a flame, that it can produce it, something that, even knowing the dancing dragon dance, the original fire bending movement, he didn't know. Fire comes from within, it's a small throbbing, it's expressing a part of you, your soul. Likewise, fire bending is fueled by the sun and other celestial bodies. A solar eclipse has the potential to completely negate a firebender's power, which is the result of a direct connection between the sun and fire bending. With this, Izuku not only understands that fire is not just power, nor destruction, but also light, heat, and temperance. Leaving training, Izuku never lost his childhood moments, because even though he had no friends in Ordura, he managed to meet a boy with the gift of hardening, with the habit of dyeing his hair and shouting manly, Eijiro Kirishima, who became his best friend, and one of the few that Izuku can trust, with whom he can show what he is like, because as a child, he still does not want to mature and enter the life full of responsibilities that older ages have. They both shared many things together during their get-togethers, including trips, as they both used to share trips together, with their parents, since their friendship led Inko and Kirishima's parents to become friends. It was a great life, they lived well, but there was something they ignored, and without knowing the destiny that all avatars must face was about to begin, because All Might wanted to find out something, and more when he read Zuko and Iroha's diaries, where a small test was detailed. Book 1, Avatar and Tragedy. Sir Nightie's office. All Might could be seen talking to Sir about a small matter. Sir has had many visions that are becoming more frequent and stronger, but not so revealing, except that they all end in one person. His appearance was indistinguishable, but around him many others were added mentioning the name, Avatar. After that Sir woke up, so he decided to investigate, but finding nothing. The term Avatar was something that almost did not exist in their languages, much less in records of modern times. It went even further to the pre-Quirk era, but neither. It was as if something did not want to be found. The arrival of All Might at least gave rise to a revelation to some information, so that by moving their contacts, they managed to make a connection with a person from the North Pole, an old man, who was very clear about the subject of water. The reason was the only one who keeps the story of it alive, since there was no one to protect it. Sir and All Might were stunned to learn what the Avatar was, a being of power from before the age of Quirks. The human incarnation of light and peace through a connection with the Avatar spirit, Rava, something that seemed absurd but fascinating to them, the only physical being with the ability to control the four elements. At first, they believed it to be a story, but the more they heard from the old man, the more they learned what he truly was. All Might understood it as a responsibility beyond that of one for all himself, as well as someone who must be protected from all for one at all costs. It is for that reason that All Might understood and set out to find him to be his guide. Although the air dropped when the situation was revealed, the Avatar should be a firebender, and there were no more firebenders left, although in All Might a freckled man with green hair of no more than 8 years old came to mind, so without saying anything he left his meeting with Sir, and went to test his theory. He never thought that if that were the case his godson would have so much responsibility. Midoriya residence. A green-haired man could be seen training hard in 2 of the disciplines that firebending possesses, heat redirection and ray bending. Certain advanced firebenders seem to have the ability to control heat. While Izuku is small, that doesn't mean he isn't a firebender, given that he learns quickly and understands the very doctrine of the discipline, turning him into a prodigy, surpassing users like Endeavor. Using this technique, firebenders can heat a wide range of liquids, such as water or tea, the temperature of metal, or melt ice. Heat redirection consists of absorbing heat on one side, using one's own body to channel the heat, and expelling it on the other. However, since the only sources of heat are household appliances and Bakugo's explosions when he attacks him, Izuku has no way to use this ability, so he must use it to better understand fire handling. Lightning bending, however, is very difficult for Izuku to practice, given that powerful firebenders of the past were able to generate and manipulate lightning by separating yin and yang energies. Lightning, also known as cold-blooded fire, is considered the most powerful firebending technique, and its use was available only to a select group of firebending prodigies, the only users of this art being the ancient royal family of the Fire Kingdom, something that Izuku has the knowledge of as a direct descendant. The fundamental basis of this art is inner peace. Some experienced firebenders are unable to generate lightning, since they lack inner peace. If a firebender harboring inner turmoil attempts to generate lightning, they would be unable to do anything, and could even detonate themselves due to the separation and subsequent reunion of yin and yang energies. Thanks to this, Izuku is unable to do it, although that does not stop him from trying other things, such as redirecting lightning. These latter techniques were inspired by the fluid movements of waterbenders, something Izuku harnesses thanks to Tai Chi. It was Iroh himself, his ancestor's uncle, who developed a technique to redirect the course of lightning by absorbing it through one arm, guiding it through the stomach, and expelling it through the other. While Izuku has never been struck by lightning, he did manage to redirect an involuntary one when a transformer exploded in his neighborhood, resulting in no injuries. Unfortunately, that fact would catch the attention of heroes and villains alike, including the number 2 hero, Enji Todoroki, alias Endeavor, who were heading to the place, running into the Midoriya residence. All Might for his part was running towards the place since he had a very bad feeling, so he ran as fast as he could. Upon entering the residence, they noticed that the adult owner was not there, but in her place a child, shirtless, training with his quirk, giving lucidity of great mastery, which amazed Endeavor. Izuku, knowing how to sense heat signatures, realized late the presence of visitors in his home. He was so immersed in his activities that he didn't notice. Izuku, hello, he would say nervously. Before Endeavor decided to talk, an idiot policeman, along with a rookie hero, wanted to arrest the green-haired boy, ignoring that he was a child. Hero, you are arrested for using your quirk without a license. Izuku, I would say, completely scared. Police, stop, he would say, taking out a gun. Before Izuku could do anything or Endeavor could say anything, All Might would arrive and stand in front of him. All Might, I think they're abusing their authority. Police, he's using his quirk without a license. He should at least be fined, I'd say, seriously, plus we're headed here because of a lightning bolt that was seen in the sky. So if there's no one to blame, that kid will be classified as such. All Might, by what authority? He would say very seriously, as far as I can see, the shonen behind me, my godson, he would express, emphasizing the last word, causing surprise and a strong discomfort and fear in the rookie hero. And the policeman has a fire quirk, not lightning, so they leave. The police officers, knowing that All Might could use his authority and remove them from their positions, left while the rookie hero left, annoyed but muttering something that All Might understood. All Might, so you wanted to increase your fame by locking up a child? How low have you fallen? You don't deserve to be a hero, he would say, taking away his license. Go away. After that, the former hero left the place very angry with the peace symbol. Endeavor, not bad kid, if you want to be a hero, I'll wait for you at my agency, he would say, praising the skill and leaving. Izuku, thanks Uncle Toshi. All Might, you're welcome, and get changed because I want to do a test with you, he would say seriously. Izuku, yes, I would say quickly. Izuku would get dressed and prepare to watch his uncle's test. All Might waited a bit, and his friend arrived with a rather odd box. To everyone's surprise, Sir placed several toys in front of it. Sadly, the method Iroh and Zuko described in their writings was the same method of avatar identification used by the air nomads, not the fire nomads, but it was still quite useful at least. All Might, you must select 4 of these objects, he would say, looking at all the relics that were mostly so old, but thanks to the ancient, now defunct organization of the White Lotus and its descendants, they remained intact. Izuku would nod and take 4 objects, to the surprise of Sir and All Might, who did not trust the method, since it established what relics they were. The Avatar's relics, as Sir and All Might discovered in their months of searching since Sir had the visions, represent the ancient 4 nations, and all of them, oddly enough, were once the playthings of previous avatars. It was said that after an avatar's death, given the method that belonged to the air tribe, newborn babies or young children are presented with several artifacts or toys, 4 of which are the relics. If the child chooses to play with only these 4 toys, it is a strong sign that he or she could be the reincarnation of the avatar. The logical reasoning is that the real avatar would subconsciously choose the 4 toys most familiar to him. At this, Sir and All Might were surprised, so, following the old man's dictate, they both bowed to the green-haired man in respect. Izuku, Uncle Might. Sir, what's wrong? All Might, Izuku, my boy, my godson, I would say without knowing what to say, do you know what the avatar is? Izuku, yes, my family's writings mention that he was someone capable of molding the 4 elements, and contacting the spirits. Why, sir, what Toshi means is that you are the avatar. Izuku, me? He would say, surprised, but that is impossible. It has been more than 1,000 years since anyone knew anything about him, he would express nervously. All Might, tell me one thing, why did you choose those accessories? Izuku, well, I won't lie, I chose them because they caught my attention and they looked fun. Sir, actually you have unconsciously chosen them from among thousands of toys because you recognize them from your past lives. Izuku, eh? Almight, also Izuku, you are the only firebender currently, so this test and your existence are a clear sign. I know this is new to you, but I want you to know that whatever fate has in store for you, I will be there for as long as it deems necessary. Before Izuku could answer, Inko would return to the place, noticing the presence of her compadre and his friend, where she would notice the relics, so she knew that her hunches came true, because in the family books, for generations since the death of Avatar Genji, they wrote everything in detail, that the next Fire Master would be the Avatar, when the world needs it again. Inko's look let both heroes know that she already suspected it, so they decided to retreat. They had to look for data on where to train the other three elements, since there are almost no masters left. After the two heroes left, Izuku and Inko would drink some jasmine tea, since it was something from the books they'd saved, recipes that were no longer used, but that they loved. So, after they both finished drinking their tea and it was time, they decided to go to the mall to enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Already at the mall, Izuku and Inko bought clothes, ate something sweet to enjoy their afternoon. Nothing seemed to get worse, until a typical fight that occurred in their time, hero versus villain, began to occur and the people of the place began to be evacuated, so mother and son began to escape, being noticed by someone they knew. Izuku, it's Naomasa-san, he would say looking at the detective. Naomasa, eh? Noticing the family, oh no, run, flee from that evacuation zone, he would say, starting to run towards them, since the hero was taking the fight there. The villain was a tall, muscular man, wearing a black tank top with jeans and sneakers, all ending in a plague mask covering his entire head. Izuku, who is he? He would say with fear. Naomasa, don't go there, he would say, taking both of them out of the place. Inko, Naomasa, what's going on? Who are you fighting with? Naomasa, he is one of the rookie heroes, Kasajuri man. Izuku, and the villain? He asked excitedly. Naomasa, he is Rikiya Katsukame, a member of the Yakuza Shaiha Saikai group, caught red-handed selling a drug that amplifies quirks. Izuku, what is a drug? I asked innocently. Naomasa, you'll know when you're older. Before they could continue running, the Yakuza would break the roof with the hero in his arms, so Naomasa would take Izuku and protect him with his body, while Inko received the worst part, while more heroes arrived and managed to learn the villain. Naomasa, Izuku, are you okay? Izuku, mom? He would say, looking everywhere. Naomasa, oh no, he would say, surprised while taking Izuku tightly. Next to both of them, Inko was completely stiff, covered in wounds with several pieces of debris on top of her. Izuku, mom, he would say, taking her hand, but it wouldn't close. Mom. He would scream at the top of his lungs until he fainted from emotional shock. Naomasa, doctor. After that, several hours would pass, where Almight would be called to the hospital where Izuku was admitted, sedated to prevent him from waking up abruptly and trying to escape. Almight, where is he? Doctor, we had to sedate him a little, since he was about to go get Inko. Almight, damn, I should have been there, he would say, angry with himself. After that, Almight entered the room to be by his godson's side now that he lost his mother, while Izuku was having visions, or rather, he was not in the physical plane, spiritual realm. Izuku, where am I? I want to go home, I'm scared. Izuku unknowingly, due to the emotional shock, had entered the spirit world, a parallel plane of reality that coexists with the physical world, and is the home of spirits, supernatural immortal entities that often embody different aspects of life and nature. Driven by curiosity, the green-haired man began to move, looking for the exit, but the deeper he went into the forest, the more the spirits hid, scrutinizing him as if they were animals upon seeing a human. It wasn't until 18 minutes later that he reached a clearing where a man, a bald man with blue tattoos on his body and wearing monk's clothing, was sitting in the lotus position. Izuku, excuse me? It's too early for you to have come all the way here, Izuku. Izuku, eh? How does he know me if I never told him my name? He would say, surprised. It's very easy, Izuku, because I am you, your past life. But you are still too young to know it. Izuku, but what am I doing here? What's your name? My name is Aang. And what are you doing here in the spirit world? Izuku, well, me, he would say, remembering everything and narrating it, starting to sob, which caused Aang to move and hug him. Aang, I'm sorry. Izuku is fine. Before Aang could say anything, a green-haired woman appeared next to an old man where the green-haired woman hugged Izuku maternally, making him cry. Izuku, Mom? He would say through tears. Inko, yes, my boy. Izuku, Mom, I miss you. I don't want you to go, he would say, clinging to her. Inko. I know, she would say, hugging him, but my path by your side is over. It's time for you to continue without me by your side. Izuku. But I can't yet, I need you, he would say without wanting to let go of her. Inko, son, sometimes destiny tests us, many more difficult than others, but we must know how to overcome them on our own, although a little help from others is a great blessing. Izuku, so that's my destiny? To live without you? Watching over me by my side? Old man. Oh Izuku, the old man would say with a wise and reassuring voice, fate is a strange thing. You never know how things will turn out. But if you keep your mind and heart open, I promise you that you will find your own destiny one day. Izuku, Uncle Iroh, he would say, surprised. Only someone like that man would be able to say phrases with such wisdom. Iroh, that's right, little one, I never imagined that a descendant of Zuko would be an avatar. But that's fate, capricious like a cup of unknown herbal tea. Inko, Izuku, I almost don't have any more time, so I want you to be a great hero, okay? Promise me you'll be a great hero, she would say, disappearing. Izuku, yes, I will do it. Mom, he would say, drying his tears. Uncle Iroh, do you think I could be okay? Iroh, Izuku, life can be like a dark tunnel, you won't always see the light at the end. But if you keep going, you can get to a better place. Aang, it's time for you to come back, he would say, touching him and making his eyes shine. When you're older, come back because we have a lot to talk about. Iroh, and while we're at it, we'll accompany that conversation with a magnificent cup of tea. Hospital. Izuku would open his eyes to the surprise of Almight, who would hug him to give him comfort, while the green-haired man reciprocated. Izuku, I could see her. I could say goodbye, he would say, smiling, and tell her what he saw and his promise. Almight, Izuku. He would say, surprised and happy, surprised to access the spiritual world and happy for the promise. There is a long way to go, but I will be by your side. As long as I can, he would conclude without breaking the hug. Book 1 Air. Inko Midoriya's death was a hard blow for everyone, especially for Izuku, her son, and her best friend, Mitsuki Bakugo. However, another affected was Toshinori Yagi himself, who was in love with her, but never had the courage to tell her, and his condition as bearer of One for All also prevented him and did not want to put the target on their heads to be victims of All for One, choosing to be alone. The funeral of the green-haired woman took place, where acquaintances went to say goodbye to her. Izuku was devastated, but in the company of his two best friends, Mako and Kirishima, he was able to find strength, while Mitsuki, accompanied by her husband, said goodbye to her friend, while Mitsuki hugged her son. Izuku asked about Katsuki, but despite the fact that Mitsuki wanted to take him, it was not the right thing to do since Katsuki, when he found out, simply made fun of Izuku. Kirishima was there for his best friend, while as he said goodbye, All Might spoke in front of Izuku, because after this, he would have to leave Japan for a while. When Kirishima heard that, he could only try to talk Izuku into staying, but Sir, along with All Might, knew it was for the best. Izuku was able to talk to Kirishima, who, although he half accepted Izuku leaving Japan, they both agreed to stay in touch and make video calls whenever they could, as it was something that was necessary for a boy, to avoid losing his friends. It was after that All Might would take Izuku to pack, as he had to leave for Nepal, to one of the many temples, presumably Buddhist, in the area, where, with the help of Sir's contacts, it was learned that airbenders lived there. Packing everything wasn't difficult, but the hard part was saying goodbye to the house he would return to in the future, but which now he had to say goodbye to soon. All Might, Izuku, it's time to go, your journey must begin now. Izuku, yes. All Might, hey, don't be sad, you promised her, right? Izuku, yes. All Might, well, smile. Do you know why? Because those who smile are the strongest. Izuku, okay, he would say with his head down. All Might, I know it's hard, but you have a destiny, and no matter how painful your path is, you can walk it and show those who accompany you but are not there, that you have achieved it. Izuku, okay, I would say more animatedly, but where are we going? All Might, as the Avatar, your task is to master the 4 elements, isn't it? Izuku, aha, I would nod. All Might, well, you should start with that. You are a master of firebending, your level is admirable. You would even surpass Endeavor for that, given that you do not use it like most telekinesis quirks, but as an extension of yourself. That makes a difference. Izuku, I understand, but what element will I learn first? Almight, following the avatar cycle, fire, air, water, and earth, in that order, so you'll learn about air. Izuku, I understand. Without further ado, except that All Might was frank and said that he can't leave his responsibilities. Although he can take days off and visit him, they had to leave for the Himalayas, specifically the small country of Nepal. Upon arriving in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, they boarded one of the famous tuk-tuks heading to the temple, which took them around 4 hours to reach, during which time they admired the surrounding landscapes. All Might, there's Izuku, he would say, pointing to a large temple. Izuku, well, it's incredible, I would say, admired. All Might just laughed a little since Izuku is still 8 years old, and it's something he would say like any child. It took a while to unload the things, while All Might, using his English, asked the driver to wait, as well as an elderly woman, slightly shaved hair with a blue arrow tattooed on her forehead and her hands visible, wearing a local monk's outfit. All Might, Miss Leo, he would say, bowing. Leo, it's a pleasure, All Might, she would say with her serenity and calm. I am the Mother Superior of the small temple. My name is Leo. Izuku, it's a pleasure, he would say, bowing. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Leo, no, nothing like that. It is me who must bow. Avatar Izuku, it is a pleasure to finally meet the reincarnation of my ancestor. Izuku, wait, are you a descendant of Aang? Leo, so you've met Avatar Aang. Izuku, yes, it was after Mom died. Leo, I'm so sorry. All Might, Izuku, she will be in charge of you, since I can't ignore my responsibility. So you will be here and I will visit you whenever I can. Do you understand? Izuku, yes. All Might and Izuku said goodbye, promising to see each other again. So after that, Leo and Izuku entered the temple, a place where it was full of people and some strange creatures. Izuku, wow, what are those animals? And I hope you let me keep my ferret, he would say, showing Mako. Leo, don't worry, they're flying bison. This temple is the only place they're found today. They were considered the first airbenders, and were highly respected by the air nomads of the past, because they believed that once a bison was chosen, it would be their lifelong companion. Izuku, do you think I can have one? He would say excitedly. Leo, time will tell, she would say, smiling at the green-haired man. Leo took little Izuku to put on his new clothes, because he would live and adapt to the life of the monks and airbenders of the place. Typically, airbenders dress in yellow and orange. Younger ones wear orange shawls over long-sleeved yellow shirts, a brown belt, yellow pants with a brown hem, and brown boots that reach their knees. Likewise, the older monks wore long robes in shades of yellow and orange, as well as wooden necklaces with the air nomad insignia carved into them. This was a tradition that they had tried to restore since the end of the Age of Genji, given that many airbender communities dispersed throughout the world in accordance with what the world of the time required, and many forms of airbending were disappearing. The temple in Nepal is the only one that managed to survive and adapt to what being an airbender meant, maintaining all the arts that had been used since Aang, although not by force. Izuku could see it. It wasn't a rich life, but rather a humble one, because as he listened to what Leo told him about them, he understood the airbenders more. The air nomads separated themselves from worldly problems and worries. The search for peace and freedom is the key to solving their difficulties in life. Airbenders have continually sought spiritual enlightenment. But even with that, they lost arts of the past, because the ability to fly that they once possessed was lost. Responsibilities, obligations, loves, and relationships were seen as worldly concerns by airbenders. By separating themselves from those burdens, they were allowed to access flight, but said ability in the case of the avatars is something impossible to obtain, because their responsibility as such is a bond. While Leo introduced him to the rest, Izuku could see several of the airbending practices. There weren't many masters, but there were several practices. Leo was not far behind either, as she was a great master of airbending. Her level was unmatched, so in a demonstration she made Izuku ecstatic and eager to learn that art. Once introduced, Izuku knew he'd be there for years, unknowingly learning all about airbending. He was a prodigy in firebending, but in other elements, the situation changed. There would be a lot of work, but it wasn't a reason to complain. For the first 6 months, Izuku learned everything he needed to know about air, as air is the element of freedom. While Izuku didn't understand their customs, he had to learn about the life of an airbender. Airbending was learned from the flying bison, a large mammal related to modern-day cows, capable of flight. All flying bison use airbending to fly, using their broad tails to maneuver through air currents and defend themselves from attacks. They are also capable of using their mouths and noses to airbend. Although they are quite docile, flying bison can be fierce and powerful opponents when ready to fight, due to their great physical strength and airbending abilities. It was by understanding how airbending worked in these animals that the air nomads learned airbending, beginning to shave their heads and tattoo a blue arrow like the bison's fur has. Izuku learned in 6 months that young people being trained as airbenders must shave their heads while older monks let their beards and mustaches grow. Izuku had to go through the first, in addition to tattooing the airbender arrow up to his neck, which made Kirishima laugh a little at his situation since his best friend lost the hair that characterized him. Likewise, Almight, in his short visits, also looked surprised at Izuku when he saw him shaved for the first time. Although the biggest surprise for the hero was seeing that Izuku obtained a great friend and companion, a flying bison calf, a calf whom Izuku named Sokka, when he decided to be by his side after offering him an apple. Just as there were good things, there were others that were somewhat more complicated, but not bad, given that Izuku had to learn much of the philosophy of airbending the hard way, often ending with blows. The great virtue of air is that all its users are masters, due to their spiritual connection. Its importance lies in the flexibility and subtlety with which the master moves, given that air is always in constant movement. If one interrupts the flow, one would not achieve proper mastery. Even so, the act of performing any movement is very difficult, given its contradiction. One must let the air flow, but first, one must stop it. Izuku learned that airbending is characterized by being almost purely defensive, as well as the most dynamic of the 4 bending arts. It was Avatar Aang, a prodigy in the arts of airbending, who gave it a more offensive expression. Airbenders can overwhelm many opponents at once with large and powerful attacks that can be fatal. However, due to the pacifist nature of the air nomads, these attacks are rarely used. Due to their aforementioned spirituality, they often adapt to the situation around them and prefer evasive maneuvers over direct confrontation. Still, Izuku adapted very well to living among air nomads and monks, especially playing sports such as air ball or using the air to create a sphere that can be balanced and ridden like a top, a somewhat unique means of transportation, as well as being a technique created by Avatar Aang himself. Izuku also learned the arts of air, especially the lost ones, such as flight. For an airbender, flying is the highest known technique. It consists of leaving all earthly worries and ties behind to enter the void. By doing so, the airbender gains the ability to float and fly without needing to generate and control air currents, similar to that used by flying bison. But in modern times, this is extremely difficult, given that even worries, obligations, virtues, and ties are earthly anchors. Not only that, but at 8 months old, given the spiritual connection to air, Izuku learned to meditate, which allowed him to voluntarily access the spirit world, where he was able to drink tea with Uncle Iroh, as well as obtain advice from his past lives, including avatars Aang and Yangchen, belonging to the air nomads. With Aang, he had moments when his personality became fun and carefree, but the ancient airbender was able to keep it in check and advise him. It was thanks to his strong connection with his spiritual side that Izuku was able to project his spirits into other places. Through projection, an airbender is able to explore underground or sealed locations by passing through solid matter. While airbending is the most passive of the 4 arts, as it focuses on mobility, evading and dodging the opponent, Izuku, thanks to Aang, understands the use of air offensively, although it is thanks to his connection with the air temple that Izuku adopted many of his ways of seeing life. Izuku, like the air nomads, decided to maintain his pacifist philosophy, in addition to adopting a more vegetarian character, because for Izuku life must be respected and no one has the right to take it away. In addition, he adhered to a more Taoist creed, and given his orientation with air, Izuku learned that everything flows naturally if we wait, taking into account that all reality is subjective. Spiritually, Izuku not only made contact with avatars like Aang and Yangchen, but also avatars like Genji, Korra, Roku, and Kyoshi. They were very involved in his talks and tea with Iroh, mainly hearing about their lives and exploits. Izuku's dream was always to be a hero, and being an avatar is a much greater burden, although learning from the past and guiding himself for the future avoids making the same mistakes of the past. Physically, Izuku didn't let his guard down. He trained extensively, especially in hand-to-hand combat. The Air Nomad's hand-to-hand combat style is called Bagwazang, which means circle walking. This martial art is characterized by its user moving through an imaginary circle. The idea behind this practice is to position oneself behind the enemy and place a hand on their spine, preventing them from turning around. It should also be noted that it is a purely defensive martial art, given the Air Nomad's philosophies. It requires great discipline and commitment, and prioritizes spiritual balance over chaos, which is why it is not used to attack the weak, but solely for protection. Although Bagwazang was the predominant martial art, its proximity to the Shaolin temples made Izuku interested in their combat styles, so receiving permission from Leo, Izuku learned the way a Shaolin fights. A great effort, spilled blood, broken bones, tears, pain and sweat, all was what it cost because he had to experience firsthand what they did, among them, increasing pain tolerance based on blows with bamboo sticks above all, hitting logs and cement. This led to Izuku having a great physique comparable to a 15-year-old boy at the age of 11, after 3 years with the Air Nomads. Thanks in particular to his Shaolin training, a manly training according to Kirishima when he told him about it, it was bearing fruit and producing results. Furthermore, Almight didn't want to just watch the progress, so thanks to some shipments, he included work with gym equipment, such as bars and dumbbells, a help for the future given that earthbending would require strength. One would think that 3 years would be enough practice. But no, at least the air would be mastered. But the journey was just beginning, since there were still 2 elements missing and the path that you ate to become a professional hero. Book 1 Water. Izuku learned a lot during his time with the Air Nomads. Much of what they are influenced the green-haired boys' behavior, being playful like them, playing jokes using the air, as well as attached to their philosophies, among them the pacifism they practice, something that in many cases does not go with the professions of hero or villain, since they are about attacking instead of defending. Practicing airbending became a routine like meditating for the green-haired boy who, after being bald for months, let his hair grow back, regaining its fluffy green hair, similar to a vegetable. Even so, learning an element does not imply neglecting the ones you already know, so he also mastered his fire bending, especially when combined with the handling of the swords he inherited from his ancestor. Learning to use the sword was a difficult task, but watching numerous Shaolins use it led Izuku to learn the art, because beyond the sword being a weapon, practicing it is often an art. The hardest part was combining sword practice with his fire or airbending, but the effort was worth it, because with what he learned, Izuku was a true monster in combat at 11 years old. In the 3 years he spent at the temple, he made many friends and shared many life stories, as well as learning a lot, not only from his teachers. One of his friends was an orphan girl named Malu, a descendant of one of Tenzin's children, son of Avatar Aang. Malu was an unparalleled airbender, a true prodigy in the art, and like her ancestors, she was playful and very fond of playing pranks, being one of the ones who most influenced Izuku, getting him involved in her pranks around the temple. It was a long time of coexistence and joy, but everything that begins always has an end, and Izuku no longer had anything to learn from the teachers of the place. Malu, despite missing her friend, said goodbye with a see you later, because one always returns to the places where one grows up, and Izuku is no exception, because he may have a great burden as an avatar and entering UA at the request of All Might and Sir Night Eye. But technology always lends a hand despite many maintaining that it is a condemnation. Both friends, along with Leo, would keep in touch thanks to the internet. Malu, while arranging their future speaking schedules, helped Izuku prepare Sokka, because having a flying bison, who needs to pay for a plane to travel, also Izuku had to leave for the north, to the Arctic, where the Northern Water Tribe was located, and the planes do not reach that side, therefore he had to prepare. Malu, are you really leaving? Izuku, yes, but don't worry, I'll come see you whenever I can, okay? Leo, that's a nice statement, Izuku. Izuku simply hugged his friends and air mentor, because despite everything, he is still very sentimental, something he inherited from his mother. Malu, get on like this, since you still have a long way to go. Izuku, hey Malu, do you think you'd go if I invited you to Japan? Malu, I guess if Mother Leo lets me go. Leo, time will tell. Izuku, well, I'll be in touch Sensei and Malu-chan, so I'll call them and we'll talk about technology. Malu, good luck Izuku. Leo, you have a responsibility, but beyond that, don't forget that you are a human being. I will tell Toshinori. Izuku, I won't do it, he would say excitedly. Ready Sokka? He would express, earning a growl from the bison walking yip YB. Sokka would rise into the sky while Izuku spotted his friends saying goodbye to him, while numerous airbender children glided with their artifacts, some winged staffs, while laughing and playing. The green-haired boy looked at his friends greeting them, so he returned the greeting to both of them as he disappeared into the firmament. He had packed everything, including the training tools he received from Japan and his weapons won there, including a gliding staff. He really liked flying with it. He didn't know how long the trip would last, but he knew that Sokka would have to stop and rest, so, true to his acquired habits, he would sleep in a forest with his friend. At the same time, thanks to his mastery of the air, he would manage to warm his interior, avoiding the cold, even though he had warm clothes in his luggage. He traveled for a week, crossing the Himalayas, the Tibetan Plateau, bordered by the Karakoram and Kunlun Mountains, part of Mongolian territory, and the Russian steppes to reach the frozen Northern Sea, where he took flight on his bison, always calling Toshinori once a day about his location to avoid worries. Due to the cold, he and Sokka crossed for 2 days straight without a break, except to eat or drink, so he continued the journey deeper into the Arctic, until he found a city entirely made of ice. The citadel is enormous and multi-level, integrated into the frozen landscape. Gigantic ice cliffs, on which it was originally built, loom over the city. The city sits on the shores of the Arctic Ocean, miles from Siberia. Behind it lies a vast frozen tundra. Its houses are built entirely of ice, although modernity has also made its presence felt, modernizing the city while maintaining its distinct essence. Izuku, upon getting down at the entrance, was received by his guards and civilians, who, as they lowered the ice door and the green-haired man entered, being received with honors, since Sir's investigations and interviews spread the rumor of the new avatar, so the cities with attachment to their customs and that do not give power to the control of the hero commissions of the world were the ones that were prepared to receive him accordingly, especially to protect him given his status as the last firebender and having the hero commissions after his head, since they see him as a threat, especially the Japanese one. As Izuku watched the people, he noticed that beyond the new fashions and clothing trends of modernity, the inhabitants had their traditional clothing styles. The people have light or dark brown hair, blue or gray eyes, and a light brown complexion. Their clothing is Eskimo-like, a set of blue anorak and lined pants trimmed with white fur, and worn with gloves and boots. The men were shown with long or short hair, but all ended in a short ponytail. The women braided their hair in different styles, sometimes accentuating their buns in various styles, or they used aesthetic proposals that adapted to the cold of modernity. The fauna wasn't far behind either, as numerous animals that seemed like chimeras to the modern era were completely normal to them: otter koalas, otter penguins, yak reindeer, even Arctic camels, turtle seals, wolves, goat oxen, and polar dogs. It was truly a paradise of what remained from the era of the Four Nations. That aside, upon reaching one of the city's many canals, he was greeted by a man with the features of his home, along with his clothing, but his age, which made him reflect a great deal of knowledge. It was at that instant, from his voice, that Izuku knew this man was a kind, soft-spoken man with innate charisma and a force of personality, a man of words over violence, hard to convince, who could discern most people's motivations with a single glance. Izuku, hey, it's a pleasure, sir. Waterbender. My name is Takakak Young Avatar. I am the descendant of Kia, daughter of Avatar Aang, as well as your master here, he would say with a calm voice. Izuku, I understand. I will be in your care, sensei, he would say, bowing. So after that, Takakak showed him the city, whose name is Agnikele. Takakak explained everything he needed to know: its form of government, a hereditary and unipersonal monarchical chiefdom, given the aspects of a tribal group, since the head of state is a tribal chief, unlike other nations. There is a small council, made up of the most respected elders, warriors, and teachers, with Takakak being part of it. Walking to the place where he would stay, Izuku could see the palace, a large structure built on the top, the highest level of the capital city, and the most easily identifiable monument. The place where the chief governs and makes decisions alongside his council. Izuku was taken to his residence, where thanks to its space he would even be able to have Sokka stable, so he would quickly be able to unload everything from the bison and accommodate it inside the property, to head to the training grounds, where Takakak would immediately begin his instruction, but not before testing him. Needless to say who won, since experience always prevails over power. Even so, Takakak knew how to see that Izuku is a man of thinking a lot about his movements, having great strategic ability, something he noticed in his first game of Pai Sho, being something pleasant for the green-haired man, having someone to play it with. Since he began his training, Izuku learned the history of water. During the Rava era, humans learned waterbending from the turtle lions, but they would stop teaching because of everything that happened with Avatar 1. In that sense, his teacher explained to him that this element is the one that was learned later. Takakak taught him that when the lions stopped teaching, people were left wanting to revive that power in them, and it had to pass a long time until a generation would see how the spirit of the moon had the ability to influence the waters. So under this premise, Izuku learned that there is no animal involved, therefore waterbending would pass directly from a spirit to people. This mastery is based on versatility, and that is that water is constantly changing from solid to liquid to gas, but it remains the same water. Izuku understood that things in the water are different from fire or air, since they are divided into different levels of power, and it is this change that makes the difference. Likewise, the basic techniques are based on the control of a specific state: snow, liquid water, ice, or steam. Takakak taught that the techniques of waterbending would not be possible without the transmission of the waters, because said current does not have a name as such, and the fact of being able to control the water is because you are one with it. For this you must go in the same tune as surfing. If you lose the rhythm you would fall, and in this case your mastery declines. This is practiced only by moving the water, because unlike fire or airbending where you can launch your element even without having much notion of this, in this case it is different. A novice throughout his life without learning from someone experienced could not understand his art, since he would not know any principle of the domain, that is to say, he would have not having the knowledge of it. While this would be enough for many benders, it wasn't for Izuku, since water requires not only a physical part, but also a spiritual one. Water is the element of change. The moon is the source of water's power, and the original water benders learned by observing how the moon pushed and pulled the tides. Water is the natural opposite of fire, an element that took Avatar Roku years to master, but not only because of that, but the philosophy of water implies a psychological state. Water is a strange element. That is something that was very clear to Izuku. Water goes with oneself. One is what one dominates, so one's emotional state is what most greatly influences one. To properly handle water, a person should be serene or happy all the time, something difficult to do because although it sounds cold, no one can be in that state 24 hours a day. Izuku learned it the hard way, since although he was frustrated, he learned thanks to his teacher, that he still hadn't gotten over his mother's death. The pain he hid so much from her departure prevented him from properly training waterbending. A person with problems would not be able to move a small cluster of water. An angry person would transform water into its most dangerous forms, so the best way to use water at 100% would be to be serene, or failing that, happy. Thanks to Takakak, Izuku learned that water is an element that teaches a lot, because to master water, you must release your emotions no matter where they take you. What water teaches is acceptance, because water is the element that flows, the element of change. By letting go of those emotions, accepting the fact that Inko was no longer with him, Izuku was able to wield water properly. It took time to learn how to use it properly, as he had to add his knowledge of air and fire to everything he'd been taught. It took 2 years of letting go and accepting the past, and another 2 to fully hone his skills in the remaining aspects of water handling. He spent 4 years living in the north, so at the age of 15, he faced his master, Takakak, which allowed him to duel with him. During one of these confrontations, Izuku took the brunt of a water blast and ended up in the ocean, But he got back up to stand on an ice platform and swept Takakak away with a great wave of water, crashing into the pinnacle of the chief's palace a good distance away. It was after his training with him ended, 10 months before the UA entrance exam, where he was able to find out about it by talking to Kirishima, because he would never leave a friend or family without communicating, just as he did with Malu and Leo. 10 months before taking the exam, Izuku decided to visit the healing huts, a place he visited quite frequently. It was an elderly woman, Yagoda, the caretaker of the place, who took the green-haired man's tutelage on this occasion. The old woman was an exceptional waterbender, descended from Avatar Korra's cousins, and the caretaker of the place where water healing was performed and taught, something Izuku took great interest in. With the old woman's tutelage, Izuku was able to master his healing skills using mannequins with the cheat pathways of humans carved into them. Waterbenders, in particular, possess the ability to heal wounds by redirecting the pathways of human chi through the body, using water as a catalyst. Physically, this restores the properties of bodies composed primarily of this element, as well as humans and animals, in this case Mako being the green-haired man's test subject. Although healing is powerful, waterbending cannot cure all types of ailments, such as complications associated with birth or joining two severed and amputated limbs together. It took Izuku 4 months to learn the art, though he was dissatisfied and wanted to know more about water. Faced with this situation, Takakak told him about other uses for water, including solutions like perfumes, liquid foods like soup, ink, among other things, and even the water found in mud. Another way Izuku understood was the control of plants through water, since plants, unlike animals, insects, and humans, have more water in their bodies. However, this wasn't the end of it, since although there were no masters, Izuku found a scroll of an art called bloodbending, an art that a waterbender can only perform on nights of a full moon. Bloodbending doesn't necessarily control the blood itself, but rather the fluids in a person's body, allowing the user to manipulate a person's muscles to move them as they wish or to stop movement altogether. It is a rather obscure art, and Izuku, due to the principles he acquired with airbenders, chose not to learn it, being praised by his master as someone wise. That was 2 months ago, the last 2 months of his stay in the north, where he would finally return to Japan. He still hadn't mastered the earth, but Almight notified him that he should return, and at least enter UA. After all, Sir was looking for villages that still contained masters of that element, due to the new policies of the Hero Commissions. Book 1 Entrance Exam. Midoriya Residence, Miyazudafu, Japan, 2 months before UA exams. The number 1 hero, currently in his marital status, as a skinny man, without much to contribute, since he is considered in that state, as a weak being, was standing walking through the gardens. The hero had to admit it, that his beloved godson, his now ward, since as godfather, after the death of his mother, he becomes his legal guardian, had good ideas for garden decoration. Maybe it was because he spent too much time with the air nomads, but that was enough for him to use the money that Inko had saved for problems, money that Hisashi managed to save and that Izuku had at his disposal. Which was not little. He decided to invest it in the garden a little. Toshinori had to admit that the small trees, the green grass, a small pond with koi carp, a pagoda for meditating and being in contact with some nature, even if it was minimal given the proximity of the city. The pines, cherry trees, maples, and bamboos were the most predominant, as well as a couple of lanterns, birdhouses, and watering troughs, giving a very natural touch to an environment full of houses, buildings, and cars. He decided to leave those thoughts behind when he heard a sound. It sounded like a moo, but when he realized it, he was surprised because his green-haired godson was coming down from the air accompanied by a gigantic being, with 6 legs, 2 horns, large and very hairy. All Might, Izuku Shonen? Izuku Uncle Might. Down Sokka, he would say, maneuvering the bison that simply gave a roar. The bison would land while the green-haired man, with the agility of an airbender, would descend, giving his godfather a hug. All Might, my boy, you're back. Izuku, yes, I'm back home, and ready to go to UA. All Might, there's not much time left for that, and Sir is looking for your next teacher, but for now, I suppose you can keep what you've learned and keep working on this, he would say, pointing at the green-haired boy's physique. You look good, but you could be better. LOL, by the way, those faces? he would express looking at Izuku's clothes, which were those of an airbender. Izuku, these clothes are very comfortable, he would say somewhat blushing. He really liked those clothes. Almight, well, we have 2 months until the UA exams. We still have to do a lot. Recover some time and get you to behave like the other young people. Izuku, am okay? He would say somewhat nervously, given that he was among monks and teachers of advanced ages or adults. Saving for Kirishima and the internet, he never knew how to relate to those his age, especially girls. After that, 2 months would pass, where Izuku had his reunion with Kirishima, who was happy to see him physically again and not on a screen, although the green-haired boy was surprised to see him with red hair, although upon hearing why, Izuku understood what he was saying, so they both would start training and doing physical exercises or sports together. The improvements were visible, although that wasn't the only thing. Kirishima, thanks to Izuku, learned that the green-haired man was an elemental master, but to the broccoli-haired man's surprise, the dyed redhead accepted him because it wouldn't be manly to reject someone for having a power outside of the status quo of society. Although Izuku didn't tell him about his burden, at least he felt lighter by telling his friend his power and the truth, although half-truth. But soon something more would be revealed. Only time would pass for that. UA Academy, Mizurufu, Japan News. Izuku was about to enter the academy to take the tests while he felt the eyes on him. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to go dressed as a monk to the tests, but just as the air is free, so was he. Izuku was more used to being an airbender, rather than a normal person, plus he was relatively calm, making people see him as a monk trying to change his life. Thanks to Sir, his academic level was outstanding, because despite training, Izuku never neglected his studies, so before showing up to UA, Sir took a theoretical exam, similar to the one they would take at UA. Izuku could admit it, he was a brainiac, although his teachers or even Leo helped with it, because you can't just be muscle, the brain is important to train it too. Izuku, it's more impressive than in the photos I would say to enter, but I would notice something, it was falling, eh? Izuku, before a chestnut helped him, would do a somersault with grace and elegance, standing up, to continue on the path. Chestnut, well, he could realize it on his own. Izuku, idiot, 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 how could I have fallen so pathetically, he thought, mentally scolding himself. As the green-haired boy walked slowly admiring the beauty of the place, a voice that he recognized very well would sound, DKU, Izuku Katsuki? He would say surprised but somewhat distant. Bakugo, Deku. What the hell are you doing here? Izuku, take the exam, what else? He answered simply. Bakugo, I'll just say this, I'll crush you like the stone you are in my path. And you'll see how you'll kiss the ground where I step. After that the ash-haired boy would leave, leaving the green-haired boy annoyed. Izuku, you haven't changed at all, well, what can you do? After that he entered the facilities. While he was seen by the cameras by the director of the academy, the most intelligent being in Japan, Director Nizu, someone who was prepared in advance for the arrival of the green-haired. Since he was starting the facilities in case he entered the academy, he had to take care of his elemental teacher. The commission was hunting several teachers for being outside the status quo of superhuman society. Time skip, auditorium. The lights were coming up. As the noise began to subside, a blonde hero stood on the stage behind what appeared to be some sort of desk, simply to take out a microphone and place it near his mouth on his hero's suit. Man, to all applicants, welcome to my show today. Everyone say HEY. Everyone present stopped the noise, while they sank into a deep silence, with the exception of a green-haired man, whose tinge of amusement appeared on his face. Izuku, HEY. Man, that's the attitude, boy. That's how it's done, he would say excitedly. The others, they have less joy than a cemetery. Anyway, I'll show you the route of the practical exam. He would say to get into a great position. Are you ready? Yes. Izuku, yes. Man, that's the lively attitude I'm looking for. The others are so refined. Izuku, he is the voice hero present, Mike, he would say excitedly. He may have matured a little, but his admiration for heroes is something that would decrease, but not disappear. Present Mike. As the application requirements say, you students will have a 10-minute training battle after this. You can bring whatever you want with you. After that, head to the assigned battle center, okay? Okay, Bakugo. Damn, he would say looking at the brochure, I won't be able to crush Deku, he would express annoyed. Present Mike, In each center, you'll find 3 different types of villains. You'll earn points for them based on their difficulty level, he'd say, showing a hologram of the simulation. Your goal, dear applicants, is to use your quirk to earn points by immobilizing villains. Of course, attacking other applicants or any other non-heroic actions is prohibited. Applicant, I have a question, he would say, raising his hand and voice at the same time. Present mic, yes. He would say so that a light would illuminate the aforementioned. He was a blue-haired man with glasses. Boy, in the pamphlets there are 4 types of villains mentioned. If that's a printing error, then UA, Japan's most prominent school, should be ashamed of such an error. The room was filled with murmurs about the subject. Boy, besides you, curly hair, you're supposed to be a minor, and you have a tattoo, and you do nothing but bother with that personality you have. If you take this as a joke, go away. Here we want to be exemplary heroes of society. Izuku simply saw him with a poker face. His tattoo was earned, not made to attract attention. He was an airbender, traditional for those who handled that element, not something from gangs. And his personality, well, he was All Might's godson. Something had to stick to him, right? Present mic. Okay. I would say to call for calm. Applicant 7111. Thanks for the message. The 4th villain is the worst that exists. It measures 0 points. It is nothing more than an obstacle, so to speak. There is one in each battle center. Being able to appear in narrow spaces, it is not impossible to defeat, but there is no reason to do so. I recommend that you try to avoid it. Applicant, thank you very much, he would say, bowing. Please excuse my interruption. Random applicant, I see, it's like video games, an obstacle you avoid. Random applicant 2, everything is like a video game. Izuku, there is something behind it, but as my teachers told me, you have to look beyond what you see. He thought, remembering a guru who was in the temple in Nepal. Present mic, that's all from me. Finally, I'll give all the participants a present from our school. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is one who stands against life's misfortunes. Go ahead, he'd say, winking at them. Plus ultra. Now everyone, good luck suffering. Test City. All the applicants assigned to that center were prepared, especially the green-haired one who was wearing his airbender's suit, which amazed several, making them believe that he was a crazy person or someone who wanted to be seen, although the doubt was if he was a monk, and since they were pacifists, why was there one wanting to be a hero? Izuku was there to enter properly. He ignored what the others said. All Might proposed the recommendation to him, but the green-haired man rejected it. He had many principles that he acquired with the airbenders, which largely forged him into what he is today. Izuku, it's time to do it, he would say excitedly while stretching. To notice a nervous brunette, huh? Hey! Don't be nervous, okay? You'll see, you'll be able to pass, he would say smiling. Chestnut HH? She would say surprised. Thanks, she would express nervously. Boy, hey! Don't think you can distract the others. He would say, trying to get closer and reprimand him. Before the boy could get close, the doors opened, so Izuku, using his ability as an airbender, created a sphere of air, with which he entered the city, while laughing at the faces of disbelief he got from the others. The air sphere was one of the airbending techniques created by Avatar Aang, which involves moving his hands in a circular motion. The technique has a purpose for transportation, among many other applications. While air nomads used it in the past, modern ones do not. Technology was favorable in many fields, which is why the technique was considered unusual. You'd think the other applicants would notice something, but the green-haired guy did, something simple but that almost no one would notice, because when thinking with a mind oriented towards video games, the complaints began. Applicant 1, hey, that guy didn't wait for the countdown. Applicant 2, that's true, you have to wait. Boy, HEY. He would say to complain. Present mic, okay, what are you waiting for? Let's get started. What's going on? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run! Run! Death awaits you. Everyone would start running into the city, starting to find 1, 2, and 3-point robots. 1-point robot, target found, I'll kill you! I'd say to strike with 3 other 2 and 3-point robots. Izuku, sorry, Mr. Robot, he would say, somewhat dejected at having to destroy, so leaving the air sphere, the green-haired man would perform a ring of fire with a spinning kick, to the surprise of the spectators who were carrying out the tests and those who were carrying out the evaluations. Due to the size of the robberies, they were cut short by the fire. How good, more points, I already have 27 of them. Izuku celebrated even though it hurt him to destroy robots, because even though they are artificial and can be repaired, the teachings of respect for life of the airbenders were there. A real villain would have no salvation if they allowed the applicants to act in the field, once accepted as aspiring heroes, killing villains as if they were robots. Present Mike, 6 minutes remaining, would say over the speakers. Several of them would be in a hurry because they wanted to win at all costs, they wanted a place there. While the green-haired man headed to an alley, meeting several robots, so demonstrating his mastery in fire, he would throw fire kicks and punches, which cut, melted and burned the robots, making the green-haired man get 35 points. Elsewhere, an observation room. Voice 1. In this practical exam, the candidates are not informed of the number of villains or their location. They have a time limit in a large area. It is they who must draw the villains out of hiding. Ability to gather information and understand the situation before another would say watching a boy with 3 arms per side using multiple eyes and ears on the screen. Mobility that can be used in various circumstances would say showing another candidate with motors in his calves. Perspicacity to remain calm in any situation would say watching the screen of a Frenchman in a diva pose. And pure combat skill would say watching a split screen showing Izuku and Bakugo who were demonstrating battle skill. Those are skills necessary to maintain peace on the streets, and are the points of this test would say a kind of stuffed animal next to other people. Female voice. Doesn't this year's group look promising? Male voice. Well, we can't say for sure, the real test is yet to begin. He would say to press a red button. In the city's test, the ground would begin to shake, while buildings would begin to sway slightly from the shaking of the earth, while others would fall, leaving rubble in the streets. At the same time, a tremor of something large approaching could be heard, and all the participants watched in surprise as a giant robot appeared in front of them, squeezing numerous buildings and causing chaos. Izuku, WOW, this is huge. How much money does UA have for this? It's obvious they don't spare any expense. I would say surprised. Fear and panic began to take hold of everyone present, except for the green-haired man who was watching the situation from the top of a building, analyzing something. If this were a robot that wasn't worth points, what was the purpose of revealing it now, just minutes before the end of the exam? Izuku. You must look beyond what you see. I understand. It's a rescue exam or something like that, he would say, smiling. The robot would hit a building, causing a gust of air to threaten to take several applicants with it due to the pressure. But the green-haired man, with mastery in the air, through the use of circular movements, would achieve a new massive impulse, causing both winds to collide with each other, stopping. In the observation room. Male voice 2. An overwhelming threat, how people act upon seeing it, is when it shows its true nature. In the city of green hair, the green-haired man would notice something in the area, so without thinking, he would use fluid movements and cut down several trees around him, surprising the applicants, while she linked her arms, creating a kind of whip, with which she would manage to cut the robot, and remove a chestnut stuck in place in the process. The applicants didn't know what to say, so they opted for the easiest thing, which was to criticize him. But the green-haired boy didn't care, so seeing the wounds on the brunette and her moans of pain, he would use medicinal water control, managing to heal the damage the girl had received. In the observation room, the heroes and teachers of the UA were in complete shock. Many admitted that he was someone admirable, especially Almight, but there were some who looked very closely at the situation given if it were a real situation, among them a black-haired teacher. In addition to being an underground hero for working at night, away from the press, he noticed it. The green-haired man moved as if he had experience. Voice. That boy, he would say with surprise, I want him in my school. Heroine. Why does Director Nizu say that? Nizu. What isn't obvious? Everyone here has read about the masters of past eras, even their abilities outside of Quirks, not to mention that the boy showed skill in 3 out of 4 elements. Hero 1. Are you suggesting the boy could be the Avatar? That's unheard of. It's a myth, a legend from millennia ago. Even if that were the case, he'd have to be a firebender. Nizu. With those words I would also be skeptical. But there is someone in this room who knows about him, don't you think, Almight? Hero 2. What do you mean? Almight. What can I answer, Director? Nizu. Oh, since he's your godson, he would say. surprising everyone. Could you tell us his birth element? Hero 1 Dyla. Heroine, what is her natal element? Almight Fire. Izuku is a master of fire bending. That surprised everyone but brought a smile to the rodent's face. Nizu, what a great honor. UA will be the preparation school for the Avatar. By the way, I see that you have mastered 3 out of 4, so. Almight, yes, he masters 3 out of 4 elements. So what remains? Hero 1 Earth. That complicates things a bit, given the Commission's moves in other countries. Nizu, it's something we can work on and seek while we prepare, given that Earth is the element of solidity, the element of substance. After those words, no one knew how to contradict the rodent, so they chose to listen and not contradict him. Book 1. First day at UA. Midoriya Residence. It's been a week since the UA entrance exams took place. The results have been sent, but the green-haired boy still hasn't received them. His best friend, just in case, didn't answer him if he received them either, although instead, they both were meeting to train hand-to-hand combat without quirks, since Kirishima, in order to increase an arsenal of movements, had enrolled in 2 martial arts dojos some time ago since Izuku was in Nepal. One was for karate, and the other for Chinese martial arts. They always met early in the morning to train, so beyond practicing it was wasting time or getting together with friends to make up for lost time, and they did it without quirks, because Kirishima developed the mentality that if his body didn't improve without using his quirk, either would his handling when having it active. It was 10 in the morning of one of the busiest days they both had, since they trained since 8 in the morning. Izuku was very used to getting up at 5, in addition to going to bed early. It was the routine he had as a monk, something very included in his day-to-day, along with his strong tendency to vegetarianism, although he would not refuse to eat meat if he was invited. The reason? His own acquired philosophy, as a monk, because by rejecting that dish of food, he would reject the effort of who prepared it, of who sold, harvested and cultivated those foods, as well as of the land that produced it. Something rare, but very attached to the traditions of where he lived, especially of the Buddhist temples that he visited. After Kirishima retired, the green-haired man trained his elemental abilities on a minimal scale, as he did not want to attract attention, and All Might had it very restricted, given the power he can generate with his flares. Even if he did, he still polished his hand-to-hand combat using a dummy or sandbags to train himself. After all, if your power is blocked, you must know how to defend yourself, not depend on a quirk, because if a villain capable of blocking the use of quirks appeared, most heroes would be rendered useless, something that Izuku thought, but due to his convictions, he did not say it. He even admired heroines like Mirko, who despite her quirk, the rabbit heroine was still dangerous because of her fighting style. Izuku also recognized something, a very crucial difference in battles. Mirko was powerful, forceful in his blows, but he did not demonstrate technique. Gunhead, another of the heroes he admired, possessed great technique and skill in his combat arts. This led Izuku to develop his own style, combining what he learned from Tai Chi, Bagua Zhang and the Shaolin style, into a single style. The body, despite the blows and wounds it receives, must also be taken care of, so in physical terms, All Might left him American-style exercise routines, mainly oriented to gyms since it consisted of the use of machinery and such. Likewise, Izuku consulted with Naomasa, since All Might is more muscle than brain. So the detective was able to suggest that he do power exercises oriented more towards CrossFit and calisthenics, which began to mark his muscle mass a little, since Izuku has always trained and the muscles of the body give their results after a while. Still, training wasn't all he did. Because he had a great respect for life, Izuku tended his garden himself. Often, using his knowledge of waterbending to help him train, he also performed daily activities. A wise teacher from his life as a monk spoke to him about the basics of good training and physical condition. He simply said, "You have to work, you have to learn, you have to eat, you have to rest, and you also have to play. Those are the foundations for being in good condition." Therefore, guided by those life philosophies that defined him so much, Izuku lives his life. It wasn't until the end of the week that a postman arrived and All Might received it, and between nerves and some happiness at knowing the contents, decided to deliver it. All Might, my Midoriya shonen, he would say nervously. The letter from UA arrived. A few minutes ago he would say, delivering the letter with the school's seal. Izuku, Thanks for giving it to me, he would say, thanking All Might. You'll surely want privacy to see it, so I'm leaving, he would say, leaving the place. Izuku, wait, he would say, stopping the blonde, you were my support when many others simply felt sorry for me, so please, I ask you to be by my side. All Might's eyes lit up at those words. Izuku was like his son, the son he could never have, and by a burden of fate, he couldn't care for him as a father deserves to do with his son, even though they are not linked by blood. Sitting next to the green-haired man on one of the garden benches, Izuku would open the letter revealing a device, simply possessing the audio location there. Izuku, it's kind of weird. All Might, yes, I would say nervous weird. Izuku was surprised by that nervousness, but decided not to give it importance. He would not make fun of him. After all, he accepts people as they are, and if they have wrong attitudes, he will simply help them change them. That is the upbringing he had with monks, something very ingrained in him. The device would begin to light up until it formed a hologram of All Might, which would surprise Izuku, and made All Might tense. All Might, this is a projection, I would say, as if it were normal. Izuku, I don't know what to say. All Might was nervous, to say the least. All Might, I had to do some paperwork, which took up my time, so I couldn't contact you, he would say, standing in a judicious manner. I'm sorry, he would say, bowing. The truth is that I came to this city to work at UA. In the video, everyone would notice a hand signaling him to hurry up, wiping a drop of sweat from the green-haired man who looked at All Might, who wanted to be swallowed by the earth at that moment. All Might, I understand, okay. You passed the written exam. That speaks well of your mental and study qualities, since you were one of the few who obtained the highest score, 100 out of 100. Although you may wonder, with that will I enter UA, the Heroes department? The answer is no. However, you have participated in the practical exam, and you have obtained a total of 155 villain points, surpassing my personal best and the highest in the UA of 150, I would say with joy and pride. But that is not all, since despite the fact that you had the first place in the exam, a special jury, which included your servant, I would say, pointing to himself, we have seen your heroic potential by throwing yourself into the greatest threat to save a young woman, I would say, showing the video of the brunette asking for points to be given to him for his action. It does not matter if you have a particularity, your actions motivate others to act. The entrance exam is not possible to pass only with villain points. I would finish say so that the present mic screen would respond that it wasn't necessary to give him points. How could people who save others and do what's right refuse the hero course? Call it lip service. Prepare yourself. This is a job that requires risking your life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. And they're given out by a panel of judges, which, as I said, your servant was part of. It's another one of the basic skills that we at UA look for. Midoriya Izuku, 70 rescue points. That makes you first place, and the new UA points record, 225 points. That girl Uraraka Achiko, and you, both passed. Come, young Midoriya, this is your Hero Academy. After those words the device turned off. Izuku was surprised and began to jump unconsciously using bursts of airbending, making him go very high until All Might had to save him from falling abruptly, only to be taken by a hug from the green-haired man with a few tears in his eyes. All Might shonen? Izuku, thanks uncle. Do you think she's proud? All Might, son, she would really be proud of you, he would say, hugging him fatherly. If it weren't for Hisashi, he would have wanted to give Inko a family. Since he went to general courses at UA, he liked that woman, but he never had the courage to tell her. After that, both would celebrate by eating some katsudon, which Izuku managed to make thanks to his mother's recipes, omitting whether it had meat in that part, leaving a very happy evening in one area. At the same time, he would reveal to Kirishima his acceptance into the academy. Time skipped 1 week. Izuku was preparing. He was anxious, because today he began his journey to do what he must as an avatar, but respecting the rules of the modern era, something that the previous avatars did not share at all, but they always had to adapt to their moments. So with the trust that Aang, Korra, Genji, Roku, and even Iroh himself placed in him, he got ready to go to UA. Izuku, wish me luck, Mom, he would say, looking at a photo of them together while holding Mako on top of him. So after saying goodbye, Izuku would leave the house, heading for his first day at the prestigious UA Academy. It was a miracle anyone studied there, given their acceptance rate was very low. He was greeted by a humanoid-looking rodent, with features of a dog and a bear. He found it very nice, although he was surprised that it allowed him to take Mako with him to his classes and that he knew he was the Avatar. However, he decided to ask questions later, given that Nizu offered them a cup of tea and a game of pie show, since he was one of the few who played and the customs of the spirit world with Iroh had rubbed off on him over the tea. Izuku was walking calmly. He knew that it was his turn in room 1A, and he had seen an ashen-haired man walking through the halls, identifying who it was, so he could only sigh. He didn't hate Bakugo Katsuki. In fact, he missed their childhood as friends. But those were times that couldn't return 100%, because they could be fixed, but the trust and friendship of years ago would not return. She walked through the halls, listening clearly to everything, for she had learned a lot from the airbenders, including a variant of them, a specialized form of airbending in which the master is able to hear and reproduce sound with the help of airbending. She walked until she stopped in front of a large door, which marked her classroom during her time at UA. Izuku, wow, it's big. It's probably for the gigantification Quirks, I'd say, to enter the classroom. Izuku would simply open the door, finding something a bit peculiar. Blue-haired, don't put your feet on the table. Bakugo, yh? He would say with his feet on the desk. Blue hair, don't you think it's being rude to the upperclassmen of UA and the people who made that desk? Bakugo, no. What school did you go to? Side character. Blue-haired, I went to the private Sumai Academy. He would say with his fist on his chest. I am Tenya Ida. Bakugo, Sumai? You're a damn elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Ida crush me? That's cruel. Do you really want to be a hero? Bakugo, kick, huh? He would say to look at the door. What are you doing here, Deku? Ida, you are. Kirishima. Izaburo, he would say, greeting his best friend, which caused jealousy in Bakugo. Izuku, Kiribro, he would say, smiling, causing more jealousy in the ash-haired boy. Everyone looked at him strangely, except for those who remembered they were in the same city for internships and what he'd done. Although the redhead knew him, they knew they were friends. Ida, good morning. I'm from Semi-Private Academy. It's a pleasure. Izuku, don't worry, I heard it. It's a pleasure, Ida-san. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Ida, Midoriya-kun, you cracked the secret of the entrance exam, didn't you? Izuku, be well, I just thought about it, and just added 2 plus 2. After all, saving is part of a hero's job, right? Ida, I had no idea, nor did I suspect it, which is why I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but that's why you're better than me. Chestnut, oh, it's you, curly hair. You're who I was looking for. A brown-haired girl with rosy cheeks would say as she entered through the door. Izuku, you're the girl who encouraged me during the exam and then helped me with the 0 points. Chestnut, I wanted to thank you for that and give me the encouragement I needed for that day, I would say, smiling. Izuku, it's nothing, anyone should have done it. Chestnut, how do you think our teacher will be? Izuku, speaking of which teacher, I think we should sit down. Chestnut, but there's no one here? Voice, go somewhere else if you want to play friends. Hearing a voice made several people start looking around the room, since they couldn't find anyone, while Izuku simply went to his place, while the chestnut found some kind of caterpillar? Or man in a sleeping bag. Black-haired boy, this is the course of heroes, he would say to take a sumito. It took 8 seconds before they stayed still. He would say, getting out of the sleeping bag time is limited and you children are not rational. Izuku, that appearance. I don't recognize anything from the heroes I saw before leaving Japan, he thought. Black-haired, I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. It's a pleasure. The whole class except Bakugo and a bicolor. It's a pleasure. Aizawa, it's sudden, but put this on, he would say, taking out the gymnastics uniform, and we're going to the field. So they were taken to the locker room, which was separated by men and women. So they were there for a few minutes changing their clothes, where more than one noticed the tattoos on the green-haired man's body, although they didn't ask, and Kirishima simply said, manly, because he already knew why. In the patio, everyone, a quirk assessment test? They would say in surprise as they were gathered outside. Chestnut, what about the entrance ceremony and orientation? Aizawa, if you're going to become heroes, you don't have time for that kind of useless event. UA is a school with no restrictions on the use of its traditions. Just like the teachers conduct their classes. You've been doing this since high school, haven't you? Physical tests where you're not allowed to use your quirks. That's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is a nuisance. Midoriya, you finished the practical exam first, right? He would say, surprising everyone and earning a low shine from Bakugo. Izuku, yes. Aizawa, in school, what was your biggest softball throw? Izuku, I never did it. Aizawa, why? He would say, surprised and a little annoyed. Izuku, I was in Nepal for many years, so I never went to a school as such, he would say, calming his teacher and surprising everyone, although those in the exam simply understood his monk clothes. Aizawa, okay, just this once you'll throw the ball and use your quirk. Without leaving that circle, he would say, pointing at it, you can do whatever you want, just don't hold back. Izuku would nod in understanding the explanation, and as he approached the place he began to think about what to do, or what to use. He wouldn't use water, since he would have to kill a couple of plants and that wasn't something he liked. Fire would be counterproductive since under pressure it easily gets out of control, so he opted to use airbending. Izuku stopped thinking and followed the teacher's instructions. He stood in a circle where he waited with the ball for what the teacher would indicate. Aizawa, you can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Quick, give it your all. Izuku. In that case, he would say to stretch a little and start moving his arms gracefully and freely, generating a large gust of wind around where the green-haired man would release the given ball. To everyone's surprise, the ball was floating in that gust of air that the green-haired man created, so that abruptly but freely and following the wave of air that created a movement, a direct impulse or jet of almost solid wind from the hands, when the ball rose following the air until it without the green-haired man touching it again, shooting into the sky, with great power reaching very far to the amazement and surprise of everyone. Aizawa tried to erase his quirk, but when he didn't, he understood, the arts of elemental control weren't quirks, because his skepticism and his quirk-oriented thinking prevented him from admitting that a power beyond a quirk existed. Seeing this and verifying it for himself helped him make sure that it wasn't a lie and the boy wasn't an ally of a villain that Niza mentioned in several meetings. A villain who had been unknown for a long time because he was very quiet and motionless, making them believe that he was dead. Aizawa, know your maximum first, he would say with his typical tone of voice. It is the most rational form of a hero's base, he would express, showing a number on his phone. All 1,500 meters? Black-haired boy with ribbon elbows. We can use our quirk however we want. Just what you'd expect from a hero academy. Pink girl. Looks fun. Aizawa. Sounds like fun. Huh. He would say, interrupting the student's words. You have 3 years to become heroes. Will you have that attitude the whole time? Okay, whoever finishes last in the tests will be judged as having no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Everyone except Izuku. Izuku, eh? He would say, leaving Mako at his side. Aizawa, so the director left you. Izuku, yes, it's a fire ferret. Black-haired, they are very rare. Mako just climbed on Aizawa's head and stayed calm. Aizawa, I like it, he would say simply, to put on a grim smile. We are free from the circumstances of our students. Welcome to the UA Heroes course. Chestnut, will the last place be expelled? She would say, alarmed, not believing those words, but it's only the first day. No, even if it wasn't the first day, that's not fair. Aizawa, natural disasters, major accidents, and annoying villains. Calamities that can't be predicted. Japan is full of injustice. Heroes are the ones who turn those situations around. If you want to talk to friends, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will give you difficult tests one after another. Go ahead, plus ultra, he would say, waving his finger. Come with everything you've got. First test, 50-meter race. The first to compete were a green-haired, amphibian-like girl and Ida, with the latter finishing with a time of 3.04 seconds, while the girl finished a second later. The next to cross was the brunette, accompanied by a blonde-haired man with a ponytail. The latter was the fastest, with a time of 5.15 seconds and the brunette's 7.13 seconds. Next up would be a girl with the appearance of a pink alien, along with a delicate-looking boy with a French accent, who would take off when the time was released, but due to his limited capacity, he would take the same time as the girl, 5.51 seconds. The next to pass would be Bakugo and Izuku, who were staring at each other, one with hatred and the other calmly. When a measuring robot gave the order 2.1 seconds later, Izuku was already on the other side, causing surprise in the others, because thanks to his training in the air, Izuku can run quickly, decreasing the resistance of the air around him, and even through sprint or execute vertical surfaces, generating a current of air behind themselves to propel themselves forward. That only made Bakugo growl, jealous and annoyed. Grip strength test. In this test, a boy with 6 arms and a mask would be the first to pull off 540 kilograms, causing much surprise. But the biggest scare came from the green-haired boy who, despite holding back, broke the machine, marking the final 3 tons of force. Long jump test. In this test, the green-haired girl with the amphibian-like appearance was the one who stood out with the green-haired man, since the latter was able to replicate what he did in the 50-meter performance test. But with fire in his feet, he propelled himself forward, causing a 2-colored girl to surprise. Lateral jumps. In this test, a hairy dwarf was the one who stood out since he used the spheres on his head to bounce off each other. Ball throwing test. This time, Izuku didn't roll again, as there was no point in doing so. Even if you try hard enough, you still get infinite, and the result would be the same, since the machine wouldn't measure it. The one who stood out the most was the chestnut, whose quirk allows him to remove gravity from objects, also obtaining infinite. Aizawa wanted Izuku to throw again, but he could notice a rodent present that shook its head, because before the green-haired man entered, both had a talk about the power of the avatar, something that at its maximum power is capable of controlling the 4 elements at the same time, but achieved through the avatar state, where Rava takes possession of the avatar's body. Since Izuku is not possessed, it makes no sense for him to perform that test on him again. After that, the test came to an end, so Aizawa handed in the grades, the last one being Toru Hagakure, a girl with the gift of invisibility, who burst into tears at the thought of being expelled, until Aizawa said otherwise, arguing that it was a rational lie to get them to give their 100%. The green-haired boy found that word strange, but he shrugged his shoulders, and accepting something, that was a very strange start to classes for him. Book 1, First Practices. After a somewhat awkward first day of school, Izuku was headed home with his best friend, as they were supposed to discuss a few things regarding UA, especially what they thought of their new classmates. Izuku was able to meet his best friend's friend and romantic interest, Mina Ashido, a classmate at UA with them, with an acid quirk. Mina is a girl of average height, possibly a bit wider than some of her other classmates, with healthy thighs. Due to her quirk, her skin is a light pink hue and she has rather square eyes, with black sclera and bright yellow irises, with noticeably long eyelashes underneath and around the sides. Then there was Saori Todoroki, daughter of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, a cold girl, 2-tone hair, with a scar over her eye. She possesses good attributes, which makes Izuku have a certain attraction to her, given that she is of the age, but due to his monk moments, Izuku doesn't know what to do with those feelings and emotions. Even so, Izuku feels sadness for her, since she is a girl with little expression, who holds everything back, is very cold and distant with everyone. Next came a bird-headed boy, Fumikage Tokoemi, someone Izuku saw as dark, short on words but kind-hearted, who acts to prove his point. He continued like this with each and every one of those who came into his class, with the exception of one, Katsuki Bakugo, who remembered him as less pedantic, calmer, and not as arrogant and explosive. Of all the people he saw, he was undoubtedly interested in forming his own group of friends, adding Kirishima, of course, his best friend, his brother from another mother. Upon arriving at the Midoriya residence, both friends chose to train in combat, since they were bored, and according to Kirishima, training was manly, so they both set out to do that. Both friends enjoyed training because Kirishima even embraced many of the monks' philosophies, since they used to talk about it. They didn't hold back in their teachings or share their experiences. After all, Izuku sees Kirishima as someone resilient, despite feeling that his quirk is defective. Izuku defines his best friend as a spear and a shield together in the same individual, since although Kirishima hardens shield, he can still attack and move, which gives him possibilities to fight spear. Which makes Izuku always tell the redhead how wonderful his quirk is. He always told him so, until it was time to say goodbye and wait for a new day, while the redhead thought about his best friend's words. For Izuku, quirks don't determine anything. Power, regardless of its origin, is completely neutral. It is neither good nor bad, much less useless. Izuku's attachment to Taoist doctrines is very strong for developing that thinking, because for Izuku the individual is the one who defines with his use if the power is good or bad. If Ingenium used his power of speed to steal, it would be bad, but instead he uses it for good, and so the examples would continue, since it is one's path that defines whether the power one possesses is good or bad. A vision that goes completely against the status quo of society, since villains are needed, otherwise, it is not possible to maintain a system with heroes on the streets. Time skip. Next day, UA Academy. A new school day was underway. Students entered normally, while classes passed quickly, such as English with present mic. Of course there were boring subjects, but that was a step to go through to be a hero. After all, no hero should be a being that lets himself be carried away by muscles, but must learn languages, as well as think and understand academic subjects. Then followed lunch in the school cafeteria, where Izuku proved to be faithful to his instructions as a monk, while meeting with his group of friends, Achiko Uraraka, a kind brown-haired girl, Ojiro Masareyo, an honorable and understanding boy, Fumikage Tokoemi and Shoji Mizo joined the duo of the dyed redhead and the green-haired. The group at that time knew each other better, and understood something. Izuku was not someone normal. He had his moments of innocence, given that being raised by monks makes many things unknown. Even so, everyone accepted each other as they are, without distinction, especially Shoji, given that even in possessors of mutation-type quirks, there is segregation and discrimination, but in his group there is none. They accept each other as they are. This went on all morning until the afternoon, when it was time for a new subject. Everyone was sitting at their desks waiting for their teacher, who was in charge of teaching the subject. Basic hero training. The students were getting bored when they heard a voice. Almight, I am coming through the door like a normal person. Rubio, it's Almight. Kirishima, incredible, he's a teacher. Izuku, yes, it's incredible. I would say nervous, although that was not normal. But I don't judge. Frog girl, that outfit is from the Silver Age, right? Ojiro, his style is so different, I can't stand it. Almight, I'll be giving basic hero training. So it'll be a different way to learn the basics. You have to take the best units. Would say making a JoJo pose. Let's get straight to the point. This is what you'll be doing today. Would say taking out a piece of paper. Combat training. Bakugo, training, he would say very excitedly. Izuku, combat, he would say surprised and looked at himself, remembering so many teachings of what each element symbolizes. All Might, and that's what these are for, he would say, touching a button as numerous briefcases came out of the wall. Suits made based on the record of your quirks, and requests you made before school started. After changing, go to the testing zone. Students, yes. Fake city. All Might stood in the middle of the street in the fake city, a replica of a city built at UA for urban combat training. Numerous footsteps could be heard coming from a hallway. All Might, they say the suit makes the man. Young men and women realize that from now on you are heroes. He would say to look at Class 1A with their suits. The entire class was outside the hallway wearing their hero costumes, while more than one person was excited. All Might, that's great guys, your suits look great. Now we should start. Zygotes. Ida, wait, All Might sensei, Midoriya-kun is missing. Kirishima, yes, Izubro is missing. Izuku, no need to worry, he would say, coming into the light from the hallway. Uraraka, wow, Midoriya-kun, you look good. Izuku's outfit was a typical outfit from the ancient Fire Nation. It had golden borders and on the back as well as on the sleeves, the emblems of the ancient Fire Nation. Uraraka, oh? Midoriya-kun, Izuku, Uraraka-san? He would say surprised. Uraraka, your suit looks great. Mine looks tight, she would say, blushing. Izuku, well, it's not something that can't be repaired, he would say, smiling. Ojiro, you spent a lot of time with monks, didn't you? He would say something funny about the green-haired man's innocence for not noticing those things. Paluva, the hero course is great, he would say, staring in awe at the girls. All Might, okay, time for the sparring match, he would say to get the class's attention. Ida, sensei, he would say, raising his hand, this is the stage of the test battle for the entrance to the academy. Then, will we have urban battles again? All Might, no, we'll go 2 steps ahead. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, heinous villains appear inside buildings. Imprisonment, home arrests, so many behind the scenes, in this society full of heroes, the true villains cleverly hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be divided into villains and heroes, to fight 2-on-2 internal battles. Frog Girl, no basic training? Almight, this is a real battle to get the basics down. However, the key this time is that there isn't just one robot you have to defeat. Jet Black, how will it be determined who wins or loses? Bakugo, can I send them flying? Uraraka, will there be an expulsion punishment like Aizawa-sensei's class? Ida, how will we divide? Frenchie, isn't this cape great? Almight, I'll answer your questions, he would say, somewhat annoyed by the last question. Now listen, he would say, to get a script. The situation is that the villains have a nuclear weapon hidden somewhere in their lair. The heroes will try to disarm it. The heroes must catch the villains or obtain the nuclear weapon within the time limit. The villains must protect the nuclear weapon for the entire time or capture the heroes. If the heroes capture the bomb or catch the villains, they win. If the time runs out or the villains catch the heroes, they win. The teams and heroes will be determined by lottery. Ida, will the teams be chosen like this? Izuku, that's because of real-life situations. You won't always be able to team up with a friend or acquaintance. Ida, I see, that's thinking about the future. All Might, okay. Let's do it quickly. Teams: A. Izuku Midoriya Achiko Uraraka, B. Todoroki Shoto Mizo Shoji, C. Momo Yayorozu Minoru Mineta, D. Katsuki Bakugo Tenya Ida, E. Mina Ashido Yuga Hoyama, F. Koji Koda Rikido Sato, G. Kaminari Denki Kyokujiro, H. Tokoyami Fumikage Tsuyu Ajuri, I. Masareo Ojiro Toru Hagakure, J. Siro Hanta Ijiro Kurishima. All Might, okay, let's do this quickly. I would say to take spheres from 2 boxes, black for villains, white for heroes. The first teams to fight will be these. Black sphere D, white sphere A. Team A will be the heroes, while D will be the villains. Everyone else head to the surveillance room. Students, yes, the students who would not participate in the test would begin to walk, while All Might waited to give the instructions. All Might villain team, go first. Prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes the hero team will enter, and the battle will begin. Young Ida, young Bakugo, you must learn to think from a villain's perspective. This is very close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Recovery Girl will fix any damage to your bodies. If things go too far, I will stop you. Those present would nod as the group of villains would climb a building and prepare the base with the papier-mâché bomb. Ida lamented being a villain even though it was part of the exercise and he understood. Outside, Izuku was aware of where they were. The perception generated by the use of the 6th and 7th senses is broad, so he knew at all times where both would be. Uraraka, Midoriya-kun, do you know where they are? Izuku, nope, but I do know something. Uraraka, what's that? She would say, surprised. Izuku, Bakugo will come straight for me, so we'll use that to our advantage, he would say determinedly. Speakers, prep time is over, get started. Both would begin to climb the building until they reached the 3rd floor. Uraraka, you feel something. Izuku, no, but I smell like nitroglycerin. Bakugo is nearby. Uraraka, okay. Before Izuku could say anything, Bakugo would give an explosion in the area, which would be dodged by the green-haired boy, much to his annoyance. Izuku, as we rehearsed. Uraraka, yes, she would say, withdrawing. Bakugo, I don't care, round face, I'm interested in you, damn nerd. Izuku, you haven't changed at all, I would say seriously but sadly at the same time, but now we can face each other like you wanted as children. Bakugo, I'm counting on it. Both would engage in combat while Izuku used firebending to deflect Bakugo's explosions, and with airbending along with his bagwazang he demonstrated great combat skill. Bakugo, let's see if this is from your Teiya, he would say, throwing an explosion. Izuku would do nothing more than move his arms, dissipating the Muslim's attack, revealing his extensive mastery in the handling of fire. Izuku, shall we continue? In the observation room, Ranatha, Izuku-chan has great combat skills with his quirk. Ojiro, not to mention he's a great martial arts master, I'd say, surprised. Tokoyami, why do you say that? Ojiro, his combat form is known as Bagwazang, a purely defensive martial art taught in Nepal. Bicolor, how he learned it, he would say seriously, given that the green-haired man's fire was to remember his father's and it bothered him. All Might, as few know, Izuku was raised in Nepal, among monks, that's all that can be said. Azabesh, that explains his lifestyle and many things, given that in class he is even calm, too much for a teenager, added to the fact that he shows to have immense inner peace. Rubio. Although that is not all, given that he handles fire like Zero, yes, as an extension of himself, it's something that not even Endeavor does. Bicolor. That's true, he would say, softening his gaze. In the building, the angrier Bakugo got, the more he attacked and caused more sweat, that is, more explosions. But Izuku did not let himself be intimidated, so using his masteries in fire and air, he managed to get rid of the ash-haired boy, not to mention that the green-haired boy's control helped prevent damage to the structures. Bakugo. Damn me, he would say, panting. Izuku, before Bakugo exploded again, would kick wrapped in flames, making the Muslim dodge the matter. Earphone. Izuku-san, Ida found me, she would say, alarmed. Izuku. Wait, I'll finish here and go there. Bakugo. As if I would allow it. Izuku. I'm sorry, but I extended this fight too much, he would say, moving and causing a large gust of air. Bakugo would be hit by the pressurized air, being taken out of the building and remaining unconscious on the wall of the building he crashed into, which caused Izuku to take advantage of going after Ida and supporting Uraraka. Observation room. Seeing how Izuku moved with fire, many had to admit, Izuku was a master of the element in every sense of the word. Bicolor. He moves better than Endeavor. But how does he move like that at such a young age? Almight. Fire is the element of power. Although for many it represents destruction, it can give light and heat. It can bring progress, he expressed, giving the philosophical sense of fire. Many of its users are intoxicated by that power, while the most prudent feel cursed by it. But as you see in young Midoriya, if it is controlled properly, with discipline and considering mastering the discipline itself, fire is life and industry. Comforting and creative, he would finish saying, hiding a little book with phrases from various masters in his pocket. The Bicolor pondered those words, and Endeavor was clearly intoxicated by that power. The other students were surprised, given that many elements had their spirituality, but they didn't know how it would help them. This made it abundantly clear to them what bending is. Almight, for his part, reflected on how much wisdom had been lost from those great masters, like Zhang, who today could be wise and train generations of more humble heroes. Pelimurata. That's incredible air management, I would say, surprised. Ranatha. Izuku-chan manipulates the four elements, right, Karo? Jet. Yes. But he doesn't use them as such, but as if he knew what to do and moves according to what the element requires, he analyzed, given that those ways of moving went against the specifications and help in similar quirks in the world. In the building, Ida had Uraraka cornered, while giving a monologue more than worthy of an Oscar award for terrible acting, so she never noticed the green-haired boy when he arrived. From what Izuku looked at, he saw that Ida was 1.79 meters tall, so the green-haired boy would take advantage of his smaller size, 1.68 meters, to be able to play with him a little, which made several of the spectators laugh, because, with the agility of an airbender, he moved, making the blue-haired boy nervous. Ida, out of nerves, would turn around and begin hand-to-hand combat with the green-haired man, who began to demonstrate his Shaolin skills until he managed to grab him with his legs and throw him to the ground. Izuku now. Uraraka would agree to that, and touch the bomb while a loud, proud voice sounded over the loudspeakers. Speakers, heroes win. After a few minutes, the participants would be out of the building while all the students wanted to know more about Midoriya's quirk. But he always gave somewhat calm answers or with more than one interpretation, although Ojiro simply asked about martial arts, rather than his quirk. Almight. Well, things turned out interesting. Can someone tell me who was the MVP of this battle? Azabashi, me-sensei. Almight. Go ahead, young Yaoyorozu. Momo. Well, the truth is that Ida was the one who stood out the most, given that Midoriya-san and Bakugo-san fought like children, not to mention that Midoriya-san prolonged the fight more than necessary, not to mention that Uraraka-san, when she had to wait, she showed herself. Bakugo-san acted out of fury and knowing his opponent, but Uraraka, you're wrong, she would say, seriously defending something she didn't see. Midoriya-kun knew what to do and made a plan knowing what Bakugo-san would do, so we chose to divide and conquer. Momo was going to say something, but All Might's voice would sound. All Might, indeed. Ida Shonen and Midoriya Shonen share the MVP position for this training, he would say, silencing the brunette. We must continue this exercise. Go ahead. The next to pass were Masaruyo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure as villains, and despite having a plan to take advantage of the invisible girl's gift, they are trapped by Saori Todoroki's ice, who did not let Choji act, other than to find the bomb using his abilities of having extra eyes and ears on his arms. So throughout the afternoon, the tests continued showing various results, where the strategies or the use of the quirks demonstrated some superiority. But whenever Izuku All Might gave recommendations, Izuku spoke, saying several suggestions. So as not to wait for the person with the right quirk, the green-haired man dismissed these arguments, justifying that time being short is crucial. Would they let the heroes fail by waiting time that is not available? Lives do not return from death, which can generate a very hard stain on the hero's record, where many fight to be in the top. Although the green-haired man is usually a calm monk, there are things he observes from afar that should not go with the profession of being a hero. Book 1, Class President, Midoriya Residence. It was 5 a.m. on a new day. The green-haired owner of the place was getting up to begin his day as he was accustomed to as a monk, starting his daily training. This time he did it differently. Given his proximity to India, he practiced a practice he learned there on a couple of visits when they left the temple, yoga. He did the exercise for an hour, while calmly watching the sunrise. Being a monk had its good and bad things, but there were things that Izuku didn't know, since they weren't taught at the temple. Topics like love, friendship, and behaving like a teenager were things that weren't taught there, and now he could do it, but he didn't know how. While he did the exercises and stretches, he remembered his past, because he lost many things, among them that somewhat insane obsession with heroes, seeing their quirks and comparing them, demonstrating his analytical abilities. Even so, that was replaced by a different perception, being able to use those abilities during his fights. Finishing the stretches, there was an hour left until All Might would drive him to UA, the advantage of All Might knowing how to drive, in addition to saving on train tickets, which wasn't much, but it helped a little, given that Izuku had developed a custom of using that money to buy a little food and give it to a homeless person, something that he acquired during his time in Nepal. Every human being had the right to live and eat. He didn't understand how the need for money nullified the good things in people, making them greedy and evil in a certain way. Besides that, it is that same greed, typical of human beings, something natural, which made numerous heroes not fulfill their work and seek to improve their image. He decided to stop thinking, so he would sit on one of the machines that Kirishima and Izuku placed in a makeshift gym, a few machines taking up a room to use. Not that he needed it, but something helped distract himself and exercise his body a little. He trained like this for 40 minutes, until he decided to take a shower and get ready to go to UA, after eating and drinking some breakfast. All Might honked the horn and took him to school in it. They were lucky that the principal gave him a pass, as an investing member, a power he used if the press, due to any measure UA took, went out to conduct interviews and such. Sadly, that day was one of those, where leaked that All Might would be a teacher. The press was at the doors demanding entry and answers, under the premise that people deserved to know what the symbol of peace did as a teacher. For Izuku, it was simply a total invasion of people's privacy, since private things like their jobs unrelated to being a hero should be kept private. If a hero is a teacher, society should not allow it. But that was how the press was, thirsty and hungry, like hyenas chasing a lion's fresh prey in the African savannah. Fortunately for both of them, Niza opened the back door for them to enter due to the number of reporters, while Aizawa took out the students who were taken hostage by the media, while throwing everyone out. That was strange for Izuku, but he decided not to speak, since no matter how well the press was spoken to, they wouldn't leave. Room 1A. The 20 students could be seen sitting as our beloved favorite caterpillar mom entered the classroom. Meanwhile, Ida, Uraraka, and Izuku talked among themselves, getting to know each other a little better. Aizawa, well, I just have to say a couple of things, Bakugo. Bakugo, TSK. Aizawa, don't be so impulsive and learn to work as a team. Bakugo, whatever. Aizawa, Midoriya, the aforementioned nods. Not bad, well managed and well planned your strategy. Just remember that you should trust your teammates more. Izuku, as sensei says, I would say with respect. Aizawa, Yayorozu, you are smart and have a lot of potential. But when you make a mistake, admit it, and use it to improve. Learn to improvise if a plan doesn't work. Momo, as sensei says. Aizawa, anyway, today they will elect the class president. I don't care how they do it, just do it. Class 1A Izuku, Bakugo and Todoroki. IS a relatively normal class. Izuku, is that what they were doing here? Ida, yeah, didn't they? Where were you? He asked, surprised. It was obvious that they often lived in a sphere that made them ignore the reality of others. Izuku, sadly no, that was not used in the monastery. Sorry, you were raised as a monk, but that power will give you pain, she thought, seeing the green-haired boy somewhat embarrassed by so much attention. Ida, well, here 2 students are chosen to represent the class before the rest of the academy, and can help maintain order in the hall, he would say solemnly and moving like a robot. Izuku, I see. Siro, in that case, let's show what we do in Japan, he would say animatedly. Mina, choose me for a fun class. Bakugo, choose me and we'll have the other classes at our feet. Kirishima, pick me for a more masculine class. Lai, pick me and I'll make the girls wear 30 centimeters skirts. Kaminari, I support you. Jiro, nobody will vote for that, sticking his jacks in both. Ida would stop everyone and give a speech about the work of being class president in addition to proposing and clarifying doubts about holding elections. So thanks to that the class would vote with Izuku being chosen by 4 votes. Izuku me? He would say surprised. Bakugo, who voted for him? He would express annoyed. Tsuyu, it would be better to vote for Yukaro. Bakugo, Shining Frog. Aizawa, so Midoriya will be the class president and Yayorozu the vice, whatever. Izuku, although I didn't expect this and never did it, I will do my best, he would say, bowing in gratitude. Momo, me too. After that the recess bell would ring. Izuku was sitting with his group eating very comfortably, when the doorbell and alarm rang. Uraraka, there are a lot of people today too. Ida, it's because at UA there are not only hero courses, but also general, support, and business courses. Izuku, if it's true, it reminds me of Nepal. Kirishima, oh that's right, you told me you all ate together there. Ida, that must be a nice experience, he would say, moving like a robot. Uraraka, the rice is delicious, she would say smiling. Izuku, yes, it's good, he would say eating animatedly. Ida, Midoriya, didn't you order meat? Izuku, it's okay, I try to avoid it. It's not that I don't eat if I'm invited, but my moral convictions prevent me from eating that. Kirishima, it's true, in Nepal you learned a lot about the value of life. Izuku, yes, even if it's a small insect, everyone has the right to live, no matter if they do wrong, no one has the right to end a life. Ida, it is because of those convictions that I voted for you. Izuku, I appreciate your honesty, Ida-san, but despite having been elected, I don't know if I'm qualified for it. Where I never went to an academy to learn how to act. Kirishima, you'll be fine, he would say cheerfully, we'll be with you. We'll help you if necessary. Ida, yes, we will be there to help. Uraraka, Ida-kun, now that I think about it, didn't you want to be class president too? I mean, you wear glasses. Izuku and Kirishima. Uraraka-san speaks without thinking, they thought in unison. Uraraka, Ida-kun, you use very unknown words. Are you a rich kid? Ida, I've tried to change the way I speak because I don't want to be called that, he'd say, embarrassed. But yes, my family has been a family of heroes for generations. Izuku, amazing. Kirishima, that sounds manly. Uraraka, Suga. Ida, do you know the hero Turbo Ingenium? Izuku, I'm sorry to say it, but no. Kirishima, he is a popular hero who has 65 partners working in his Tokyo agency. Uraraka, maybe? Ida, yes, that's right, he's my older brother. He's a hero who honors the rules and frees the people. Izuku, Ida-kun, I would say sincerely you don't feel comfortable with that, do you? Ida, huh? Uraraka, what do you mean? Izuku, you sound like you're something fake. No matter how much you admire him, you feel bound to that as an imposition, don't you? He would ask analytically from his perspective as a monk. Ida, well, yes, I guess, he would say surprised and trying to direct his thoughts. In fact, I never thought about it. Izuku, I understand if it helps. In Nepal we are taught that each element has a spiritual connection, capable of teaching us a lot. Uraraka, spiritual? Izuku, yes, if you feel tied down, lacking freedom, you must be like the air. Kirishima, the air? Izuku, yes, air is the element of freedom. It's about separating yourself from problems, worries, and the expectations others have of you. You're searching for your own peace, and your freedom, according to air philosophy, is the key to resolving your difficulties in life. Ida, I never thought of it that way. Izuku, see it this way, he would say smiling. Before anyone responded, an alarm would sound in the area, while a voice could be heard on the speakers. Speaker, alert, security level 3 active, please leave the UA peacefully. Ida, Security Alert Level 3? What does that mean? He asked a student next to him. Student, it means someone broke into the school grounds. I haven't seen anything like that since I came here 3 years ago. You should hurry up too. The dining room was in chaos. Many were crying, others were running like slaughtered chickens, while at the entrances the same teenagers and young adults crowded each other, piling up, hitting each other and screaming as they fled in terror. Don't push! Wait, I'm falling! I said don't push! Uraraka, would say, being crushed. Izuku, I know the leaf, he would say, moving freely among the students. Ida, what are you doing? Izuku, be fluid, I would say, showing how to move. Kirishima, I'm going. Ida and Uraraka would manage to do the same, but Ida would manage to reach a window and observe what was happening outside. Ida could see from the window how the press infiltrated the academy, trying to demand answers to their whimsical questions, ending a peaceful lunch break from a school day. Ida, that's it, the press. UA entrance. Reporter 1, give us All Might. He's here, right? He would say, moving his microphone to present Mike and Aizawa Shota. Present Mike, we told you he's not here. Journalist, if you give us a comment, we'll leave. Aizawa, if they get a comment, they'll want another one. That's how they are. Present Mike, they're intruders, you know. He whispered to his friend. You could call them villains. Don't you think we should send them flying? Aizawa, don't do it, Mike, he would say in a whisper, answering his friend and colleague's suggestion. They'll write a bunch of lies about you. Let's wait for the police. In the dining room. Ida, I was wondering what it was, but it's the media. Everyone calm down, ouch, he would say when he was hit by the window. Izuku, Ida-kun, he would say, arriving with his movement next to Kirishima. Kirishima, where are the teachers? Izuku, well, it's over, he would say, moving his arms in circles, creating a circle of air, which diverted the students and let Ida breathe. Ida, that's it, I know. Midoriya, can you generate a tornado and lift me up? Izuku, what's on your mind? Ida, do it and I'll tell you. Izuku HAI. Izuku would begin to move his arms, creating an air gutter, which he climbed onto alongside Ida. Master airbenders are able to rotate and control the direction of an air gutter enough to levitate, and they can remain in the air for as long as they wish or can maintain it, even if they add a person with them who does not handle said element. Ida, everyone. Everything's fine. He shouted, drawing everyone's attention. It's just the media. There's nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is UA, you should act accordingly as students here. Everywhere the students began to sigh in relief, especially those from 1A, as Izuku, next to Ida, made a decision with a smile. The police are there, thank goodness. At the entrance of the UA, the police were removing all the reporters from the premises, while Nizu and other teachers joined in trying to contain the situation. Present Mike, goodbye. Evil media. Classroom 1A, Momo, come on, class president. Start, she would say somewhat uneasily. Izuku, well, now let's decide on other important class matters, but first I must say something. I think Ida-kun should be the class president. He was able to get everyone's attention in the cafeteria, and he knew how to handle what happened there. I think he's the right one for this position, he would say, smiling. Ida looked at this in surprise as another voice was heard. Kirishima, I agree. Izubro said it. Today Ida was the big hero of what happened at the cafeteria. Kaminari, yes, and he's the guy seen on the emergency exit signs, right? Ida was still surprised, as he looked at the green-haired man who simply nodded at him. Aizawa, you're wasting time. I don't care what you do, just do it quickly, he would say from his sleeping bag. UA entrance. The access gate to the UA was destroyed due to the entry of reporters, while Midnight, Namuri Kiyama, Recovery Girl, the Heroine 13 and director Nizu himself were observing the scene. Nizu, how were ordinary members of the press capable of doing something like this? It's clear someone instigated this, someone evil came in, or was it some attempt to declare war? In the city, everything was being seen normally, since everyone was doing their thing, in addition to the heroes stopping villains, since they were doing something wrong or causing chaos, or a kidnapping case where Kamui Woods, Mount Lady and others tried to stop a villain from killing a mother, a father and their little daughter, until All Might, dressed in a suit, resolved the situation as the villain was focused on the other heroes. After that, the number one hero would retire on his way to the UA to give his class. While he thought about an important issue, he was weakening, he needed a successor. He had two options, but neither convinced him. At the same time, he had a glimpse of the previous carriers, telling him that he should not choose someone with a quirk due to his overload and accelerated aging. For this reason, one of his candidates, one of the three greats of the UA, Mirio Togata, had to be removed from the list, leaving him only his niece to propose the power that he has been cultivating for so many years. He only hoped that she accepts it, and that David's shield does not kill him for proposing that to his daughter. UA. The school day came to an end as everyone left with a note to be signed by their guardians or parents, since they would be going on a field trip to have classes elsewhere, with 2 extra teachers alongside Aizawa. They were excited, so Aizawa was clear that without that permission they wouldn't be participating. Izuku knew he already had his sheet signed, since Almight signed it for him in class. After all, he was his legal guardian, creating a slight friction with Aizawa, given their relationship and the fact that the eraser hero thinks that relationship will make them both have favoritism, which wasn't right. Midoriya residence. Izuku was uneasy. Something was bothering him about what had happened at UA, so he decided to clear his head with training. Yes, Izuku was a great martial artist, a very good user of air, water, and fire, but he still had things to learn, including earth bending. However, bending arts must be passed on, not mastered as quirks, as these are disciplines, not toys, as they are portrayed in superhuman society. Since he couldn't calm his mind, he decided to go out into the garden, to an area with a pagoda, where a gentle breeze glimmered on the shores of a lake with colorful koi carp adorning the area. He fed the fish, and they happily ate the food given to him by their master, while he assumed a meditative posture. He was used to doing this, but he didn't do it all the time, but it was a good way to calm his emotions and worries. While meditating, he came to the conclusion that perhaps the previous avatars might have some advice for him, so he focused on them. Izuku, I'm talking to my past lives, Avatar Genji. I need your advice, he would say solemnly. From Izuku a blue glow would form and come out in front of him, forming a man, with dark tan skin, dark brown hair and olive-colored eyes. Boy, I am Avatar Genki, Avatar Izuku. What do you need, he would say in a calm voice. Izuku, today at UA we had a problem. The press infiltrated the school, and almost everyone panicked. That makes me uneasy. As if there was something behind it, as if that were a distraction for something. Genji, from my experience, I can tell you to listen to your instincts, but no more. I can only advise you that perhaps avatars like Aang, who have that battle experience, can be of more help to you. Korra too, but because her situation was different, perhaps Aang is a better option. And even if you don't find what you're looking for, all the experience of the avatars is available to you if you look deep within yourself. He would say, fading away. Izuku, I appreciate that, he would say, thinking of someone. Avatar Aang, I need your wisdom. The same thing that happened with Genji would happen with the next subject, being a bald, light-skinned, bearded man with a blue arrow tattooed on his body. Aang, I can feel your concerns, Izuku. What do you need? Izuku, maybe you feel or know what happened, he would say, explaining everything in detail and his fears. What should I think? I feel uneasy. Aang, during the end of the 100-Year War, I faced Fire Lord Ozai, your ancestor's father. Even in the face of adversity and insecurities, we were able to move forward. Having insecurities and worries is an essential part of life. Even so, you must be determined to face them. You must even have the wisdom not to carry everything on your own. I offer you this knowledge, Izuku. You must be prepared for the unexpected and accept the help of others. Izuku, thank you for your knowledge, he would say, watching Aang fade away. After that, Izuku stood up from the spot while watching All Might and Sir see the event, and hear everything. For Sir, it was something incredible and logical, because in past lives, knowledge can be obtained, since history, whether known or not, tends to repeat itself. All Might, well, it's time to eat. Tomorrow you start with something new, he would say with a nervous smile as he went with the others to dinner. Book 1 USJ, Midoriya Residence, 7 a.m. A new day began after a long conversation about worries about what had happened at school, something that made Izuku opt to sleep a little more than he was used to, because if the mind doesn't rest, the body doesn't perform as it should. He decided to have some fruit for breakfast, a small salad he made last night to avoid the fatigue of preparing something in the morning, along with some yogurt. He checked his backpack and decided to pack less weight, because despite getting a good night's rest, what had happened yesterday with the press still resonated in his mind. Leaving those thoughts aside, he searched the place, finding nothing but a note from Almight, in which he said he got up early to go to work, something that caught Izuku's attention, since the blonde never got up early. But he didn't give it any importance and got ready to go to UA, since according to Aizawa, they would go on a field trip, which is why, on the table near the door, there was a note signed by Almight. Since he was the green-haired boy's legal guardian, he left his house with everything on him, and headed to UA, having to take the train. He never traveled on it, but there's always a first time for everything. UA, Room 1A. The class was in session, since for some reason Aizawa hadn't started a class, nor were the other teachers teaching a class that day, leading one to assume that the entire day would be devoted to the field trip. These thoughts were interrupted when Aizawa entered the classroom, drinking coffee, without his sleeping bag. Aizawa, today for basic hero training, I would say at the teacher's desk it will be a class with 3 instructors, Almight, me and one more person. Izuku, will it be a special case? He thought, surprised like the rest. Zero, hey. What are we going to do? Aizawa, disasters, catastrophes, and all that, he would say while holding up a sign with the word rescue, is rescue training. The room would be amazed while a few would murmur in surprise and excitement. Kaminari, rescue? Looks like there's going to be a lot of work. Mina, true? Kurishima, idiot. That's the duty of a hero. My arms are ready, he would say excitedly. See you, no one can defeat me in the water, Karo. Aizawa, hey, I'm not done yet. I'd say seriously, you can decide whether or not you want to use your suits this time, since your suits will probably limit your abilities. The training will be off campus, so we'll go by bus. That's all, get ready. The entire class would stand up and go look for their outfits, and something that amazed those closest to them was seeing the green-haired boy with a different outfit. It was like the dogi of a martial artist, in a greenish-blue color, similar to the outfit of a kung fu practitioner, but with the characteristic colors of the water tribe, with a personal touch from the green-haired boy. Uraraka, Izuku-san, and your suit? Izuku, be well, I sent it to be repaired and to have a couple of attachments added, since I need space to include swords in it. Kurishima, that's manly. Ida, Midoriya-kun, the swords aren't toys, are you sure you want to include them? He would say, moving his hands like a robot. Izuku, yes, it's an amulet from my family, it's the inheritance of my ancestors, so I'll take it, and I know how to use them. Momo, good. Ida would blow a whistle, while giving orders to all the students to get on the bus. Of course, after getting on, the aforementioned was in shock since it was not like what he expected, so he was left with a depressed aura while Izuku rubbed his back to calm him down. On the journey, the bus would leave UA heading to the designated facilities. Aizawa would sleep cocoon-style in his sleeping bag, and the students would chat about anything until a certain frog-shaped aspiring hero would catch their attention. Tsuyu, Midoriya Karo. Izuku, tell me Ajuri-san, what do you need? Tsuyu, tell me Tsuyu-chan Karo. I always say what I think and I think others wonder about you, so I'll ask everyone's question. How do you handle the elements with your quirk, given that you use them as an extension of yourself, something that contradicts many rules for emitter-type quirks? Izuku, in addition to training, it is understanding the disciplines that encompass each element. Momo, disciplines? Saori, explain yourself, I would say seriously. Izuku, you see, the first element I learned is fire, and unlike what everyone believes, to master an element, or rather the discipline of an element, you must master the discipline itself. Ida, what do you mean Midoriya-kun? Izuku, you see, to understand the use of the elements, we must understand them. Water is cold and calming, earth is firm and stable, fire is alive, breathing, and growing. Without control, a rock cannot be thrown, but fire spreads and destroys if one lacks the will to control it. Saori, well, that explains a lot. I would say cold. Bakugo, TSK, they are simple powers. What is special about them? Izuku, each element has a meaning. Fire is the element of power. A firebender has will and determination, and that drives them to do what they want. Earth is the element of solidity. Earthbenders are strong, persevering, and resilient. Air is the element of freedom. Airbenders break free from their earthly ties to find peace and freedom. Water is the element of change. Waterbenders are capable of adapting to many things. They have a strong sense of community and love that keeps them together forever. A wise man once told me that it is necessary to gain knowledge from many places. If we do it from just one, it becomes tedious and rigid. If we understand the elements, Quirk users like mine must understand and learn from the elements to become more complete. Kaminari, it's too much. Momo, he is also very philosophical. Izuku, with my handling of fire, I was classified as a prodigy even by Endeavor. But when I see what he does, I feel like he uses it incorrectly. I would say surprising everyone and more sorry. You see, when I understood fire, I felt that it is linked to emotions and breathing. It can be influenced by both, but linking it to emotions makes it dangerous. Since we can lose the emotion that characterizes us and the domain will decrease. On the other hand, by using our breathing, we avoid it having a defective handling and control. Saori, you speak as if fire. Izuku, yes, fire is like a heartbeat. It's like expressing part of you, of your soul. Aizawa listened attentively to those words, since to a certain extent, in the past, the masters were much better users of emission-type quirks with fire-oriented quirks. Current fire users like Endeavor would never reach the level of the past, since they simply turn it on and use it, without control, which makes it dangerous. Not for nothing, the number 2 hero himself is included among the heroes who destroy the most when fighting villains. Aizawa, okay, shut up, we're almost there. Tired of you still wanting to know about the subject. Everyone would pay attention and see how a kind of astronaut approached them. Astronaut, everyone, I'd been waiting for you, the newcomer would say. Izuku, Woa, she's the 13th space heroine. She's one of the best rescue heroines out there, he would say excitedly. Uraraka, oh, it's 13, I love 13. 13, let's go inside then, he would say, inviting all the students to come in. Class 1A, it's a pleasure working with you. Within the USJ, all the students entered the place completely surprised by the capacity and the stages that were there. 13, welcome everyone to the Unexpected Events Simulation Unit, or USJ for short. Here you can freely use your quirks to perform the exercises. Everyone was surprised. It was similar to the theme parks in Orlando in the words of the girls and Kirishima. 13. A ship, a landslide, a fire, a storm, a mudslide. It is a training ground made with different types of accidents and disasters. Aizawa, 13. Where is Almight? I would say seriously, he was supposed to meet us here. 13. About that, he would say, approaching Aizawa and raising 3 fingers. It seems that he did too much hero work on the way and ran out of time. So by orders of the director he is resting. Aizawa, it's the price of irrationality, he would say in a tired tone. We'll take precautions. He thought for a bit. Well, nothing can be done, let's start. 13. If you'll allow me a few words, you should know something. Just as weapons can kill and become an extension of oneself, quirks are a natural extension of us. So if we use them incorrectly, we can kill. Therefore, we must be cautious when using our quirks. That's all I wanted to add. The students became excited at these words and began to applaud. Aizawa, okay, then first. Aizawa wouldn't finish speaking as the power in the area would begin to fail until it was deactivated. At the same time, at a fountain in the center of the area, a purple portal began to open, alerting Aizawa. From the purple portal, a large number of villains began to emerge, with one of them, a humanoid bird on steroids, standing out the most. Aizawa, gather around and don't move, he ordered angrily. 13 protects the students. Kirishima, what's going on? Kaminari, perhaps? Kirishima, is it like the entrance exam lesson, where the lesson had already started? Aizawa, don't move, he would say, putting on his goggles. You're all villains. That made the vast majority of students tense up. At the source, Fog, 13 and Eraserhead, the information we received from the teachers yesterday said that All Might would be here, with the students. Aizawa, that proves that yesterday's work with the reporters was their work. Pella Celeste, where is he? Isn't All Might there? How bad, I wanted to destroy him. But what does it matter? At least killing all these students will break his spirit. Kurogyri, you already know what to do. Kurogyri, as I ordered. Shigaraki Tamura, with the students. Kaminari, what do we do? 13. We will wait for reinforcements. Call over there. Momo, Sensei, what happened to the security measures, the motion sensors and the alarms? 13. We have them, but, sorry, does that mean they're just here or the whole school? Either way, the security measures aren't responding, which means they have someone capable of doing this. A secluded area off the main campus, during the time a class is supposed to be in session. They may be idiots, but they're not stupid. It's a very well-planned surprise attack, by someone with very clear goals in mind. Aizawa, someone's interfering with the facility. We're isolated. 13. Initiate evacuation and try to contact UA. Kaminari, tried to contact someone at UA with your Kozai. Kaminari understood. Izuku, sensei, he would say, worried, will you fight against everyone alone? With so many, even if you can erase peculiarities, your fighting style is not for long periods of combat, but for short moments. Aizawa, you can't be a hero with just one trick. With those words, Aizawa launched himself at the villains. The last few, unsuspecting, tried to confront him using their quirks, but it was useless. Aizawa's red glare behind his goggles was enough to neutralize them all, saving the mutation quirk users. However, given Aizawa's fighting style with his bandages, they were quickly overpowered and defeated. The students being escorted by 13 would try to escape, but would be intercepted by Kurojairi, unfortunately for Aizawa, who was surrounded by villains. Kurojairi, greetings young people, my name is Kurojairi and we are the League of Villains. We have come so that Almight can take his last breath. Kirishima and Bakugo launched themselves against the mist using their quirks, but it sent them to different points. Izuku, Kiri bro! Katsuki, Kurojairi was going to do the same with the rest, but he didn't count on Izuku's quick maneuver through airbending, because the purple mist is still just that, mist, so with airbending movements, he would be able to dissipate the villain, forcing him to retreat. Kurojairi, an airbender? He would say in surprise. It was assumed, as far as he knew from his teacher, that those guys were monks, a bunch of pacifist Puritans who loved meditation. 13. Back now. Kurojairi wouldn't waste any time, and would send the green-haired boy to a lake area, where he would fall, causing a wide wake of water. But it wouldn't last long, since he would use waterbending, generating a whirlpool before a villain with shark features attacked him, managing to come to the surface, to everyone's amazement, especially Aizawa and Kurojairi. Sorry, I didn't know I could use water, she muttered to herself, only to be shocked as she watched the green-haired boy leave all the water villains locked in an ice prison. Momo, well, ice is frozen water, I would say, surprised by such handling of a quirk. Aizawa would resume the fight against the villains, managing to reach Tamura Shigaraki, a light-haired man with a lot of hands on his body. The black-haired man was giving a lecture to several villains who approached to attack, confident of winning, but ended up on the ground, badly beaten, until the teacher approached the light-haired man. Aizawa, so you're the boss, he would say, hitting the aforementioned, but he would see that the villain would place his hand on his elbow, noticing that he used his quirk on him, causing disintegration. Shigaraki, you're wrong, I'm not the final boss, he is, he would say, pointing at the monster next to him. The humanoid chicken on steroids would grab the hero and beat him mercilessly, bending him against his will. Shigaraki, impressive, right? It's the innovation in Nomu bioengineering, designed to kill Almight. Aizawa, Nomu? Shigaraki, Nomu, kill him. At the entrance, 13 had fought with Kurojairi to buy time and make an improvised plan so that Ida, the fastest student in the class, could leave the USJ and get reinforcements with the heroes of UA. At the same time, numerous villains managed to arrive at the place, forcing the students to fight, since 13 was on the ground injured. Saori was the only one who would use her ice to leave the place to a more open space and freeze as many as she could, leaving them trapped, of course without killing them. Back to the center, Aizawa was being massacred by the Nomu before the horrified eyes of the students, all of whom had arrived at the area, such as Saori, Bakugo, and Kirishima, while from the entrance everyone looked at the scene in horror. Kurojairi would return with Shigaraki, noticing that 13 was incapacitated but not dead, causing the light-haired man to throw a slight tantrum, but using Kurojairi to try to leave, he would try to grab Tsuyu's head, just passing his hand through the mist. But upon touching it, nothing would happen, since Aizawa was looking at the light-haired man in his last moments, nullifying his quirk. Shigaraki, damn, you really are awesome, Eraserhead. The Nomu would once again grab the raven and slam his head into the ground, causing Izuku to watch this angrily, his vision flickering blue until it activated. The air swirled around him, the water from nearby bodies swirling violently. Kaminari, what's wrong with Midoriya? Kyoka, seems different. Mina, she looks like a different person. Hagakure, the brightness of her eyes is not from her emerald eyes. Ojiro, what happened to you, friend? Aizawa, avatar state, he would say, on the verge of unconsciousness. The villains near the green-haired man would throw themselves at him, feeling intimidated, but Izuku, as if he had practiced earthbending his whole life, would raise rock pillars, sending numerous villains flying, to everyone's surprise. Tsuyu, that was it. Shoji, yes, that was dirt, but I hadn't seen him handle it. Uraraka, according to what I was told, Izuku needed a teacher for this, but he never said he could control it. Only that he could, but he had to learn how. Momo, maybe it's a frenzy, since seeing Aizawa in that state awakened that state, and he unconsciously uses it. Shigaraki, oi, what's wrong with him? Kurojairi, I think Sensei will be interested, but it's a power that is not a quirk, he whispered in murmurs. Shigaraki, it doesn't matter, Noma. Finish it. The Noma would leave Aizawa and go against the green-haired man, who would use the lake's water to form a whip trapping the subject. And since water is liquid, the Noma would not be able to break it, but the subject's strength was immense, managing to get out of the grip. This would force the green-haired man to use more waterbending movements against the Noma, beginning to freeze the subject. Kirishima, Izubro is very skilled. Bakugo, Tisk, he's weaker than me, he would say proudly. Saori, interesting. Since the Noma managed to free itself, and with one blow would send Izuku to the place of fire, causing 2 ribs to crack and break in the green-haired man. Shigaraki, Noma is the perfect weapon to kill Almight. It has impact absorption, regeneration and strength and speed at his level. It is impossible for a brat to defeat him, he would say, smiling and laughing madly. Izuku would begin to breathe while the avatar state continued, but this time on the verge of deactivating. So before everyone's eyes, the fire from the fire began to rise and fall in accordance with the green-haired man's breathing, to suddenly channel all the fire into a solid form, forming a comet, being a technique developed by Iroh himself. Once channeled and taking advantage of the fact that the Noma threw itself at him, he simply threw that fire at the being, charring it completely. Shigaraki, he would say, annoyed, you cheated. Shigaraki would attack Izuku, but with one movement he would cause the ground that separated the students and Aizawa from the villains to crack, and from that fissure would come out burning lava, to everyone's surprise and dismay. Before the surprise subsided and the villains decided to leave, All Might would enter the place with a face that reflected pure anger, while he advanced and forcibly ripped off his tie. All Might's expression, beyond causing hope, caused terror, since he was never seen angry. All Might, what the students must have suffered, he would say, very annoyed after finishing off several villains to pass, but now they have nothing to fear. Because I am here. All Might in a blink of an eye approached the place upon seeing the lava, but became worried when he saw the green-haired boy. All Might, Shonen? I would say, calling him. In front of everyone, the green-haired man would simply speak, but to everyone's dismay, the voice would come out distorted, as if there were more than one being in a single body. Izuku, I've already finished with the monster, now I'll leave the rest to you, he would say, so that the shine would disappear and the green-haired man would fall completely unconscious, being caught by Kirishima with the help of Saori, who moved alone. At the entrance the other heroes entered, making the villains very annoyed, in case the light-haired one left with his tail between his legs, leaving everyone in the place. Book 1. Explanations and Analysis. USJ. The Unexpected Events Simulation Unit was an area used by entire classes of aspiring heroes to fearlessly practice the rescue skills that a hero logically must possess, since not everything is about fighting and posing to look pretty, as the insane majority of heroes out there do. No one ever expected to be attacked by villains, or at least on the scale that it was, given that it had been very well planned. The press never stopped focusing on what happened, given that it took no more than 5 minutes for the first channels to arrive and sell the news like fresh bread out of the oven. In turn, the students along with the teachers were being taken out of the place, escorted by police and paramedics, while 13, Aizawa and Izuku, were taken on stretchers to a medical room, since 2 of them were to be treated urgently. After several hours of investigation, the UA decided to close the academy for a few days to clarify the facts, while giving the students a well-deserved rest, where one of them remained completely unconscious in the infirmary, being cared for by recovery girl. UA nursing. Aizawa, despite his bandages, stood staring at his student, by far more powerful and with a great burden on his shoulders. He was extremely surprised that he used the avatar mode completely out of his mind, but he allowed that it was his first time using it, in addition to making it clear that it was an action of unconsciousness linked to years of the Avatar's existence. Izuku's torso was bandaged. His hands were held back by ropes and bandages, since if he woke up he could move and ruin the efforts of the doctors, since they had to operate to fix his broken ribs. Aizawa, and here I thought I'd have a normal class, in a normal year, but things went down the drain, at the same time you entered. It's not rational to blame someone for mere coincidences, but I must thank you for saving me, unconsciously, but you did it, Bud. Recovery girl, I know little of those old stories from the era before Quirks, but whatever that state was, it left him exhausted. Aizawa, it would be best to wait for him to wake up. Spirit world, since he fainted from overexertion and activated the Avatar state for the first time, Izuku entered the spirit world, trying to find answers to what had happened. Searching for one of his past lives, or Iroh, to talk to and maybe drink a cup or two of tea, he got lost in the local forest. A couple of hours passed until he found a cave. It was very dark, and a sound could be heard within, so, driven by curiosity, he decided to enter. Exploring the area and lighting the cave with firebending, he ventured near its depths, spotting a serpentine figure covered in black scales. He noticed some sort of gigantic reptile with very large wings. While he was resting, he opened his eye and placed it on the green-haired boy. Izuku, it's a dragon, he would say, surprised. Dragon, the Avatar, he would say with an imposing, thick, deep, but calm and serene voice, you have finally returned. Izuku was surprised. He was entering a state of ecstasy, as if he was resuming his old habit of wanting to write down the abilities of those he saw. He managed to bring his hand to his side, taking out a pen, but he couldn't write anything down, only for a current of air to coil around him and take him out of the cave while the imposing dragon went back to sleep, more peacefully. Dragon, it's not time to talk to you yet. Grow up and come back later, he said before going back to sleep. Izuku, wait, I have questions to ask you. Izuku would be led out of the cave, standing before an old man with a white beard and hair. His presence reflected someone serene, kind, wise, and well-intentioned. His robes were those of a firebender, while his face displayed a kind yet serious smile. Izuku, Roku, he would say, surprised and happy. Roku, it's good to see you too, Izuku. I see you've been looking for answers to many of your questions. Izuku, yes, he would say, sitting in front of the past Avatar. Roku, Izuku, there are many things you should know. As you already know, the Avatar emerged with the spiritual union of Avatar 1 with the spirit Rava. Izuku, yes, but Aang once mentioned a state in a talk I had, but I've never seen or used it, even with what happened with my rescue class at the academy. Roku, you mean the Avatar state, and yes, you have activated it there. And even if you don't remember, you must learn that you should not always use it. Izuku, huh? Roku, the Avatar state is a defense mechanism designed to empower the Avatar with all the skills and wisdom of the ancient Avatars. The glow in your eyes is the combination of 2 past lives concentrating their energy in your body. In this state, you are extremely powerful, but you are also very vulnerable. Izuku, I don't understand. Roku, if you die in the Avatar state, the reincarnation cycle would be broken and the Avatar would cease to exist. Izuku, I understand. Roku, your power is like a frenzy. It's as if you had very high doses of what in your time was known as adrenaline, that allowed your body to react in an emergency, which led to activating the Avatar state. Izuku, I understand. Roku, Izuku, you are a very well-intentioned young man who dreams of being as good a hero as your tutor and mentor. But you should know that being an Avatar is much more than being a hero. It is often being a demon if ensuring peace is required, even being considered a villain many times. Izuku, but Roku, throughout the years of existence, every Avatar has had to make difficult decisions, including letting someone who threatens peace and harmony live or killing them. Only Aang is one of the few who hasn't done so, but for now, you haven't had to make that decision yet, so those doubts shouldn't be on your mind now. Izuku, I accept that, but I will need advice when I have to make that decision. Roku, when the time comes, all the wisdom and knowledge of the other Avatars will be at your disposal. Izuku, thanks. By the way, is it true that Zuko, my ancestor, was your descendant? He would say, changing the subject and taking advantage of the opportunity. Roku, that's right, although not in the way I would have wished. But before you say that I don't accept Zuko as my descendant, let me tell you that I'm proud of him. His path was hard, and in the end, after turns on a winding and dark path, he was able to see the light of his destiny. Izuku, I understand. Thank you very much for the answers, Roku, he would say, bowing. After that, Roku's spirit would leave while leaving a clearing in the spirit world, revealing someone, a plump old man with a smile, while drinking tea, enjoying the conversation. Izuku. Uncle Iroh, he would say excitedly and throw the aforementioned into a hug. Iroh, oh ho 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 Izuku, it's been a while since I saw you around here, he would say with his kind and serene voice. Izuku, yes, a lot has happened, Iroh, and I see you had doubts after that thing called Nomu gave you a little beating, huh, Izuku? How did you, he would say, surprised. Iroh, here in the spirit world, rumors spread quickly, but nothing that a good cup of tea with these magnificent herbs can help calm everything. Izuku, that's what it looks like, he would say, smiling. Iroh, I suppose you could stay a few minutes to tell me everything you've done so far. Izuku, yes, he would say, rubbing his side a little. Iroh, a little pain from wounds, huh? He would say, stroking his beard thoughtfully, nothing that a good ginger tea can't soothe. Izuku, I guess a little tea won't hurt, he would say, sitting down to drink tea with Iroh. While that was happening in the spiritual world, in the human world, things were not so good or exciting, since the teachers were debating various things. UA Academy meeting room. The UA professors, along with Naomasa Tsukachi, had gathered to address this issue of UA's security. Nizu, welcome everyone to talk and resolve this unfortunate situation. Something we can't hide from the press. But we can make peace by ensuring that there won't be any worry about resolving the problem. Almight, that's good. Snipe, detective, did you find anything? Naomasa, the police are currently investigating the recent group known and self-proclaimed as the League of Villains. But of all the names we've found, we haven't found anything about the one who appears to be their leader. Tamura Shigaraki is someone who doesn't exist in our data networks. He is between 20 and 30 years old. His cozy eye allows him to disintegrate anything he touches with his 5 fingers, and he is also dark-haired. The same goes for the portal villain Kurojiri. It's likely that they are not citizens and use false names. In other words, there is no record of them in Japan, and from what those captured have said, they are from the underworld. Vlad King, so we don't know anything. Snipe, we need to hurry. Once Shigaraki's bullet wounds heal, they'll definitely try again. It'll be a hassle. All Might, their leader, huh? Nizu, what's wrong, All Might? All Might, this wasn't an attack from a normal person if you asked him. Suddenly coming out with wild statements like that, although the person responsible hasn't revealed his singularity. He was boasting about his monster called Nomu, but seeing how things were turning out and not the way he expected, he became easily annoyed. Nizu, still, it's no reason to throw away having unknown quirks when fighting heroes. Naomasa, I'll move my officers to investigate this. Do you think someone bigger will start moving? Vlad, it's possible, but nothing confirmed. Nizu, okay, Toshi continues. All Might, he made wild and immature statements with a straight face, boasting about his power, thinking as if everything would go his way. Besides what I saw upon arrival, Shigaraki's image was that of someone unaware of his omnipotence, a man in a child's body. Vlad, a child without power? Midnight. In addition, the attack is in all media, I would say, turning on the television. Nizu, we'll issue an official statement. We'll go before the press, telling them what little we know, and we'll reassure the people. We'll adjourn this meeting for now. We need to provide reassurance before they remove the students from this school. Time skip, at the end of the day, nursing. All Might was in his skinny form looking at the closest thing he has to a son, his godson and ward, given that legally, Toshinori Yagi is the green-haired boy's legal guardian as his godfather. He was seeing that it was getting dark and the green-haired boy showed no signs of waking up. He seemed to be in a coma. Sadly, he was about to leave when he felt a spasm, alerting recovery girl, who began to check everything. Izuku, I'm fine, he would say weakly to his mentor and godfather. All Might, Midoriya shonen, he would say, running to the old woman and hugging the green-haired man who reciprocated. Before either of them could speak, a strong murderous instinct took hold, alerting both of them, who refused to look. However, before anyone could say anything, the old woman would hit them on the head with her cane, beginning a half-hour of scolding, insults, and more beatings, especially the latter aimed more at All Might. Toshinori, at the same time, handed over a change of clothes, a more modern set of clothes adapted to today's youth, to prevent Izuku from always dressing as a monk or as a teacher, given that certain unwanted people were raising suspicions about the existence of a teacher in Japan. So, under scolding for being reckless on the part of the old woman, Izuku dressed in blue jeans, white sneakers, and a green tank top. After that was over, the male duo would leave UA, while listening to everyone talking. They were starting to get scared. For years, UA was considered the elite school for heroes, a bastion of peace and justice. But its attack revealed many things. First, given that All Might didn't arrive in time, it revealed that the number one hero was being human, which didn't suit many people, particularly those in power. And second, it revealed that no matter how strong someone is, they can still fall, which generated panic, fear, and insecurity among civilians. Midoriya residents. Upon arriving home, the two decided to have a quiet dinner, while the green-haired boy talked to the blonde. They ordered pizza for dinner and Izuku told him what he talked about with Roku as well as his little chat and tea with Iroh. All Might was speechless, although he wanted to scold the green-haired boy for waking up a little later than he should have. But he didn't, given that Iroh is usually very wise, as the green-haired boy describes him, so someone with that wisdom can give some advice or explain things from his point of view. Knowing about the Avatar mode made All Might consider more options in matters of manipulating certain elements, since thinking about it from that perspective, lava is molten rock, metal is a variant of earth, lightning already knew that it derived from fire, and so on ad infinitum with other sub-elements, which generated many possibilities. Even so, he simply accepted Izuku's request. He needed an earthbender, since something was coming, and as the Avatar, his duty would be to participate to seek peace, harmony and balance, although that does not suit many people of power. All Might decided to relax by watching TV and movies to avoid the sensationalist press, while the green-haired man, dressed in a burgundy jacket, white t-shirt, blue jeans, and black sneakers, went out for a walk. He knew he needed to clear his head, so he let him. He was out of the house for 20 minutes, and came back because it was getting boring to always see the same thing, hear the same thing, and tried to ignore the constant comments insulting UA. He decided to go to his room, taking advantage of the fact that All Might fell asleep on the couch, so he turned off the television and locked himself in his room. He had 5 days off, so he didn't know what he would do with them. Because of his doubts, he took one of his many books, The Art of War, written by a Chinese author from the pre-Quirk era, Sun Tzu. Not applicable. Ignore the posters above or pretend they are of All Might. It wasn't the first time Izuku had read that book. In fact, it was a good manual to apply at all times in life, given that war doesn't refer precisely to that, but rather to conflict. Izuku could relate everything to that book, and modernity was something that applied to that book. If the study of the past, of the history of past eras, teaches us anything, it's that the world can change, even when we least expect it. The art of war teaches us not to depend on the probability that the enemy won't come, but on our preparation to receive it, not on the possibility that they won't attack, but on the fact that we have managed to make our position impregnable. In both the civilian world and the hero world, even in the Avatar's golden ages, that is something that always happened, and it is something the Avatar could never be prepared for, given that even while he was being prepared, things turned out differently and took turns that no one expected. Aang received his burden at age 12, but disappeared from the world for 100 years when he froze in the waters of the South Pole, after escaping because he didn't feel ready or wanted to receive an imposed obligation that would force him to mature as a child. So Izuku clearly related it to that book. There are battles in which the Avatar isn't needed, so thanks to that, Izuku knows he must choose his battles before taking action on a particular problem or decision, not throwing himself into it like many in the past have done out of ignorance. Be prudent, choose your time, and don't let your opponent dictate. Know yourself, understand your strengths and weaknesses to achieve the desired outcome. Izuku, reaching the middle of the book, decided to lie down in his bed and sleep. There were 5 days until he would return to UA, and in them, he would not want to crack or relax, so despite giving time to his friends and loved ones, he would also train to be able to approach his destination with more resources and strengths. Book 1 Festival? Midoriya Residence, 5 a.m. A new day had begun for our green-haired Avatar, who was starting his routines as usual, meditating, eating breakfast, practicing his hand-to-hand combat katas, and cleaning up and preparing to leave for UA. Studying was not synonymous with losing what he was, much less stopping training to demonstrate that even without using a gift or a power, one can be a hero, since the vast majority of heroes are based entirely on their quirks, something that in the long run will cause them a problem given their dependence. Tashinori, Izuku, it's time! He would shout from the car. Izuku, I'm coming! He would say, taking all his things for this day. Time skip, room 1A, class time. You can see everyone in room 1A sitting while waiting for the sensei, while Izuku had his eyes closed while meditating quietly, something that Shurnato imitated. They were silent until an invisible girl decided to intervene. Hagakure, hey, did you see the news last night? Ojiro, yes. Hagakure, everyone in the class was in it for at least 1 second. I would say excited, but I didn't come out. I would say crestfallen for being invisible. Shoji, it's true. Ojiro is surprised by this truth, given that if he had to lie to her, he would do it, just to make her feel good. Ojiro, it's hard for them to see you like that in your heroine outfit, right? I mean, they're just gloves. Kaminari, but all the channels did something big. Kyoka, can you blame them? The hero class, which didn't have many pro-heroes, was attacked. Siro, who knows what would have happened if the teachers hadn't arrived? Or if Midoriya hadn't been possessed by something? He'd say jokingly, since that part wasn't even clear to them. Izuku, that's something that seems absurd to me. I understand that the attack was serious, but they shouldn't make a bigger problem out of it than it already is, I would say, dodging the last point. Momo, you are a practitioner of Taoism. Izuku, yes. Kaminari, what is the Tao? I don't know what. Momo, is a philosophical and religious movement that bases part of its beliefs on the idea that everything flows naturally if we wait, taking into account that all reality is subjective. Thus, it is necessary to seek harmony with the Tao, the path or life, and find our authentic self or true self. Mineta, wow. Saori, although it makes sense, you lived with monks for a long time, she would say with her seriousness and stoicism. Izuku, yes, but that's not bad, it taught me a lot, including the value we give to life. Uraraka, in a nutshell. Tsuyu, you see everything as actions, not as good or bad. Karo. Izuku, yes, actions are not good or bad, that depends on our perceptions, what we consider good and what bad. Something that a law says cannot necessarily be good just because it says so. The clear example is with theft, since we blame the villain for stealing even a small orange. But the politician who steals millions in money does not do it. That is why actions are not good or bad, but our perceptions make it look bad. Ida, but it doesn't make sense. They say that if the law establishes it then it's good. He would say moving like a robot. Izuku, Ida, if the law said that stealing is good, is it? Ida, no, but Izuku, you see, not because the law says it is good or bad, but because of the interpretation we give it. Shoji, this is very deep. Tokoemi, it's as deep as my soul. Dark Shadow, the young monk knows he speaks. Uraraka, wait, Midoriya-kun, you shouldn't be shaved. I mean, you were a monk. Everyone, Uraraka speaks without thinking, they thought in unison. Kirishima, for his part, stifled a laugh, given that he was one of the few who had seen the shaved green-haired man. Izuku, yes, I was. After that, I let it grow back. Even so, the tattoos on my body, they were done there, he would say, showing a photo, although yes, I already let my hair grow there. Kirishima, how could I forget it? You looked like a knee-deep head. That made Kaminari, Siro, and Bakugo laugh, the latter in a delayed way since that would have been fun to see. Ida, and why is that? Izuku, in Nepal, if you mastered the air with a certain level of skill, they said you were a master, so they gave you these tattoos, to show that you were a master. Mina, now that you mention it, you handle fire, but why air and you must learn the others? Izuku, as you know, my quirk allows me to control the 4 elements. Strangely enough, only in the past during the first years of quirks, there was a quirk similar to mine, an ancestor perhaps, because he learned the elements in a circuit. That's how the quirk was configured. Kyoka, a cycle, surprising, so you controlled the fire first, right? Izuku, yes, the order would be fire, air, water and earth. Kaminari and lightning? Isn't it an element? Izuku, according to my research, no, it's more of a derivation of fire. Momo, fire derivation? Izuku, yes, in the early days of quirks, Those who controlled fire began to imitate those who wielded water, copying the circular motion of their arms, the pulling and pushing. Along with that, they assumed that every living being is composed of two energies, yin and yang. Hagakure, I'm getting dizzy. Kaminari, my favorite color is 4. I would say lost just by listening. Ida, but with those energies in the body, one should separate them to produce it, right? Izuku, yes. Saori, if that's so, that would require a state of mind, wouldn't it? Izuku, mentally, it is a complete absence of emotion and peace of mind, and physically it requires separating the energies of yin and yang. It is also interpreted as positive and negative electrical potential. Aizawa, go to your seats, he would say, entering the classroom completely bandaged. Class 1A, Aizawa-sensei. Ida, what a professional. Uraraka, shouldn't I be resting? Aizawa, my health isn't important, so shut up and pay attention. The fight isn't over, he'd say seriously. Bakugo fight? Kaminari, perhaps he would say nervously. Mineta, the villains again? He would say terrified. Izuku, Mineta, there are no villains now, I think, but it's nothing the teachers can handle if it happens again. Aizawa, leaving aside the truth in Midoriya's words, he would say, becoming serious. Mina, even with bandages being serious, I feel intimidated. Hagakure, yes. Izuku just watched this in confusion. He spent years away from Japan, so there would be something he didn't know. Aizawa, the UA Sports Festival is almost here. I would say seriously. Class 1A minus Izuku, Bakugo, Saori, it's a super normal school event. Kirishima, the sports festival, I would say with emotion, is a super normal event. Kyoka, wait, is it okay to hold the sports festival after the villains infiltrated? Ojiro, what will happen if they attack us again? Aizawa, apparently, they think the UA's crisis management system is rock solid enough to pull off the event. Security was strengthened 5 times compared to previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a great opportunity. It's not something that's going to be cancelled by villains. Mineta, but is it safe to do so? Ida, the UA Sports Festival is one of the largest events in Japan. Izuku, well, Aizawa, we're aware of you, so your companions will keep you updated. You spend too much time learning among monks, isolated from everything. It's time and rational for you to be informed. Aizawa, just like Ida says, in the past, the Olympics were called a sports festival, and the entire country was crazy about them. As you know, with the downsizing and population reduction, they're now like a shield of their former glory. And now, Japan is hosting those Olympics. That's the UA Sports Festival. Momo, of course, all the heroes of the world will be watching us, she would say, causing excitement. So they can recruit us. Izuku, sensei, I know it sounds paranoid on my part, but villains will see it too. If they think about it, it would cut the joy and excitement of the place. Shoji, a lot of people see it, not just civilians and heroes, so it makes sense. Kirishima, but that is not a reason to be discouraged, but a strength. They will think that they will know us in fights, but overcoming that adversity is our task as heroes. Kaminari, after graduating, it's normal to join a professional agency as a quick colleague, he would say, smiling. Kyoka, and many people lose their chances of independence after that by becoming partners forever. I feel like Kaminari will be one of them. That caused Kaminari to lower his head, worrying Izuku, who, in line with his monk doctrines, approached him. Izuku, you shouldn't think like that, Jiro-san. You shouldn't be so harsh. Kyoka, but I don't mean to offend, she would say, alarmed. I'm sorry. Kaminari, don't worry. We're always like this, he would say, something more animated by the way you're forgiven. Izuku, okay. Aizawa, of course, joining a famous hero agency will give you more experience and popularity, but time is limited. If you hope to become a pro, the path to your future will be paved at this event. 1 chance a year, a total of 3 chances. No aspiring hero should miss this event. If you understand that, don't slack off and prepare yourselves. Class 1A, yes? Aizawa, class is over. So Aizawa would get into his sleeping bag and crawl out of the classroom, leaving Cementos in charge of the class. Time skip, lunchtime. Everyone was amazed, excited, and enthusiastic about the event. Everyone was talking about what they couldn't miss. Ida, it's a great opportunity. What do you think, Midoriya-kun? He would say, moving his arms. Izuku, it really is, but for you who follow the path of heroes, I as a knight follow another path. Although coming to UA, I must participate. Uraraka, In that case, she would say with an imposing aura, let's make an effort. Izuku, calm down Ochako, he would say, caressing her head while smiling. Uraraka, she would say, puffing out her cheeks, I'm not small for you to treat me like this. Ida, it's true, it's not a pet for you to treat like that. He would say, moving his arms like a robot. Kirishima, hey bro, weren't you going to come with Sokka? Uraraka. Who is Sokka? Izuku. It's my flying bison, he would say, smiling. Ida, I heard of them, but weren't they extinct? Izuku. Nope, in the temple where I lived there were several and they let me stay with one who became my partner. Uraraka. That's great. This is how lunch rush would appear, serving food at the buffet, causing all the students to line up to collect their food. After lunch, everyone would resume their remaining classes. In Class 1A, Almight decided to provide almost personal training to everyone, since there was a lot to improve. Izuku was sent to the area with gym training equipment, in order to increase his strength, since handling the earth required strength. In terms of physique, he wasn't bad, but well, that was the least of it, although a lot of muscle wouldn't help either since that usually hinders movement, a clear example being the soldiers in the armies, none of whom are excessively muscular. This is how the day would go until the end of the day. Everyone was leaving UA, while Kirishima was supposed to go with Izuku since they were going to train. Likewise, Ojiro was going with them along with Uraraka, who wouldn't say no to training with her friends. Ojiro, who are we waiting for? Izuku, you'll see, he would say, taking out a whistle and blowing its sound. Uraraka, wow, that was very strong, she would say, covering her ears. Kirishima, he's coming, right? Izuku, yes. From the skies a moo would sound as a six-legged, beaver-tailed, horned being, and seemingly friendly, came down to the ground, demonstrating that it had a mount. Ojiro, that's it, he would say without believing it. Nizu, so a flying bison would say, arriving next. All Kyaa. Izuku, yes, he's my friend Sokka, he would say, regaining his composure while petting the animal. Nizu, I thought these creatures were extinct. Izuku, no, in Nepal there were several herds, but they are only used by monks. Ojiro, great. Izuku, okay, he would say, jumping and landing on Sokka's back, all aboard. Kirishima, being the most confident, would get on, followed by Uraraka and Ojiro, who were ready to go. Nizu, good luck, young people, he would say, smiling, and he would say, taking out a ferret, this must be yours. Izuku, Mako would say, taking the ferret, thanks director, I thought Aizawa-sensei would keep it. Ready, Sokka? Would say, earning a growl from the animal, go ahead, see you director, yip yip. So the bison flew off to shouts of, not so fast, from Uraraka and Ojiro, and this is manly, from Kirishima. Nizu, what energy, I'm surprised that those animals still exist, although well, I would say reading a newspaper that they have found extinct animals is almost always news, and even more so if they are from past eras. What the director was saying was due to the encounter or sighting of numerous creatures, such as dragons, turtle ducks, aardvark sloths, phoenixes, deer cats, and sea lions, all native to the ancient Fire Nation. He knew of areas in Korea and Vietnam where koalas, sheep, and cows and hippopotamuses were still raised for consumption, but these were isolated cases and still very poor, rare to find. Animals with such appearance, and power in the case of phoenixes and dragons, that the Commission would want in its possession. At the same time, the group arrived at the Midoriya residence, being followed by Hawks, who saw them flying through the sky above the bison. Hawks, for his part, was surprised. He had never seen them before, although he had heard about them through the Commission, and there he saw it. At least it was from a UA student, and he would use it for good, in his eyes, to be a hero, which is why he decided to keep his mouth shut and follow his own path. At Izuku's home, the group would have a light snack, chat a little, and finally begin their training. It was just the beginning, and soon they would have to compete against each other, delighting a stadium and the people watching them on television. Book 1, Sports Festival. Class 1A trained hard for a whole week, so we found ourselves at the UA Stadium, where the class was talking amongst themselves. Mina, I wanted to wear my suit, she would say with a pout. Ojiro, they must want us to have no advantage over any of the other classes. Ida, listen Class A, it's time for us to go out and show why we're here, he would say, moving his arms. Sorry, Midoriya, you are one of the strongest in the class, but now that I see it, you are weaker than me, she would say, speaking to the aforementioned. No matter what happens, but I will defeat you. However, In the eyes of the green-haired man, who at first didn't understand anything, he simply thought one thing. Izuku, she's beautiful, he thought with a blush. Kirishima, oh, a declaration of war between the strongest in the class. How manly, but we're friends. Sorry, I didn't come here to make friends. Before anyone answered, they would hear the screams from the stadium and the call of Present Mike. Present Mike, yeah. Everyone, welcome to this year's youth round. This is the UA Sports Festival. People were cheering in the stands. Present Mike, here with me livening up these rounds, the mummy man. Say hello, buddy. He would say animatedly. Aizawa, you forced me to come with his bandaged caterpillar mode. Present Mike, how boring. But let's put that aside, it's time to introduce them. They have withstood an attack by villains and have survived, willing to give their everything, and show that they are here, with you, Class 1A. I couldn't find the correct image, so I apologize. The audience began to cheer, as they passed by, being applauded by everyone. Present Mike, and after them, also from the heroic courses, Class 1B. Those mentioned were looking seriously at those from Class A after them, the general classes, C courses, DYE. Present Mike, along with support courses, F classes, GYH. Present Mike, and after them management courses, classes I, J and K. The entire audience would applaud the new entrants. Present Mike, and of course, livening up this first-year festival, the class our heroine, Midnight. The aforementioned was on stage with a whip in hand in a sensual and provocative pose. Kirishima, sensei who uses blushing. Kaminari, that's our class red. Mineta, UA is the best. Midnight, well, it's time for the player's speech. Pass young Midoriya Izuku. Izuku walked past everyone as everyone was saying he was the best because of the entrance exam. He had gone up to the stage and taken the microphone. As he passed, several classes from the general courses and 1B were saying things that were either somewhat derogatory or true, given that he was chosen for being in first place. None of them noticed that the green-haired boy, despite walking to the center, was extremely nervous. Monoma, he's just a loser from Class 1A, he would say with his typical tone. Tetsu, let's see what one of those bastards says. Bakugo, damn Deku, I should be there, he thought with jealousy of not being able to have a power as great as the green-haired man. Izuku, I know that many of you come here to prove that you are heroes, but no matter what your quirks are, or what course you belong to, come with everything and show that you will be the best. I would say gaining amazement in all of them if they consider us villains or useless for our quirks. I would say gaining the attention of a purple-haired man. Think about this. Is it your destiny or the destiny that someone else wanted to force you to? A wise man once said, it is time for you to look inside yourself and start asking yourself these two big questions. Who are you? And what do you want? Follow your passions and life will reward you plus ultra. Everyone was moved by those words, and even more so by the heroes present, many of whom were made to reflect. Participants in public, plus ultra. Kirishima, that's so manly, he would say crying. Tokoemi, your light has pierced the darkness of my heart. Purple hair, it seems that in heroism courses there are no arrogant people, that or he is too innocent to think otherwise, he would whisper to himself. Tetsu, those words are those of a real man, he would say crying. I retract calling him a bastard, that is from a real man. Nepal Temple. All the air masters and monks were gathered around the leader and were applauding while encouraging one of them, because Izuku, in a short time, had earned the right to be one of them all. Malu, I knew you would say something like that. She would say smiling. Leo, it's true Malu, Izuku is representing us there, it's time for him to demonstrate our teachings. UA Stadium. Midnight. Those words, she would say with a dreamy voice, have inspired me. She would say, seeing the green-haired boy go down, well, it's time for the first test. It's time for the roulette wheel to spin and determine the challenge. The roulette wheel began to spin and stopped on an obstacle course. It's time for everyone to get ready. All the students went to prepare to go out and run from the starting line in a race. Monoma, glory will belong to Class 1B. Present Mike, ready, go. Everyone started running and getting out of the bottleneck, while Saori froze the entire tunnel so that no one else could pass. Bakugo, where are you going? Half and half bastard soaring with his explosions. Kirishima, they won't leave me behind. Class 1A, not even us, most of them would say as they left. Saori, tisk, more people came than I expected, she would say running, seeing students from her class and Class B. Suddenly the ice broke, implying that someone was hitting it, but no one imagined that the one who would come out would be a green-haired man, using the wind as a gigantic gust of cutting air, throwing pieces of ice everywhere, clearly showing great skill with his quirk. At the same time, the green-haired man then propelled himself with fire from his feet, managing to overtake several of those who were already in front of him. "Present Mike, that's what I say, clever use of your quirk," he would say over the speakers. The professional heroes, especially Endeavor, looked at the green-haired man with great interest. A user of several elements was not very unusual, but that changed when they saw him with the almost as precise control he had over them. Endeavor, interesting, he thought. Hero 1, you saw that green-haired guy's gift. Hero 2, if you see that he is fast. In the competition, Izuku was following Saori when he came across the first obstacle, the entrance test robots. Izuku smiled a little as he gracefully and elegantly moved his arms, managing to make Todoroki's eyes turn into water to the dismay of the bicolor. The water turned into a large tornado that began to make the robots be swallowed by the water and collide with each other, passing the test. Saori, seeing this, got upset and threw ice to flatten the field and pass without problems. She was annoyed, since she was coming in second place, while Bakugo, following them closely, was pissed off. He did not accept that others were stronger than him. The second stage was a cliff with numerous rocks, where the green-haired boy, only using Todoroki's ice by turning it into water and ice again, would create a bridge that connected all the rock piles, to the surprise of many, because with 3 elements, the green-haired boy possessed great mastery, something out of place for a boy, since their logic prevented them from thinking that at such a young age one had such control. Todoroki, angry, decided to use the green-haired boy's bridge, while Bakugo, not wanting to give in to his pride, used his explosions to rise through the skies. Tsuyu Ajui, using her frog abilities, spent time demonstrating her skills, while a girl from the support course, Mei Hatsum, showed off her inventions to be taken into account. Thus many other students stood out thanks to their quirks or their abilities. Without wasting time, everyone gave their best effort, overcoming the obstacles more easily, while Izuku, followed by Bakugo and Saori, who recovered from a bad landing, arrived at the minefield, the third test. Bakugo, nerd, half bastard, you're not going to go in front of me. Izuku, sorry Katsuki, but this will be one, he would say, using his ability to move with greater agility thanks to airbending. Izuku was ahead of his 2 pursuers, while observing the annoyance of the bicolor. At the same time, only one had a face of a rabbit chihuahua. That's right, it was Bakugo. Present Mike, and the winner of this round is Midoriya Izuku. He would say, so the audience would burst into cheers. In second place was Saori Todoroki, who looked at her father and received a scowl, something Izuku noticed, but decided to wait until he knew more. Bakugo came in third, completing a total of 42 contestants, with the last being Ahoyama Yuga. Present Mike, OHYAHHHH. This year has been really exciting. It's time for a 30-minute break and we will continue with. The roulette wheel started to spin and stopped at a point. Present Mike, cavalry battle. That's how the half hour would go, where several decided to go with their families, friends and acquaintances. So after eating a little and resting to regain strength, they prepared to continue the competition, where Midnight would take the floor again. Midnight, the 42 who made it to the next round. It's unfortunate, but don't be discouraged if you didn't make it. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine, he would say, licking his lips. The real competition begins now. The press cavalry will be everywhere. Give it your all. Let me explain what it's about. Participants will have to form teams of 2 to 4 people, with whoever they want. In a nutshell, it's like any normal cavalry battle, but the only difference is that depending on the result of each person's last game, they will be assigned a score. Sato. So it's like the point system of the entrance exam. Kaminari. At least it's easy to understand, he would say, smiling. Uraraka. Simply put, each team will have different scores depending on their members. Midnight. And that's right. Points are assigned starting at 5 from the bottom. So if 42nd place is 5, 41st is 10, and so on. And the points assigned to first place are, I'd say, to build suspense, 10 million. Shinzo, 10 million. He would whisper under his breath. Mei Hatsum. In other words, whoever defeats the team of the player with the highest score would think. Everyone, you can be at the top no matter where you are. They would think in unison. Midnight. That's right, she would say, knowing the collective thought while she observed that everyone was looking at the green-haired man, who simply waved his hand without understanding anything. Midnight, it's a battle of survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to reach the top. Everyone looked at the green-haired man like predators looking for their prey. But Izuku's calm and the seriousness he returned to them made them see behind him a golden centaur formed of stars, while a bow in his hands was pointed at them, generating fear in several. Midnight, okay, now I'll explain the rules. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total points of its members. Their riders will wear a bandana with the number of their scores. Teams must try to take each other's bandana before the time runs out and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen bandanas must be worn around the neck, so the more you steal, the harder it will be to manage. And most importantly, even if your bandana is stolen, or your team falls, you're not out. Momo, that means, Sato, since we are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field at all times. Ahoyama, it's hard. Mine, a strategy that allows someone to take your points first so you have more freedom. Tsuyu, it's hard to do without seeing how the points will end up being distributed. Mina-chan, Midnight, during the match, it'll be a vicious battle where you can use your quirks, but it's still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card if you make attacks that intentionally hurt others. That earned the TSK from Bakugo. You'll be disqualified immediately. Bakugo, shit. Midnight, now I would say to put a clock on the board. You have 15 minutes to put together your teams. Start. At those words, everyone would begin to create their teams, while Izuku decided to team up with Tokoimi, Kirishima, and a pink-haired girl named Meihatsum, who offered her babies, her inventions, to the team. Although the latter would decide not to use them for the moment, they were not necessary. Present Mike, time out. Bakugo, ours. Shoto, target. Monoma, it is 1. Shinzo, the green-haired boy's points. Present Mike, 3 to 1 Gyo. Everyone would throw themselves at Izuku's team. May, do it, broccoli boy. Kirishima, yes. Tokoimi, dark shadow, take cover. Dark shadow, yes. Izuku, I'm going, he would say, to create a gigantic wall of fire around him. The fire caused Todoroki's eyes to melt, and none of the students who participated were able to enter. Shinzo, demons. Bakugo, what the buck? Uraraka, damn, though. Bakugo, do you think I can use your quirk and with Sirokun's enter from above? Bakugo, do it. He would say, to be touched by Uraraka's fingertips and be wrapped by Siro's ribbon. Monoma, damn, let's go for other groups. He would say angrily. The other teams, seeing this, gave up on going and looking for other unfortunate ones, but there are always 2 groups that refuse to fall. Bakugo, using Mina on his team, made her acid try to put out the fire, but it couldn't. It was as if it couldn't feed on anything. All the other spectators were especially interested. Endeavor, that was a great ability with fire, and it went without saying that he wanted the boy in his agency. Ida wanted to use his trump card, but he didn't count on the fire being almost solid in shape, getting a little burned, just like his teammates. Present Mike, time over. The teams that will move on to the next round have already been chosen. In first place we have the Midoriya team, demonstrating the superiority of evading and defending, with light attacks. In second place we have the Todoroki team, in third place the Bakugo team, and in fourth place the Shinzo team. After that, Ojiro and a boy from Class 1B would retire for their honor, with Tetsu and Ibara being their replacements for the 1 versus 1 fighting round. Izuku tried to go eat with his friends, but he would be taken by Saori, with whom he would have a talk about his origin. Izuku simply remained silent, listening to the story of the bicolor, and the once peaceful green-haired monk expressed anger, an emotion he had never felt. But letting it flow, like water, he decided to speak and advise. Perhaps Saori would not see him as a lost son of Almight, since due to his control in fire, she began to see him as a bastard brother of his father, which was not the case. Izuku, with all his calm as a monk, decided to tell her his life, his origins, everything, revealing that if he could be related to Endeavor, it could be because of a distance, nothing more, since strangely, in his home there was a family tree, where it was revealed that the Midoriyas were distant relatives of the Todoroki, but very distant, so the bicolor simply apologized. Still, Izuku decided to deliver his teachings as a waterbender and as a monk, trying to get Saori to overcome her trauma, which, far from being easy, was difficult, very difficult, but with the right time and the right actions it could be overcome. Saori frowned at first, but Izuku never spoke of forgiving or letting go, but rather of leaving that bond behind, since it was a hindrance to her. Without further ado, Saori thanked him for the words and left, leaving Izuku thoughtful, who was received by Kirishima, who took him to eat, while Saori met with her father, leaving the talk with Izuku not only not to have happened, but it would have lowered her cold attitude, to replace it with a furious one. Book 1. Students vs. Teacher. After eating something with Kirishima, Uraraka and Ida, Izuku was heading to the stands until they were called for the 1 vs. 1 fights, where he would show what he was made of. Izuku and his group were just arriving when the speakers blared throughout the stadium, listening to present mixed voice. Present mic, all participants to the platform to begin, announced over the speakers. Participants in the final phase of the sports festival approached the platform as the audience roared with excitement. The heroes in the stands gave their opinions, and they shared their opinions with those they wanted in their agencies. Izuku Midoriya, Kaminari Denki, Ida Tenya, Achiko Uraraka, Mei Hatsum, Shoto Todoroki, Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Aijiro, Tetsu Shinzo Hitoshi, Nito Minoma, Mina Ashido, Yuga Ahoyama, Tokoemi Fumikage, Shiro Hanta and Momo Yayorozu were the 16 finalists so far. The recreation games for those who did not pass were carried out normally, and a redhead along with Izuku in the middle stopped a duo of perverts from tricking the girls into dressing up as cheerleaders in very tight outfits for the male delight. Mineta and Kaminari cursed the green-head man and Kirishima for it, since they almost got Class 1B to say yes to participate. The students who had passed were standing in front of Midnight in a large quadrilateral created by Cementos, while they listened to the instructions of the plus 18 heroine. Midnight, as everyone knows, the UA always has a 1 vs. 1 fight in its final phase, so these are the final pairings, he would say, showing a screen with the names. First match, Yuga Ahoyama vs. Shinzo Hitoshi. Ahoyama, thank you, let's show our brilliance, she would say with a diva pose. Shinzo, what a strange guy, he would say with a drop of sweat. Second showdown, Mina Ashido vs. Tetsu. Mina, let's give our best, yes, I would say excitedly. Tetsu, yes, he would say smiling, why did he touch me with a girl? My honor does not allow me to conclude. Hitting a woman is not manly, he would think nervously. Third match, Izuku Midoriya vs. Nito Minoma. Minoma, great, now I can crush a bastard from Class 1A. Izuku, I expect a good fight, Minoma-san, he would say with his monk's temperament and revering him. Minoma, TSK. Fourth match, Todoroki Saori vs. Shiro Hanta. Saori hump, Shiro, oh, it was my turn against you, old man. Let's have a great fight. Saori, whatever. Fifth match, Kaminari Denki vs. Kirishima Aijiro. Kirishima, come on Denki bro, this is going to be fun. Kaminari, yes, he would say nervously, damn, he wanted to fight with a pretty girl, he thought, crying in a comical way. Sixth fight, Tenya Ida vs. Mei Hatsum. Mei, who is Ida? Ida, it's Ida and it's me. Mei, whatever, she would say, laughing like crazy. Ida, someone doesn't like me, she would say, trembling a little with fear. Seventh fight, Fumikage Tokoemi vs. Momo Yayorozu. Momo, I'll do my best, she would think, convinced. Tokoemi said nothing, nodding. Eighth match, Achiko Uraraka vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Uraraka, I played against Bakugo-kun. Katsuki, against round face, he would say, surprised and somewhat annoyed. He wanted to fight Izuku. The remaining groups, except for the first one, left the platform while Present Mike took back the microphone for the presentations. Present Mike, oh yeah! Ready for the 1 vs. 1 fights, the public would start to scream with euphoria on this side of the general course of the UA. The lost son of Aizawa Shota earning an hay from the vagabond with you Hitoshi Shinzo. The aforementioned just looked at his surroundings while thinking about how boring life was, while a bicolor looked with doubtful thoughts, beginning to formulate several theories. Present Mike, on this side, from Class 1A, the aspiring hero of brilliance and extravagance, Yuga Ahoyama. Ahoyama, mercy, she would say, striking diva poses. Present Mike, the rules are simple. Knock your opponent off the platform or immobilize them. You can win if you can make your opponent say, I give up. They need not fear for their injuries. The UA infirmary with recovery girl at the head awaits them. Put your morals and ethics aside for the moment. Of course, anything deadly is trash and illegal. Heroes must only use their fists to catch villains. That earned several cheers from the crowd. Cements, I'll stop things if they go too far, the newly admitted hero would say, sitting on a chair next to the platform. Midnight, ready, getting nods from both. Present mic, begin. Ahoyama, naval laser. Shinzo would simply crouch down while Ahoyama shot, striking diva poses to attract attention. But at one point he had to stop, as Shinzo took advantage of that. Shinzo, hey, don't you think he's shying too much? Ahoyama, my brie, I would say until I left blank. Shinzo, you fell, he would say, smiling, now get off the platform. Ahoyama would leave the platform while the audience applauded the fight. Present mic, what happened? Do you think you can explain, mate? Aizawa, Shinzo is one of those students who aspire to be heroes and who make the entrance exam seem like a lie. His quirk works on people, not robots. There are many like him who could be heroes, but the entrance exams don't give them that opportunity. Present mic, what is your gift? Aizawa, brainwashed. People in the stands would start to murmur while some argued that he could be a good hero, while others, including professionals, said that it was a villain's quirk. Fortunately, they were the minority, but that did not take away from how hurtful they were. The next match after that was announced. While Tetsu tried to put up a fight, since Mina signaled him that if he gave up, which she wanted to do based on her principles, she wouldn't let him. Mina was more agile and faster than the subject with the metal quirk, which allows him to turn his body into steel, giving him great defensive capabilities. She can also use it offensively to increase the strength of her attacks. She fell to the speed, agility, and flexibility of the alien from 1A, where she extended her hand, being responded with a smile. Present mic, well, dear audience, it's time for the third duel of this line of the Hero Course 1A, the Elemental Boy, the Burst of Fire, the Raging Sea, and the Strongest Tornado, with you, being the first place of the entrance exam, with you, Midoriya Izuku. The aforementioned entered with a calm smile, while the other students paid attention. Present mic, on this side, from Class 1B, the student who copies everything, the student who can do everything, with you, Nito Monoma. Nito, this festival will be Class B, lololololol. Present mic, what a great fight we will see, dear audience. Midnight, ready? He would say, receiving a nod from both of them, while Izuku adopted a fighting stance for hand-to-hand combat. Begin. Nito threw himself, replicating Kendo's quirk, Great Fists, which allows him to enlarge his hands and use them as powerful weapons, making his hand form a giant fist. Izuku waited for him with great calm, much to Monoma's annoyance and the attention of the other heroes, especially one shinobi hero, since he realized that he was not guided by his emotions. Monoma would strike, but Izuku calmly dodged it with grace and a martial form that was immediately recognized by Kendo Itsuka, president of Class B, Ojiro Masureo, from Course 1A and friend of the green-haired boy, as well as the hero Edge Shot, along with several others. Ojiro, that was Kendo. It's Shaolin Kung Fu how? Minute 0.55. When Izuku hit Monoma, he didn't do it with enough force, but it was enough for Monoma to kneel down from the pain in his stomach. Monoma, bastard. Izuku, I'm not one of those who attack, but please, that's enough of that absurd rivalry you want. There is no rivalry. No one saving one thinks they are better than the rest. Monoma, shut up, he would say, copying Tetsu's quirk and throwing himself. Izuku, in that case, I'm sorry, he would say, moving with great freedom to create a gust of air that would knock Monoma out of the ring. Midnight, Nito Monoma is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. At this the audience began to applaud, but someone always seemed dissatisfied. Monoma, no! I should win, he would say, annoyed. I should lead Class B to greatness, he would say, throwing himself at the green-haired boy. Midnight was tearing at her uniform to use her quirk, but Izuku quickly managed to land a blow strong enough to break a large piece of ice. In the stands, Ojiro, that hit. Saori, what's wrong? She would say stoically. Ojiro, I would have broken your ice with a single blow. That shows a great martial level. Kendo, if that's true. In the arena, the audience started booing Monoma for being a sore loser, which Izuku didn't like, so he politely asked Midnight for the microphone. Izuku, your attention please. I know what my opponent did was not correct, but neither is yours, so please refrain from doing it. It is not pleasant, thank you, he would say to bow as a monk. The stadium fell silent. Not even Present Mike knew what to say or what to say. In Nepal, the monks applauded the green-haired man's display of humility with scolding, since it required great courage and inner peace to achieve. Leo, You carry the teachings of the temple forever, young Izuku, he would say, smiling. At the UA. Present mic. Good. Wonderful fight, but it's time for the fourth fight. On this side your ribbons are resistant. Your powers can be seen associated with the wall crawler from the comic. With you, from Class 1A, Ciro Hanta. Ciro, okay, that will be easy entering the platform. Present mic. On this side, it's cold, it's hot. It's the daughter of the number 2 hero Endeavor. From Class 1A, Todoroki Saori. The aforementioned entered impassively, receiving cheers while looking serious at everything. Midnight ready? Ciro, yes. Saori, yes. Midnight began cracking his whip. Ciro, prepared to lose, wrapping the bicolor with its ribbons to throw it out of the ring. By chance, Saori applied pressure with her hindquarter muscles, her legs, and stopped the whipping of the ribbons. Saori, I win. Saori emanated, her eyes freezing Ciro in an ice cube to look at Endeavor with a face of hatred while the old man was turning purple from rage. Midnight, Ciro, can you continue? Ciro, do you think that BRRI can BRRR? Shivering with cold. Midnight, contestant Ciro Hanta can't fight Saori. Todoroki is the winner. The audience would cheer Todoroki. Hey, do you think you can? Saori, sure, I would say, neutral and somewhat annoyed, using her fire to defrost the area. The next Kirishima Eijiro vs Kaminari Denki match was quite short. The dyed redhead only had to hit the defective Pikachu to win, managing to knock the electric boy's breath out. At the same time, Kirishima demonstrated great martial skill in facing his opponents, making it clear that hitting like an idiot is not the way to go. The fights continued, with Mei Hatsum literally using Ida as a guinea pig to test her inventions, which she called her babies. Ida was humiliated and planned to fight his way through and elevate the Ida family's pride, but Mei, tired of presenting her babies, gave up, shattering what little pride the cheap Sonic had left. The next fight was Momo Yayorosa vs Tokoemi Fumikage. The fight was quite quick, as the creation user had a hard time coming up with a strategy, as Tokoemi made Dark Shadow attack without letting the brunette think, ending in her defeat. Finally, the 8th and final round before moving on to the quarterfinals of the competition arrived. Uraraka Ochako vs Katsuki Bakugo was quite explosive and serious, as the Machi showed her mind in action by launching a meteor shower of debris that was blocked by a small Muslim shrine. Uraraka fell weakly while the audience shouted everything at her, some supporting him, others like rookie heroes and sensitive audiences insulted him like a modern millennial pseudo-progressive, being defended by Aizawa. All of the girl's friends were upset, even Izuku. But he tried to breathe and calm down, since emotions can work against you in firebending and waterbending, since both depend a lot on them on a spiritual level. In the heroes' stands, several professional heroes viewed the ash-haired boy's self-centered, narcissistic, and egotistical attitudes as something completely against what it means to be a hero, yet the boy possessed a power that could not fall into the hands of villains. Edge shot, hump. Random hero 1. Should have been more tactful. Random heroine 1. It's true. Mirko, will you stop talking nonsense? The rabbit would shout, because if you're here being heroes, you better stop being one. Random hero 2. But, Mirko, look closely, the brunette is strong, but the academy must teach her that no villain out there will attack with flowers. They know that protecting future generations will render the new generation of heroes useless. Edge shot, Mirko is right. Fat gum, it's true, although it doesn't hurt to show a little humility. Mirko, while the fatty is right, anyone who enters a fight should know that blows are dealt as well as received. Kamui, that's true, UA should stop giving them so much theory and give it more reality. Mirko, yes, they're so afraid of being hit, then they don't belong in the hero class. In fights, blows are given and received equally, no matter if you're a hero, villain, or civilian. Orca gang, you're right, they want to be heroes so much that few know, and even fewer accept, that they will end up hurt. In the student stands, a similar discussion was taking place among the students, but Izuku was the one trying to appeal to reason, given that violence, no matter what, clashes with his convictions as a monk. Izuku knows that as a hero and as an avatar, he must leave that morality behind, given that fights will always occur, but if they can be avoided, it's better in his opinion. But as a great sage once said, it's not a sin to fight for what's right, on the contrary, it's a good deed. One must always remember that there will be opponents who will never understand with words. One must only let out the fury of a spirit. Izuku understood those things, but he knew that if necessary and he needed help, he had his friends. The supportive smiles of Kirishima, Ojiro, Uraraka, given that the green-haired man managed to get the brunette to go to the stands after stopping by the infirmary, Ida, and surprisingly, Tsuyu. Without a doubt, that festival would form his group of friends, the core group that would, in the future, become the new Team Avatar. At Sir Nitai's agency, Sir was attentively watching the festival broadcast, while at his side was the green-haired man's future earthbender, a descendant of Avatar Korra's former ally Bolin. His name is Shan, and he is an earthbending prodigy, one of the few remaining, at the age of 18. He is originally from the northern Korean peninsula, the area that, following the unification of both Koreas in the pre-Quirk era, remains very rural. Additionally, at his side was an old man, one of the last remaining within the lands that had once formed part of the Earth Kingdom, Korea, China, Vietnam, Cambodia, and parts of the Near and Middle East. This old man was one of the last remaining Beifong, and the last master of that bloodline. Although the man was already old, he could at least share his wisdom and advice on managing the Earth. Libro 1. Humanidad vs. Destino. The stadium after the first round of fights was euphoric. They wanted to see more, much more than what they were seeing, so they cheered to see more fights than what they were seeing. Present mic, okay. Dear audience, it's time to get on with these fights. It's time for someone to turn the tables and get the fights going. But first let's see who's still online. With that said, the participants who were standing to continue were shown on the screen. Shinzo Hitoshi, Mina Ishido, Izuku Midoriya, Saori Todoroki, Eijiro Kirishima, Tenya Festival, Tokoyami Fumikage, Katsuki Bikugo. Audience members would begin to cheer, as Present Mike took the floor again. Present Mike, well, dear audience, it's time to continue this festival. Now the computer will order the fights. Midnight, it's time, the fights will be. The screen would reveal the list of the next fighters being these. Shinzo Hitoshi vs. Mina Ishido, Izuku Midoriya vs. Saori Todoroki, Eijiro Kirishima vs. Tokoyami Fumikage, Bakugo Katsuki vs. Tenya Ida. Present Mike, it's time. With this, the first fight of this second round of 1 vs. 1 combats will begin. This is how the two contestants, Mina Ishido and Hitoshi Shinzo, would begin to be called. Two students who are almost antagonistic due to their personalities, one bored and dull, while the other is cheerful, fun, and energetic. As soon as midnight gave the starting signal, Mina began sliding her acid around the dance floor, trying to attack her rival. Mina, get ready Aizawa Jr., because you're going to lose in a fun way. Shinzo, we'll see about that, he would say, analyzing his rival. Mina kept her distance, thinking about how to attack, but Shinzo would come up with something, so he would need her to keep her distance until she was near the edge of the platform. While Mina and Shinzo were fighting, Izuku and Saori were preparing for their fight, while Endeavor was near the green-haired boy's waiting room, so without waiting for an answer he would enter the room where the green-haired boy was, exalting him. Izuku, in Endeavor, he would say, standing up and bowing. Endeavor, so the boy from the Lightning residence from years ago, he would say calmly while working on a plan. It's good to see that you got so far in this festival. With your great mastery of your fire quirk, it was to be expected. In fact, I think I'll offer you to join my agency. Izuku, are you serious? He would say, surprised. I never expected you to hold me in high regard. Endeavor, well, I have you, brat, you just have to do something for me. Izuku, something for you? Endeavor, yes, few would have that possibility. You just have to make my daughter Saori accept my fire side. Izuku, his fire side? He would say, surprised, although he remembered Saori's words. Endeavor, yes, you see, Saori is my favorite daughter. After several attempts to have a child with the quirk I was looking for, she is the perfect candidate to surpass Almight even with your quirk. I am interested in engaging you with her for a stronger offspring. So what do you say? Izuku sighed, taking a breath to try to calm down, since what he heard was more than enough to make his monk-like calm disappear almost completely. Izuku, Lord Endeavor, I truly feel grateful for your words, but I must decline and reject them. I cannot agree since I left Japan, I have lived as a monk, and what you are asking of me goes against my principles. I know that I may be stupid to reject that, but I cannot throw away all the teachings I have received during my life, he would say, bowing to him. Although the answer was not to Endeavor's liking, the caution the boy showed was typical of a monk. He had heard from Saori that he was a monk, but now he confirmed it. Endeavor, I hope you come to my agency, and don't regret your decision, kid, he would say, before simply leaving. Speakers. Well, the winner of this round is Hitoshi Shinzo. The cheers of the crowd rang out throughout the stadium, making it clear that it was now time to prepare for battle. Izuku knew it was his moment, so he took a deep breath to calm himself. It was necessary to remain calm and let the negative emotions flow like water. In the arena, Present Mike, are you ready? The audience would start shouting. In that case, let me introduce you to the next contestant who will represent the UA. And here they come. The stadium was filled with cheers everywhere. Everyone wanted to see them fight. The best of the entrance exam versus Endeavor's daughter. A confrontation where two doctrines of thought clashed, one raised as a tool for a personal end, and the other, born to be the tool of world peace. Present Mike, YHHHH. It's time, dear audience, it's time to face them, to see this fight between these two students, so welcome them both. I would say, to create some suspense on this side, the boy of the elements, the one who has known how to handle situations thanks to his mastery, skilled quirk user, skilled hand-to-hand fighter, is here. Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike, on this side, she is quiet, serene, cold as winter, but hot as a summer day. She is the daughter of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. She is Todoroki Saori. Ignore that he has 3 arms, since that's the fan art. The aforementioned always entered the platform with her stoic face. Midnight, are you ready? Izuku, yes. The bicolor would nod. Midnight, begin. The first to react would be Saori, who would create a large iceberg, with the green-haired girl preparing to receive it. With fluid movements of her arms, the ice would stop moving, turning into water, to everyone's surprise. At the same time, it turned into snow, depositing it around the platform. But that didn't end there, because with her movements, she would create a sphere of snow and throw it at the bicolor girl, who, luckily, due to her surprise, dodged it. Saori, damn, I would say, to create more ice. Izuku, you're giving me material, you're helping me as your opponent. Saori, I won't use Endeavor's side, I'll win using my mother's. Izuku, your old man talked to me and believe me, he's a bastard. Saori, fortune teller tried to share. Izuku, yes, but well, you know that I am a monk and that goes against my principles. Saori, good, she would say, throwing more ice. Izuku, let's see, he would say, to create a wave of water with the ice and surf on it over some ice, to give a flaming kick to Saori, forcing her to dodge. Saori, it's close, she would say, trying to freeze the green-haired boy. Izuku, do you think so? He would say, receiving the ice. Saori, sensei is incapacitated and cannot continue. Midnight, Izuku, Midoriya is, he would say, trying to give him the victory. But the green-haired man's eyes cracked. Saori, what are you doing? Izuku was using his own chi to heat his body from within, making it reach a temperature that melted ice, shattering it while his hands burned red hot. Izuku, that was good, he would say, finishing leaving, but if you continue like this you will only bring pain to yourself. Saori, pain. Izuku, not only physically given your quirk, I would say, pointing out freezing points, but in your spirit, you are hurt, and your anger is understandable. But if you let yourself be guided by it, you will harm yourself. Saori, I deny the old man's quirk. Izuku, it's your power! He shouted, making her surprised. It's your power and no one else's. You control fire. But that doesn't mean it's pain and destruction. Your fire can be light, heat, temperance. Saori was refusing to use her fire side, but the memories of her past and her mother began to light a flame in her and her fire side. Saori, help your enemy, you're crazy. Izuku, that's what I should say to you, he would say, pointing at the entire frozen field. Midnight, how hot. Cement, we must stop this. Aizawa, what are you trying to do? He whispered to himself. Despite the danger, the stands never stopped cheering for what they saw, but instead they did so even more forcefully. Saori, either way, you'll regret this, she would say, emanating a lot of fire and ice to attack. Izuku, I don't, he would say, preparing himself. Both of them prepared for the attack, so Saori launched herself with her ice while preparing a large amount of fire to throw it towards the green-haired boy, while the broccoli calmly waited for her, simply to create a double flame to attack her. Both techniques collided with each other, but the double flame consumed everything in its path, leaving Todoroki at its mercy. But the green-haired man would reduce the heat through its redirection, ensuring that the double flame only hit and did not burn the bicolor more than necessary, leaving her with holes in her clothes, without revealing her body, or anything that would be marked, just a few burns. Present Mike, The winner of this round is Midoriya Izuku. The audience would start to cheer, shouting and clapping like crazy. Midnight, we'll be taking a break to repair the armor. After the field repairs, Tokoyami Fumikage and Eijiro Kirishima would face each other, making it clear that despite the disadvantage, one must always move forward. Kirishima tried to fight, get close and take the Crow Boy to hand combat, but Dark Shadow, Tokoyami's quirk, did not allow it, throwing him off the platform, leaving him as the winner. The next fight, Bakugo vs. Idatenya, was, to put it mildly, a great humiliation for the blue-haired boy, given that Bakugo used blinding explosions to prevent him from seeing. Between the smoke and the explosions, the blue-haired boy couldn't find a way to run, so the ash-haired boy began to rain down explosions on him from various sides, making him kneel in pain, until he was taken out of the place by another, bigger explosion. Everyone who watched the fight was disgusted. The ash-haired boy was more of a villain, given his behavior. Aizawa, who wanted to defend the boy, couldn't. Many things were unrealistic, given that no one was going to attack with flowers, rainbows, and unicorns. The villains would attack with punches, quirks, and weapons, causing pain to the future heroes, but not with such brutality. There were exceptions, but not always. It was a matter of finding them. Present Mike, that was quick. Time to shuffle the next fights. 1. Bakugo Katsuki vs. Tokoyami Fumikage. 2. Shinzo Hayoshi vs. Izuku Midoriya. After that was revealed, the first fight would begin, where Bakugo would use all his explosions to weaken Dark Shadow due to his weakness to light, leaving the Bat Chicken defeated with a shadow crying a lot, leaving the Muslim as the winner. Hosu. In some alleys, a hero with a costume similar to Idatenya's could be seen on the ground, while a man with a sword and a bandage on his body retreated. Subject: false heroes must be purged. Society must understand that there should be no more of this falsehood. In AU. Present Mike. Why, dear audience, it's time to continue with these youth-filled confrontations. The audience would begin to burst into cheers. Aizawa. Okay, just say what follows. I want to sleep, he would say with his typical seriousness and bored tone of voice. Present Mike. How boring. Anyway, on this side is the general courses student who is reaching where in the past no one could. With his gift classified as a villain, he is demonstrating that it is not like that, and that he is more than worthy of the title of aspiring hero. With you, Hitoshi Shinzo, the aforementioned entered the arena ready to fight again, and proved that his gift was not what the rest said. Present Mike. On this side, he is the most promising first-year student, the aspiring hero with the greatest martial skills, the master of fire, the master of water, the lord of wind, he would say, causing excitement in the stands. With you, from Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku. The aforementioned entered the arena with a calm, serene look, awaiting the fight, his face filled with determination, but above all, without showing his thoughts for this match. Upon entering the ring, Izuku bowed to Shinzo, to his surprise, and then to Midnight. Midnight, you know the rules, are you both ready? Both nod. Begin. Shinzo, what does that mean? He would say, trying to make him fall. Izuku, noticing that his quirk was activated by the response, appealed to mental calm, so he simply adopted a fighting stance. Shinzo, what? In the stands, Kendo, sorry to say, but a martial artist with only one gift is not easy to overcome. Monoma, it's true. Tetsu, why do you say that? President, Ojiro, what she means, who wins between a master and a beginner or someone who never practiced martial arts. Kirishima, a master. Izaburo is a Shaolin who grew up much of his life in a monastery. Tetsu, how high did he go? Kirishima, as far as I know, he managed to make the steel testicle and those bald guys hit hard. Tetsu, it's true, those bald guys don't forgive, he would say, trembling. In the arena, Shinzo, realizing he couldn't do anything, threw himself at the green-haired man who was waiting for him. Before everyone's eyes, the green-haired man demonstrated formidable superiority without using his quirk, as this clearly demonstrated a high level of martial arts, leaving Shinzo at his mercy. Shinzo, do it, you beat me, he would say, trying to use his quirk once. With one move, Izuku would manage to subdue Shinzo in a key, leaving the purple-haired boy immobile while Midnight approached. Midnight, Shinzo, can you continue? Shinzo, and no. Midnight, Shinzo, Hitoshi can't continue. The winner is Midoriya Izuku. The audience began to applaud the fight while Izuku released Shinzo, who from the ground saw the green-haired man's hand reaching out to help him, so he surprisingly reciprocated the gesture. After this, Bakugo would jump onto the platform since it was time, but Midnight wanted to stop him, as they would give the green-haired boy a few minutes to rest, and since they wanted to do this relatively fairly, they should wait for both of them to be on the same level. With this, Izuku managed to make himself heard that it was time for their fight to happen. Midnight, are you sure? Izuku, completely. Besides, if I don't do it, he'll bother me all the time. Midnight, okay, Mike, do your thing, he would say through a communicator. Present Mike. Well, dear audience, it's time to continue with the fight. It's time for the grand finale of this festival. The people stood up from their seats, euphorically applauding everything. Both are already on the platform, and it's time for both of them to face each other. The teenager of the contingencies, Midoriya Izuku, against the Lord of Explosions, Supreme Ruler of Explosives, he is Katsuki Bakugo. People would start cheering excitedly as they waited for the fight. Bakugo, finally, it's time for you to understand your place. Damn Deku. I'll teach you that you should be beneath me. Izuku, really? I would say seriously, because until now I have shown much more to be in this place than you on your podium. Midnight, start. Bakugo, shine. He would say, launching himself with his right. Izuku, seeing this, simply undid the explosion with a fire block. Izuku, catch on, that is something predictable. You must not continue blinded like that by anger. Bakugo, shut up. He would say, giving him more explosions. Izuku, with great mastery in firebending, deflected and never counterattacked at the time, causing more annoyance to the ash-haired boy. Bakugo, why don't you fight back, you bastard? Are you a coward? Izuku, rule of the art of war, don't let the opponent play his game, you must beat him at yours. Bakugo got even more angry than he already was, but he didn't count on Izuku launching an offensive, forcing him to defend himself, something he'd never done before. Masterfully, Izuku launched several fireballs from his hands, managing to force the ash-haired boy back. Bakugo, wretch. Izuku, you know, I always thought I could be like you, as powerful as you, but looking at it, it's a good thing I wasn't. Katsuki, I would say seriously. That seriousness made the ash-haired boy understand everything. That day of friendship was broken. He could apologize and try to offer to make things right, but if everyone who knew Katsuki Bakugo knew anything, it was that his pride and arrogance would prevent everything. Bakugo would throw himself furiously at the green-haired boy, refusing to accept reality. But Izuku showed that without a quirk, he is someone to be feared, hitting him without using it. Before the Muslim could get back up, the green-haired man would finish off the ash-haired man with a blow to the face, leaving him completely knocked out. Midnight, the winner of this fight and the festival is Present Mike, Midoriya Izuku. The stands would begin to clap and cheer as Izuku bowed to everyone in thanks. After the announcement of the winner, the teachers would give half an hour to prepare the awards ceremony. The podium was ready. After that half hour, Shinzo in third place since Ida received an important call from his parents, Bakugo in second place, and Izuku in first, where the second place was the one that caught everyone's attention. The heroes looked at the green-haired man analytically. Someone with such highly polished potential was a rare sight. Endeavor watched the green-haired man with great interest, given that someone with such mastery over fire was very rare. Midnight, and to present the medals, here he is, he would say, causing excitement in the audience, forgetting everything they had seen until now. Almight, ha 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 ha, he would laugh, causing excitement in people. The audience, it's Almight, they would say with a sparkle in their eyes. Almight, don't be afraid of the medals, you know why? Because I have them here, pointing to a box with 3 medals. Izuku, hey dude, he thought with a drop of sweat looking at his tutor. Midnight, now All Might, could you hand out the medals, starting with third place? All Might, young Shinzo, congratulations. He would say, placing the medal on him, you really are strong. You must also remember that you shouldn't always rely on your quirk, he would say, hugging him. Shinzo, arigato All Might. All Might. Bakugo shonen, he would say, looking at the aforementioned, I think this is too much, he would say, wanting to release the ash-haired boy. Good job on what you did at the festival. You must remember that despite the defeat, you can always learn from it to improve, he would say with his typical happy tone. Bakugo, All Might, he would say in a hoarse voice before getting angry, a second place like this is useless. He would say, extremely furious while looking at the green-haired boy, even if the world recognizes it. If I don't, it's useless. I deserved first place. All Might would simply put it on, covering the Muslim's mouth with the medal as if it were a gag. All Might, Midoriya Shonen, he would say, somewhat proud of his godson and protege, placing the medal on him. Congratulations, you showed a lot of what today's heroes lack, and they should start putting into practice? That's why I thank you, he would say, hugging him. There is no one in this festival who doesn't deserve this medal more than you, All Might. So, these are this year's winners. He would say, so the public would get euphoria. But listen, anyone could have been in that place looking at the students. You should not get depressed, so strive to reach those positions. Compete, improve, and continue growing. The generation of heroes this time is getting stronger than other years. Now, I must say something else, please. So say it with me. The public, plus ultra, All Might, thank you for your effort. The audience would boo All Might for saying something like that and not the slogan they're constantly repeating, All Might. But they tried so hard, so they earned it, he would say nervously, as the festival closed its performances. End of chapter.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.